Welcome back to the channel, folks, where we dive into the wild, wonderful world of men transforming into women in all kinds of fascinating ways. If that's your vibe, don't forget to smash that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up. Now let's jump right into today's story. Nicholas slouched on the battered couch in his dorm room, lazily scrolling through his phone with the practiced indifference of a college senior who'd mastered the art of productive procrastination. The scent of microwaved pizza rolls lingered in the air, mixing with the faint aroma of stale energy drinks and unwashed laundry, the unofficial cologne of higher education. Sarah, his oldest and closest childhood friend, sat cross-legged on the floor, leaning against the edge of the coffee table. Her arms were crossed, and her face was scrunched in frustration as she ranted, her golden blonde hair catching the afternoon light that filtered through the half-closed blind. "I just don't get it, Nick," she groaned, running her fingers through her hair with enough force to suggest she might tear it out. "Why can't my brother just find someone decent? It's like he has the absolute worst taste in women. First the high school sweetheart, who cheated on him with his lacrosse coach. To be fair, Coach Reynolds did have amazing calves," Nick interjected, not looking up from his phone. Sarah ignored him. "And they see one. Then that psycho who keyed his car because he forgot to compliment her new haircut. And now, the ex-wife from hell. I swear, she only married him for his house, and then bled him dry in the divorce. She even took his favorite fishing rod. The man doesn't even fish." Nicholas smirked, tossing his phone onto the couch with theatrical flair. Maybe he should try online dating. You know, swipe left on the psychos, right on the hopeless romantics. Easy fix. Though with his track record he might need a psychic rather than an algorithm. Sarah shot him a glare that could have curdled milk. "It's not that simple. He's not just some rando. He's sensitive. Artistic. He writes poetry. For God's sake." "Terrible poetry," Nicholas muttered under his breath. "He deserves someone who actually loves him. Someone who'll rub his feet and make him sandwiches." Nicholas interrupted, grinning mischievously. He stretched his long legs onto the coffee table, narrowly missing Sarah's textbooks. "Come on, Sarah. You're too invested in your brother's love life. Maybe you need a hobby. Have you considered extreme ironing? Or competitive dog grooming?" "I have hobbies," Sarah protested, flicking a pizza crumb at him. "Stalking your brother's ex-girlfriends on Instagram doesn't count." Sarah rolled her eyes so hard, Nicholas was surprised they didn't get stuck. "I just want him to be happy. Okay. He's such a great guy. He deserves someone perfect. Someone who'll appreciate him for who he is, who'll make him forget all the toxic crap he's been through. Someone who's, I don't know, smart, kind, gorgeous." With the patience of a saint and the libido of a rabbit, Nicholas added helpfully. "You're impossible," Sarah groaned. "I'm realistic," Nicholas countered. "Perfect women don't exist, just like perfect men don't exist. Except for me, of course." He flexed a bicep jokingly. Nicholas laughed, a deep rumble that filled the small dorm room. "Sounds like you want to order him a custom-built girlfriend from Amazon Prime. One soulmate, please. Next day, delivery. No returns." "If only," Sarah sighed dramatically, flopping backward onto the carpet with the grace of a deflating balloon. "I wish it worked like that. If the universe had any sense of justice, it would just give him his dream girl already. Someone who understands him completely." "The universe isn't a cosmic dating app, Sarah," Nicholas said, reaching for the last pizza roll. "You've been watching too many rom-coms. And you've been watching too much sports," she fired back. "Some of us still believe in love." "I believe in love," Nicholas protested. "I just also believe in the statistical likelihood of your brother finding another crazy girlfriend. Your faith is overwhelming. Sarah deadpanned. As if on cue, a strange, almost electric hum filled the room. Nicholas straightened on the couch, looking around, his pizza roll forgotten. Did you hear that? Sarah sat up, her brow furrowed. Yeah, what the hell was that? Did you forget to pay your electric bill again? That was one time, Nicholas protested. And no, before either of them could say another word, the room was engulfed in a blinding flash of light. Nicholas yelped, shielding his eyes, while Sarah scrambled backward, knocking over a half-empty soda can in the process. The carbonated drink fizzed across the floor, but neither of them noticed. The air around them seemed to ripple, like heat waves rising off asphalt on a summer day. "Nick," Sarah shouted over the strange hum. "What's going on? If this is one of your science experiments gone wrong." "I'm a business major," Nicholas yelled back, his voice sounding oddly muffled in his own ears, like he was underwater. "Why would I have science experiments?" His whole body tingled, like he'd been zapped by static electricity after shuffling across a carpet in wool socks. Then, the tingling turned into a warmth that spread from his toes to the top of his head. It wasn't unpleasant. It felt like slipping into a hot bath, but the sheer unexpectedness of it sent panic coursing through his veins. "Sarah," he called out, his voice cracking. "I feel weird." Standing up in panic, Nicholas stumbled forward only to realize his legs felt off. His jeans, which had fit snugly over his muscular thighs, the result of years of football training, now hung loosely around his hips. He looked down and froze. What the His legs were shrinking. Not just shrinking, but slimming down their muscular definition, fading as they became long, smooth, and toned. His feet, once large and clad in size 12 sneakers, shrank so rapidly that his shoes slipped off entirely, leaving behind dainty, delicate feet with perfect arches. "Nick," Sarah gasped, her eyes wide as saucers. "Your legs, your feet, oh my God, what is happening to you?" "You're shrinking." "I'm aware," Nicholas shouted, his voice cracking again. His hands flew to his throat in confusion. "Why do I sound like I inhaled helium?" He grabbed at his shirt, which now hung awkwardly on his torso like a child playing dress up in their parents' clothes. His broad shoulders were narrowing, his arms thinning into graceful limbs that looked more suited for a ballerina than a college football player. The defined muscles he'd spent countless hours in the gym building were melting away like ice cream on a hot sidewalk. "This isn't happening," he muttered, patting himself down. "I'm hallucinating." "We both are." "It must have been those pizza rolls." "I knew they tasted funny." "The pizza rolls were fine, Nick," Sarah said, her voice a mixture of shock and fascination. "You, on the other hand." As he stumbled toward the mirror on the wall, tripping over his now oversized jeans, he caught sight of his reflection. His jaw dropped literally, seemed to soften and reshape before his eyes. His once square, rugged face was morphing like clay under invisible hands. His strong jawline softened, his cheekbones became high and pronounced, and his nose slimmed down into a cute button-like shape. His short, cropped brown hair grew longer, cascading down his shoulders in silky waves that would have made a shampoo commercial model jealous. No, Nicholas panicked, clutching at his face. His hands felt smaller. He looked down at them, slender fingers, perfectly manicured nails where his bitten-down ones had been. "This isn't happening." "Sarah, tell me this isn't happening." "Oh, it's happening," Sarah whispered, unable to tear her eyes away. "It's like watching one of those time-lapse videos, except instead of a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, it's my best friend turning into a..." "Don't say it," Nicholas warned, pointing a newly delicate finger at her. The changes continued, picking up speed. Nicholas's torso shrank, his waist cinching inward, while his hips flared out in a perfect hourglass figure. His baggy t-shirt, now hung like a tent over his petite frame. And then, much to his horror, he felt a strange pressure in his chest. He looked down just in time to see two modest but undeniably feminine mounds pushing against the fabric of his shirt. "Are those?" Nicholas stammered, pointing at his chest in utter disbelief. No, no, no. This has to be a dream. Or a nightmare. A very specific, very weird nightmare." Sarah couldn't stop herself from laughing, part out of shock, part out of disbelief, and part because the expression on Nicholas's face was priceless. "Nick, I think you're, turning into a girl. And not just any girl. You're kind of gorgeous." "You think?" Nicholas shot back, his voice climbing several octaves. He slapped a hand over his mouth, his eyes wide. His voice wasn't just higher. It was soft, melodious, feminine. Like a song, rather than speech. "Oh, God, I sound like your little sister." "My little sister is 12 and going through puberty," Sarah corrected. "You sound like a Disney princess." "That's not helping," Nicholas, or rather, the increasingly female version of Nicholas, squeaked. The final changes came quickly. His towering 6'2" frame dwindled down to a petite 5'5". His bulky muscles melted away completely, leaving behind a slender, almost fragile-looking figure. His jeans and shirt, now comically oversized, slipped off his body despite his desperate attempts to hold them up, revealing smooth, flawless skin and curves that would make a supermodel jealous. "At least throw me a blanket," he cried, trying to cover himself with his hands. Sarah, still stunned, grabbed a throw blanket from the couch and tossed it to him. "Here." "Though I must say, if I'd known what was hiding under those football pads all these years." "Not funny, Sarah," he hissed, wrapping the blanket around his new body like a toga. Finally, the warmth subsided, and the room fell silent. The strange humming stopped as abruptly as it had begun. No. Nicole stood in the middle of the room, staring at her reflection in the mirror. Her wide, doe-like brown eyes blinked back at her in shock. Her long hair tumbled over her shoulders in perfect waves, framing her heart-shaped face. Her lips were full and pouty, her nose small and elegant. She looked like she had just stepped out of a fashion magazine, airbrushing and all. Sarah broke the silence with a low whistle. "Well, I mean, if my brother's dream girl was a thing, I think we just found her. You're exactly his type, brunette. Petite. Big brown eyes." Nicole turned to her, her hands trembling. "Sarah, what the hell just happened to me?" "I have no idea," Sarah replied, moving closer to inspect her transformed friend. "But if I had to guess, I'd say magic. A government experiment. Aliens. Or maybe that protein powder you've been chugging finally backfired." "This isn't a joke," Nicole exclaimed, her new voice cracking with emotion. I'm a very attractive woman," Sarah finished for her, circling her transformed friend with undisguised curiosity. "Like unfairly attractive. Is it weird that I'm a little jealous?" "Yes, it's weird," Nicole snapped, clutching the blanket tighter. "I'm having an identity crisis here, and you're critiquing my new asset." She glanced down at her chest with a mixture of horror and fascination. Sarah smirked, unable to resist. "I think the universe just gave me exactly what I wished for. A perfect girl for my brother." "Poetic, isn't it?" "Poetic?" Nicole's voice rose to a pitch that could have shattered glass. "Sarah, this isn't poetry. This is a disaster. I have football practice tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? Show up like this and ask coach if I can be the water girl?" Sarah's eyes lit up with mischief. "Actually, you'd make an adorable cheerleader." "I'm going to kill you," Nicole threatened, though the effect was somewhat diminished by her melodious new voice. "As soon as I figure out how to walk in this body without tripping over air, I'm coming for you." Sarah just grinned, taking out her phone. Should I call my brother, or do you want to surprise him at dinner? Sarah, Nicole exclaimed, lunging for the phone but missing by a mile as she lost her balance on her new, shorter legs. Don't you dare. We need to fix this, whatever this is. Fix it, Sarah laughed, holding her phone out of reach. Why fix perfection, besides? I think the universe has spoken. My wish, your transformation, it seems pretty clear to me. Nicole turned to her, her hands trembling. Sarah, what the hell just happened to me? Sarah smirked, unable to resist. I think the universe just gave me exactly what I wished for. Nicole stood frozen in front of the mirror, still trying to process the impossible. Her reflection was stunning and completely alien. She turned her head side to side, watching her long, silky brown hair swish over her slender shoulders like a shampoo commercial in slow motion. Her delicate, heart-shaped face stared back at her, eyes wide with disbelief. Those eyes, large, expressive, framed by impossibly long lashes, belonged to a stranger. She was undeniably, well, beautiful. But this wasn't her. Or, rather, it wasn't the him she'd been 10 minutes ago. Sarah, Nicole said, her soft, lilting voice making her wince with every syllable. The sound was like wind chimes in a summer breeze, pleasant to anyone but herself. What the hell is going on? I was just sitting here, eating pizza rolls, minding my own business, and now She gestured toward her petite, curvy body with hands that seemed comically small and delicate. I've been downgraded from quarterback to cheerleader. Sarah, sitting cross-legged on the floor, was still trying to suppress a grin. Her eyes sparkled with barely contained amusement as she looked her transformed friend up and down. Okay. First off, Sarah said, counting on her fingers, you're gorgeous. Like, seriously, if I didn't know better, I'd be jealous. Second, I think you're overreacting. I mean, the universe clearly knows what it's doing. Look at you. You're the freaking Mona Lisa of hot girls. Except, with a better figure and less cryptic smile. Nicole shot her a glare that would have been intimidating coming from her former 6'2", muscular self too. Now it just made her look adorably irritated. Overreacting. Nicole's voice climbed an octave higher, something she hadn't thought possible. I'm wearing a t-shirt that could double as a circus tent, because I've apparently shrunk to the size of a pixie. And my pants. She gestured dramatically at the jeans puddled around her ankles like denim quicksand. They fell off. I look like I raided a thrift store for a giant's hand-me-downs. Or like I'm playing dress up in my dad's closet. Sarah snorted, unable to hold back her laughter. The sound echoed off the walls of the dorm room. Okay, fair. But you do have great legs now. Like, seriously, those calves are a work of art. I've spent years doing Pilates to get half that definition. That's what you're focused on, my calves. Nicole threw her hands up in exasperation. Not the fact that I've spontaneously changed genders. Not the cosmic impossibility of what just happened, my calves. Well, they're really nice calves, Sarah defended, tilting her head appreciatively. And your collarbone is pretty spectacular too. Very elegant. Nicole groaned, burying her face in her hands. Her fingers brushed against cheekbones that felt too high, too defined. This isn't happening. This can't be happening. I must have fallen asleep studying. Or maybe those pizza rolls were expired. Or laced with hallucinogens. If they were, I had them too. And I'm still seeing what you're seeing, Sarah pointed out helpfully. Unless we're sharing a hallucination, which would be a neat party trick. But then something caught Nicole's eye. The room, her dorm room, looked different. The posters of action movies and cheesy motivational quotes, "No pain, no gain," had been Nicholas's personal mantra, were gone. In their place were tasteful prints of flowers and abstract art that looked like something from a boutique hotel. The cluttered desk, once littered with video game controllers, greasy takeout boxes, and half-empty protein shake bottles, was now immaculately clean. Save for a sleek laptop and a makeup organizer that contained more products than Nicholas had owned in his entire life. A full-length mirror sat propped against the wall where a dartboard used to be, and a closet door was slightly ajar, revealing a collection of colorful, clearly feminine outfits. Nicole blinked, rubbing her eyes to make sure they weren't playing tricks on her. Sarah? Is it just me, or has my room changed? Like, significantly changed. Like, extreme makeover, dorm edition changed. Sarah stood up and looked around, her brow furrowing as she took in the transformed space. Yeah, it's definitely different. Like, it's still your room, and it smells like lavender instead of gym socks. She sniffed dramatically, then grinned. Much better, honestly. No offense to Nicholas, but his housekeeping skills were on par with a feral raccoon. I resent that, Nicole muttered, though she had to admit Sarah wasn't entirely wrong. Nicholas had been what her mother charitably called organizationally challenged. Nicole staggered to the closet, pulling the door open all the way. Her jaw dropped. The shelves were lined with neatly folded sweaters, skirts, and jeans, in sizes that would now fit her petite frame. Dresses hung on one side, ranging from casual sundresses to slinky cocktail numbers that made Nicole blush just looking at them. And the shoes. Oh, the shoes. Heels, flats, sandals, boots. It was like a mini department store had exploded inside her closet. What the hell is this? Nicole muttered, pulling out a lacy bra and matching panties in a shade of blue that Nicholas would have called electric, but Nicole somehow instinctively knew was azure. She held them up between two fingers, as if they might bite, her cheeks flushing. I don't even know how to put this on. It looks like some kind of... I don't even know. Just complicated. Oh, don't worry, Sarah teased, plucking the lingerie from Nicole's hands and examining it like a fashion critic at Paris Fashion Week. You'll figure it out. It's like riding a bike. Or, putting on a harness for skydiving. Just fewer buckles. Though this clasp looks pretty complicated, even to me. Very fancy. Great, Nicole grumbled. So, not only am I suddenly a woman, but I'm a woman with complicated underwear. That's just perfect. Could be worse. Sarah shrugged, hanging the lingerie back in the closet. You could be a woman with boring underwear. At least whoever designed this cosmic prank gave you taste. Nicole groaned again, slumping onto the bed, which, of course, was now covered in a pastel comforter with decorative throw pillows arranged in what appeared to be a specific pattern. One pillow, embroidered with sweet dreams, poked her accusingly in the ribs. I can't believe this. My whole life just got rewritten. I used to be Nicholas, a 6'2" manly man who could bench press his own body weight. Now I'm Nicole. She looked down at herself, cringing at the delicate curves that now defined her body. Walking Victoria's Secret Adio. With a Pinterest-worthy bedroom, and more shoes than I can count. Sarah clapped her hands together, her eyes lighting up with the gleam of someone who's just had either a brilliant idea or a terrible one. Wait a minute. If your room changed, maybe the rest of the world did too. Like, maybe everyone thinks you've always been Nicole. Maybe we've entered some parallel universe where you've been female from birth. Nicole frowned, the expression making her nose crinkle in a way that Nicholas's never had. What makes you say that? Besides your obvious delight at my predicament. Sarah pointed to a series of photos framed on the wall. Photos Nicole hadn't noticed before. Nicole followed her gaze and froze, her heart skipping several beats. The pictures showed her, Nicole, at various stages of life. There was one of her as a little girl in pigtails, missing her front teeth and grinning widely. Another showed her as a teenager, in a cheerleading uniform, pom-poms raised triumphantly. There were several of her with Sarah over the years, at the beach, at a concert, at what looked like a slumber party. She even spotted one of herself at prom, wearing a stunning blue dress that matched her eyes perfectly and beaming at the camera, next to a tall, handsome boy she didn't recognize. Nicole's stomach flipped like an Olympic gymnast. Oh my God. It's like I've always been this. Like Nicholas never existed at all. No. Except in our memories. Not just our memories, Sarah mused, examining the photos more closely. Look at this one from the 4th of July picnic last year. You're wearing the same ratty America tank top Nicholas wore, but it's fitted for, well, for these. She gestured vaguely at Nicole's chest. Please don't point at those, Nicole said, crossing her arms defensively. Sarah smirked. Look at the bright side. At least you were a cute kid. I mean, remember when you were Nicholas? You had that awkward mullet phase in middle school. Your mom called it a hockey cut, but we all knew the truth. And let's not even talk about the unibrow. It was like 2 caterpillars having a business meeting on your forehead. Nicole glared at her, but there was no real heat behind it. Not helping, Sarah. Not remotely helping. Maybe save the roast for when I'm not in the middle of a cosmic identity crisis. Sorry, Sarah said, not looking sorry at all. But seriously, this is wild. You're the same Nicole I've always known, apparently. But we both remember Nicholas, too. It's like we've got 2 sets of memories occupying the same brain space. Like those 3D pictures where you see different images depending on how you look at them. Nicole nodded slowly, her new, longer hair falling into her eyes. She brushed it away with a gesture that felt surprisingly natural. She did remember being Nicholas, the football games where he'd scored the winning touchdown, the late-night gaming marathons, fueled by energy drinks and pizza, the awkward high school dates where he'd fumbled with bra clasps and goodnight kisses. But, at the same time, she remembered growing up as Nicole. She remembered ballet recitals where she performed perfect pirouettes, shopping trips with Sarah where they'd critiqued each other's outfits mercilessly. Her cheeks turned bright red at the sudden memory, a massive teenage crush on Sarah's older brother, Brad. Oh no, Nicole whispered, her hands flying to her face as the memory crystallized with perfect, mortifying clarity. Oh no. Sarah raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is it? You look like you just remembered where the bodies are buried. Nicole peeked at her through her fingers, feeling her face grow hotter by the second. I just remembered something. As Nicole, I had this thing for Brad when I was like 14. I used to doodle Mrs. Brad Henderson in my notebooks. I made him a Valentine that played Love Story when he opened it. I once faked spraining my ankle so he'd carry me inside from the backyard. Sarah stared at her for a moment, processing this information, then burst out laughing. The sound was so loud that Nicole was sure people in the next dorm over could hear it. Wait, you had a crush on my brother. Oh, this just keeps getting better. Nicholas used to call him Boring Brad, and make snoring sounds whenever his name came up. Nicole groaned, mortification washing over her in waves. It wasn't a big deal. I was just a dumb kid with hormones and poor judgment. I got over it, I think. She frowned, sorting through her dual sets of memories. Though apparently I cried for 3 days when he got engaged to Jessica the Demon Queen. Sarah smirked, a dangerous gleam in her eye. Well, lucky you, because you're about to see him tonight. In the flesh. The recently divorced, emotionally vulnerable flesh. Nicole's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. What? Sarah grinned mischievously, clearly enjoying Nicole's discomfort far too much. Oh yeah. You're coming to my parents' house for dinner. We planned it last week, remember? Brad's gonna be there too. It's the first time he's been home in years since his ex-wife never let him visit. Said his family was too pedestrian for her sophisticated tastes. She rolled her eyes at the memory. And in case you forgot, you haven't seen him since you were 14, and he went off to college. This is gonna be hilarious. Nicole jumped to her feet, nearly tripping over the jeans still pooled around her ankles. She kicked them away and stood there in just the oversized t-shirt, which thankfully hung down to mid-thigh. Sarah? No, I can't see him like this. He's your brother. And she gestured wildly at her petite, curvy frame. I'm a walking invitation to awkwardness. On the contrary, Sarah countered, you're a walking invitation to something else entirely. But we'll keep it PG-13 for now. Sarah, Nicole squeaked, scandalized. Sarah waved her off, unconcerned. Relax. He's gonna love seeing you. I mean, you're basically his dream girl now. Brunette, petite, big brown eyes, probably smart enough to discuss his boring poetry. Nicole blushed furiously, her entire body feeling like it was on fire. That's not funny. This morning I was Nicholas, his sister's best friend who beat him at arm wrestling last Christmas. Now, I'm what? Some cosmic practical joke designed to be his perfect match. The universe works in mysterious ways, Sarah said sagely, though the effect was somewhat ruined by her barely suppressed grin. Maybe it got tired of watching my brother date psychopaths and decided to create the perfect woman for him. From scratch. Or, from you. I'm not a science experiment, Nicole protested. No, you're more like a fairy tale, Sarah mused. Though I'm not sure which one. Cinderella meets Freaky Friday. Beauty and the Beast. But in reverse. Not helping, Nicole grumbled. Sarah ignored her, already rifling through the closet with the enthusiasm of a kid in a candy store. Now, let's find you something to wear. If you're going to dinner, you need to look fabulous. First impressions are everything, or in this case, second first impressions. Nicole crossed her arms stubbornly, trying to look intimidating despite her diminished stature. I'm not going. Sarah pulled out a short, flirty black mini dress, with a neckline that made Nicole's eyes widen in alarm. Sarah held it up to Nicole's frame, assessing. Oh, you're going. And you're wearing this. Black is definitely your color. It'll make your skin glow. That dress is a medical emergency waiting to happen, Nicole protested. One deep breath and I'll be giving everyone an anatomy lesson. Drama queen, Sarah scoffed. It's fashion forward, not indecent exposure. Besides, Brad always had a thing for women in black. His prom date wore black. His ex-wife wore black to their wedding. It's like his kryptonite. I don't want to be his kryptonite, Nicole wailed. I want to be Nicholas again. Boring, average, male Nicholas, who worried about protein intake and fantasy football stats, not necklines and heels and whether black is my color. Sarah smirked, tossing the dress onto the bed next to Nicole. It's not a nightmare. It's a makeover. And trust me, Brad's in, for the surprise of a lifetime. The universe has spoken, and apparently, it ships you too hard. Nicole groaned, falling backward onto the bed and staring up at the ceiling. There was a small disco ball hanging there that definitely hadn't been part of Nicholas's decor. This is a nightmare. Look at it this way, Sarah said, sitting down next to her and patting her knee sympathetically. At least, the universe gave you great hair. Nicholas's cowlick was practically sentient. Nicole couldn't help but laugh despite herself, the sound melodious and unfamiliar to her ears. You're the worst friend ever, you know that. Maybe? Sarah agreed cheerfully. But I'm the only friend you've got who remembers you or a guy this morning. That's got to count for something. Nicole sighed, resigned to her fate. Fine, do it, Kyle. But not the little black dress. I'm not ready for that level of womanhood. Deal, Sarah agreed, already turning back to the closet. Now let's see what other options your magical wardrobe has provided. Something that says I'm your soulmate, but also I was a dude this morning. Surprise. You're enjoying this way too much, Nicole accused. Sarah grinned, pulling out a more modest red dress. Every single second. Now, let's talk about makeup. You have the bone structure of a goddess, but even goddesses need a good mascara. Nicole groaned. This is a nightmare. Sarah smirked, tossing the dress onto the bed. It's not a nightmare. It's a makeover. And trust me, Brad's in for the surprise of a lifetime. Nicole sat on the edge of her bed, still glaring at the red dress Sarah had picked out for her, as if it were a ticking bomb rather than a piece of fabric. It wasn't just a little red dress. It was the red dress. Fire engine red, with a shimmer that caught the light with every movement. It hugged every curve like an eager lover, had a neckline that screamed "look at me," and a hemline that barely qualified as legal in most conservative states. For Nicole, who had been a 6'2", muscle-bound guy just an hour ago, the idea of slipping into something so revealing was the stuff of nightmares or adult films. This is ridiculous, Nicole griped, holding the dress up between two fingers like it might bite her. I'm not wearing this. I'll look like I'm auditioning for a music video. One of those ones they only show after 10 p.m. Sarah, who was leisurely lounging on the bed while scrolling through Nicole's newly girlified phone, didn't even look up. Her lips quirked into a smirk as she swiped through what appeared to be Nicole's Instagram account, filled with selfies and group photos of a life Nicole had apparently lived, but couldn't remember living. Oh, come on. You're gonna look amazing. Trust me. You've got the body, so you might as well flaunt it. Besides, according to your photo gallery, you wore something even skimpier to Maggie's birthday last month. There's a picture of you dancing on a table. What? Nicole lunged for the phone, nearly falling off the bed in her haste. Give me that. Sarah held the phone just out of reach, laughing. Relax, I'm kidding. But you should have seen your face. She turned the phone around to show a perfectly innocent photo of Nicole in a sundress at what looked like a garden party. Though you did wear this little number to my cousin's wedding. Very tasteful, but definitely turning heads. Nicole groaned, tossing the red dress onto the bed where it pooled, like liquid fire against the pastel comforter. Flaunt it, Sarah. I just learned how to walk with these hips. They're like built-in doorway magnets. I tripped over my own feet in the bathroom 5 minutes ago, trying to figure out how to pee sitting down. If I wear that, I'll end up face-planting into your dad's casserole. Sarah smirked, her eyes gleaming with mischief. That would make dinner way more entertaining. Dad's casserole could use some excitement. It's been the same recipe since 1997. Your dad's tuna casserole is a culinary masterpiece, and you know it, Nicole muttered, then paused, frowning. Wait, how do I know? That Nicholas hated tuna. But Nicole loves it, Sarah said, sitting up and stretching like a satisfied cat. Apparently your taste buds got a makeover too. Just think of all the calories you can consume now without worrying about gains, bro. What? She mimicked a bodybuilder pose, flexing non-existent muscles. Nicole rolled her eyes and slumped back against the pillows, accidentally knocking one shaped like a heart onto the floor. Why are you even making me do this? You know I'm gonna make a fool of myself. I don't know the first thing about being a woman at a dinner party. What if your mom asks me about, I don't know, feminine things? Like what? Sarah challenged, amusement dancing in her eyes. Like, Nicole floundered, racking her brain. Like tampons or or birth control, or why my mascara is clumpy. First of all, Sarah counted off on her fingers. My mom is not going to ask you about tampons at the dinner table. She has some sense of decorum, unlike someone I could mention. She pointedly looked at Nicole. Second, according to these memories we both somehow have, you've been friends with my family since kindergarten. You've had dinner with us approximately 500 times. You'll be fine. Why? Nicole raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? And what happens when I pick up the wrong fork or chew with my mouth open? Or scratch myself in places Nicholas would, but Nicole definitely shouldn't. Okay, you? Sarah wrinkled her nose. Please don't do that last one. As for the rest, just follow my lead. And maybe try to channel some of those Nicole memories that are apparently floating around in that pretty head of yours. Nicole sighed dramatically, staring up at the ceiling where a small dream catcher hung, catching the late afternoon sunlight. Those memories feel like dreams. Like watching a movie of someone else's life that I somehow starred in. Sarah sat up, her grin widening to Cheshire Cat proportions. Because this is destiny. You're Nicole now. And Nicole hasn't seen my family in forever. My mom and dad are dying to see you. Mom literally texted me 3 times today, asking if you were still coming. Plus, she wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. Brad's going to be there. You have to see his face when he realizes you're not the awkward little girl with braces and a Justin Timberlake Forever t-shirt that he remembers. Nicole's cheeks flushed a deep pink that nearly matched the throw pillows. Oh, great. So he can stare at me like I'm some sort of alien. Sounds fun. Hey, Brad. Remember me? I used to be your sister's best guy friend who thought your poetry sucked, but now I'm a hot chick with a crush on you. Pass the potatoes. Sarah leaned in, her smirk turning downright devilish. Oh, he's gonna stare, all right. But trust me, it won't be because you're an alien. It'll be because you're gorgeous, witty, and exactly his type. The universe has practically gift-wrapped you for him. I'm not a present to be unwrapped, Nicole protested, though the mental image made her face flush even deeper. That's not what that dress is saying, Sarah teased, picking up the red garment and dangling it tantalizingly. This dress is saying, Merry Christmas, Brad. Santa brought you exactly what you asked for. Nicole buried her face in her hands. Kill me now. Just smother me with one of these ridiculous heart-shaped pillows and end my misery. Drama queen, Sarah scoffed, standing up and pulling Nicole to her feet. Come on. Try it on. If you really hate it, we'll find something else. Though I don't know why you're so against it. You bought this dress yourself last month for Jenny's bachelorette party. I did, Nicole frowned, taking the dress and examining the tag. Sure enough, it was her size, a size she'd only had for an hour, but somehow had been buying clothes in for years. This is so weird. Less talking, more changing, Sarah instructed, pushing Nicole toward the bathroom. We don't have all day. And much to Nicole's dismay, it fit like a glove. The fabric hugged her lithe petite frame perfectly, accentuating her curves without being over the top, though Nicole would argue otherwise. Nicole stood in front of the mirror, awkwardly tugging at the hem that seemed determined to ride up with every breath she took. This thing is practically a scandal waiting to happen. If I bend over, I'm giving the world a free show. Is this even a dress? Or did someone make a mistake at the fabric store and sell a shirt as evening wear? Sarah, sitting cross-legged on the bed and applying her lipstick with the precision of an artist, grinned at her through the mirror. Then, don't bend over. Problem solved. If you drop something, just do that cute little squat thing women do. You know, knees together, straight back. Nicole attempted the maneuver and nearly toppled over. Yeah, that's not happening. I have the grace of a newborn giraffe right now. Practice makes perfect, Sarah said cheerfully, capping her lipstick. And trust me, the view is worth a little wobbly walking. Nicole shot her a glare that would have withered plants. You're enjoying this way too much. If I didn't know better, I'd think you caused this whole transformation thing, just for your own amusement. Please, Sarah scoffed, if I had the power to transform people, I would have turned my high school math teacher into a constipated goat years ago. She paused, tilting her head thoughtfully. Though I must say, the universe has excellent taste. You're hot, Nick. Like, seriously hot. Can you please stop talking about how hot I am? It's weird, Nicole grumbled, turning sideways to examine her profile in the mirror. The dress hugged her slender waist and flared slightly at the hips, creating an hourglass silhouette that even she had to admit was flattering. This is all so surreal. It's like being dropped into someone else's body with an instruction manual written in hieroglyphics. Hieroglyphics that say, "Work it, girl," Sarah quipped. Now, let's do something with your hair. You've got that whole sexy librarian meets shampoo commercial vibe going on, but we can take it up a notch. Brad always had a thing for girls with styled hair. Can we please stop talking about what Brad has a thing for? Nicole pleaded, though she couldn't help the flutter in her stomach at the thought of him. It was bizarre. Nicholas had always found Brad boring and pretentious, but these new Nicole memories painted him as charming, sensitive, and unfairly handsome. I feel like I'm being pimped out. Not pimped out, Sarah corrected, rummaging through Nicole's surprisingly well-stocked vanity drawer. Destiny's out. There's a difference. I don't think that is a word, Nicole muttered. It is now. I just made it up. And as an English major, I have that authority, Sarah declared, brandishing a curling iron like a wand. Now, sit. Beauty doesn't happen by itself. Before Nicole could protest, Sarah was already attacking her with a curling iron and a can of hairspray that promised volume that defies gravity. By the time she was done, Nicole's long brown hair fell in soft, bouncy waves that framed her face perfectly, cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall of chocolate silk. Nicole stared at herself in the mirror, almost not recognizing the woman staring back at her. The transformation was complete. From the tousled waves of her hair to the subtle makeup Sarah had applied to the curve-hugging red dress, she looked like she'd stepped out of a magazine spread. I look like I should be on the cover of some risque romance novel. You know, the kind with a shirtless guy with flowing hair clutching a swooning woman against his chest. Sarah grinned, admiring her handiwork. Exactly. The quarterback's transformation, a tale of desire and dinner parties. It'll be a bestseller. You're not helping, Nicole groaned, though she couldn't help but laugh at Sarah's ridiculous title. This whole situation is bizarre enough without your commentary. My commentary is what's keeping you sane, Sarah pointed out, not incorrectly. Without me, you'd be curled up in a ball, rocking back and forth. Fair point, Nicole conceded. But still, this is a lot. She gestured to her reflection, the stranger who was somehow also her. Sarah's expression softened slightly. You'll look beautiful, Nick. Truly. And hey, if you're stuck being a girl for a while, or forever, who knows? At least you're a knockout. Thanks, I think, Nicole replied, unsure if that was actually a compliment or not. Sarah's moment of sincerity quickly passed as she clapped her hands together. Now, shoes. Nicole groaned, a sound of pure dread. Please tell me you're not putting me in heels. I can barely walk as it is. High heels would be like strapping rockets to a toddler. Sarah held up a pair of black stilettos with a wicked grin, the 5-inch heels looking more like weapons than footwear. Oh, you bet I am. These babies will make your legs look a mile long. They'll also make me fall a mile down, Nicole protested, eyeing the shoes with terror. Can't I just wear flats? Or better yet, those fuzzy slippers I saw in the closet. Fuzzy slippers with that dress. Sarah looked scandalized. That's like putting ketchup on filet mignon. It's a crime against fashion. Fashion is the least of my concerns right now, Nicole argued. Survival is at the top of my list, followed closely by not making a complete fool of myself in front of your family. And those, she pointed accusingly at the stilettos, are death traps disguised as shoes. Sarah sighed dramatically. Fine. We'll compromise. She rummaged through Nicole's closet and emerged with a pair of sleek black heels with a more modest 3-inch heel. They're sexy but manageable. You've worn them before, according to our weird shared memories. Nicole took the shoes reluctantly. If I break an ankle, I'm blaming you. If you break an ankle, Brad can carry you around all night, Sarah countered with a wink. He's always had a knight in shining armor complex. Nicole slipped on the heels and stood cautiously, wobbling slightly before finding her balance. She took a tentative step, then another, surprised to find that her body seemed to know what to do, even if her mind was panicking. This is weird. It's like muscle memory, except these aren't my muscles. Or at least, they weren't. The universe thought of everything, Sarah said, checking her watch. Now come on, Cinderella. Your carriage awaits. And by carriage, I mean my beat-up Honda, with the check engine light that's been on since 2020. Nicole took one last look in the mirror, barely recognizing the stunning woman who stared back at her. I can't believe I'm doing this. Sarah grinned. Oh, you're doing it? And Brad is going to lose his mind. Nicole groaned. Please tell me you're not going to play matchmaker all night. Sarah's innocent expression wouldn't have convinced a child. Me matchmaker? Never. I'm just going to sit back and watch destiny unfold, while maybe nudging it along a tiny bit. Great, Nicole muttered, grabbing a small clutch purse that somehow matched her outfit perfectly. This night can't possibly get any more awkward. Sarah's smile turned mischievous. Oh, honey. The night hasn't even started yet. By the time they pulled up to Sarah's parents' house, Nicole was a bundle of nerves. The modest 2-story suburban home, with its neatly trimmed hedges and cheerful flower beds, looked exactly as she remembered it from countless visits as Nicholas. Except now she was arriving as a petite brunette bombshell in a dress that left little to the imagination. She had managed to wobble her way to the car in the stilettos without falling over, but every step felt like she was walking a tightrope suspended over a pit of hungry crocodiles. I can't believe I let you talk me into this, Nicole muttered as Sarah rang the doorbell, the sound echoing ominously like a funeral bell in Nicole's ears. She tugged at the hem of her dress for the 100th time, convinced it had somehow shrunk during the 15-minute car ride. This dress keeps riding up. I feel like I'm wearing a handkerchief. Stop fidgeting, Sarah hissed, slapping Nicole's hand away from the hem. You look amazing. The dress is fine. Your makeup is flawless. Your hair is perfect. Easy for you to say. You're not the one who went through spontaneous gender reassignment today? Nicole whispered back frantically. What if they notice something's off? What if they can tell I was Nicholas this morning? Relax, Sarah said, elbowing her playfully in the ribs, which nearly sent Nicole toppling off her heels. You're gonna knock their socks off. Just smile and act natural. Remember, according to our weird dual memories, you've known my parents since you were in kindergarten. Mom used to make your lunch when your mom had early shifts at the hospital. Nicole shot her a look that could have curdled milk. Natural. I've been a woman for like 2 hours. I don't even know what natural is anymore. 2 hours ago, I was scratching myself while watching ESPN and eating Doritos straight from the bag. Now I'm worried about lipstick on my teeth and whether my bra strap is showing? Well, is it? Sarah asked, peering at Nicole's shoulder. Is what? Your bra strap showing. Nicole frantically checked her shoulder, then glared at Sarah when she realized she'd been played. Not funny. Sarah grinned wickedly. A little funny. Before Nicole could respond with what would have undoubtedly been a scathing retort, the door swung open, revealing Sarah's mom. Margaret Henderson stood there in all her suburban glory, floral apron over a tasteful blouse and slacks, her blonde hair, clearly the source of Sarah's golden locks, pulled back in a neat ponytail, and a warm smile that had always made Nicholas feel welcome. Now it made Nicole want to crawl under the nearest rock. "Sarah." "Oh, it's so good to see you," she exclaimed, pulling her daughter into a hug that spoke of genuine maternal affection. Sarah hugged her back, whispering something in her ear that made her mom laugh. Then her mom's eyes landed on Nicole, and her face lit up like Times Square on New Year's Eve. "Nicole, oh my goodness, look at you. You've grown into such a beautiful young woman. Last time I saw you, you were in those awful baggy jeans and that oversized sweatshirt from your debate club. This is quite the transformation." Nicole's stomach did a somersault. Last time Mrs. Henderson had seen her was 2 weeks ago, when Nicholas had stopped by to drop off some books Sarah had left in his dorm. He'd been wearing his usual outfit of basketball shorts and a faded t-shirt with a beer logo. But clearly in this new reality, Nicole had her own history with the Henderson family. Nicole tried to smile, but it came out more like a grimace that someone might make when stepping on a Lego. "Hi, Mrs. Henderson. It's, good to see you again. You look exactly the same." The words tumbled out awkwardly, like a toddler attempting a cartwheel. Sarah's mom pulled her into a hug, and Nicole awkwardly patted her back, trying not to topple over in her heels or impale Mrs. Henderson with her pointy shoe. The woman smelled like cinnamon and vanilla, exactly as Nicholas remembered, but the experience of being hugged as Nicole, smaller, more delicate, was disconcertingly different. When Mrs. Henderson finally let go, she stepped back, beaming like Nicole was her own long-lost daughter. "It's been so long since we've seen you. How are you liking college? Sarah says you've been doing great. Though I must say, business school seems like such a change from all those performing arts programs you were interested in during high school." Nicole blinked rapidly, mentally scrambling to reconcile this new information with her jumbled memories. Performing arts. Nicholas had been a business major with a minor in sports management, not a theater kid. But sure enough, as she probed her dual-track memory, images surfaced of Nicole, starring in a high school production of Grease, belting out "Hopelessly Devoted to You" in a blonde wig and pink dress. Nicole nodded, trying not to panic as she rifled through these foreign recollections. "Oh, yeah. College is great. And performances. For business. Business performances." She winced internally. "Smooth. Real smooth." Sarah snickered behind her, clearly enjoying Nicole's discomfort, like it was her favorite reality TV show. "She's killing it, Mom. Straight-A student, social butterfly, you name it. Nicole's even considering trying out for the spring musical, aren't you, Nick?" Nicole shot Sarah a look that clearly communicated, "I will murder you in your sleep," before turning back to Mrs. Henderson with a smile that felt plastered on. "Just keeping my options open." Mrs. Henderson looked like she might burst with pride, clasping her hands together. "That's wonderful. I always said you had a beautiful singing voice. Maybe you'll perform something for us after dinner." Nicole's eyes widened in horror at the suggestion. Nicholas couldn't carry a tune if it came in a bucket with handles, and she strongly suspected that aspect of her personality hadn't changed, regardless of what her new memories suggested. "Oh, I don't think," Nicole began, but was saved by a call from inside the house. "Margaret, who's at the door, did the girls arrive?" A deep voice that Nicole recognized as Sarah's father called out. "Yes, dear. Sarah and Nicole are here. We're just catching up," Mrs. Henderson called back, then turned to the girls with a warm smile. Come in, come in. Dinner's almost ready. I made pot roast, your favorite, Nicole. As they stepped inside the familiar Henderson home, now seeming strangely different from Nicole's new, lower vantage point, Sarah leaned close to Nicole and whispered, her breath tickling Nicole's ear. See, that wasn't so bad. You didn't face plant, vomit, or accidentally flash anyone. I call that a win. Nicole shot her a look that could have frozen lava. I'm sweating through this dress. And since when am I a theater kid with a beautiful singing voice? Nicholas couldn't sing Happy Birthday without causing dogs to howl in pain. Well, apparently Nicole was something of a songbird, Sarah whispered back, guiding Nicole into the living room with a hand on her lower back. Just go with it. And maybe avoid any impromptu performances, unless you want to shatter Mom's good crystal. You are the worst best friend ever, Nicole hissed, wobbling slightly on her heels. If I survive this night, I'm never speaking to you again. Sure you will, Sarah said confidently. Who else would help you navigate your new life as a hot girl? Without me, you'd be wearing socks with sandals and using 3-in-1 shampoo conditioner body wash. Before Nicole could retort, they entered the living room where Mr. Henderson was waiting, remote in hand, watching a baseball game. There they are, my two favorite college girls, he bellowed, rising from his armchair with a wide grin. He was exactly as Nicholas remembered him, a taller, broader version of Sarah, with laugh lines around his eyes, and the same easy charm. Hi, Dad, Sarah said, giving him a hug. Nicole hung back, suddenly feeling shy in a way Nicholas never would have. Mr. Henderson turned to her, his eyebrows rising slightly as he took in her appearance. Well, hello there, Nicole. You're looking very grown up, he said, clearing his throat awkwardly. Thank you, Mr. Henderson, Nicole replied, finding her voice had gone squeaky. Was he looking at her legs? Nicholas had never had to worry about Mr. Henderson checking out his legs before. Dawn, stop gawking, Mrs. Henderson scolded, swatting her husband playfully as she passed through to the kitchen. You're making the poor girl uncomfortable. I'm not gawking, he protested. I'm just surprised. Last time I saw Nicole, she was wearing combat boots and had purple streaks in her hair. That was a memory Nicole hadn't accessed yet. But sure enough, it surfaced now, a rebellious phase during junior year, complete with Doc Martens and semi-permanent hair dye that had horrified her mother. People change, Dad, Sarah said, throwing an arm around Nicole's shoulders. Nicole's quite the fashionista these days. So I see, Mr. Henderson said, still looking slightly bewildered. He gestured toward the couch. Well, sit down, sit down. Tell me about school. How's that business program treating you, Nicole? As Nicole perched gingerly on the edge of the couch, trying to keep her dress from riding up, Sarah plopped down beside her with the casual confidence of someone who hadn't experienced a reality shift that morning. It's challenging, Nicole said carefully, rifling through her dual memories for anything useful. But I'm managing. The accounting classes are the worst. Accounting was never your strong suit, Mrs. Henderson called from the kitchen. Remember, when you tried to help Sarah with her math homework in 8th grade, you two ended up with chocolate pudding all over the textbook somehow. Sarah snorted. That was entirely Nicole's fault, she said. Decimal points were boring, and we needed a more visceral learning experience. Nicholas had never done anything so silly with Sarah. Their friendship had always been more about sports and video games. I've matured since then, Nicole said lamely, which made both Sarah and her father burst out laughing. Have you now? Mr. Henderson chuckled. Is that why Sarah told us about the fountain incident last month? Nicole shot Sarah a panicked look. What fountain incident? Sarah, the traitor, just grinned wider. Nicole thought it would be a great idea to go skinny dipping in the university fountain at midnight, after midterms. Would have gotten away with it too if campus security didn't have those new night vision cameras. That was you, Nicole blurted out before she could stop herself. There had been a campus scandal about some drunk students in the fountain, but Nicholas had been asleep in his dorm room that night. Everyone stared at her. I mean, she backpedaled frantically, that was just a joke. Obviously, I remember my own, naked, fountain adventure. She finished weakly, feeling her cheeks burn hotter than the sun. Sarah rescued her, bumping their shoulders together. Nicole's just embarrassed because she had to do 20 hours of community service, picking up trash around campus. Made quite an impression on that cute Ta from your marketing class, though, didn't it, Nick? Nicole perched awkwardly on the edge of the couch in the Hendersons' cozy living room, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her, admittedly way too short, red dress that seemed determined to ride up with every breath she took. The room was just as she remembered it from her Nicholas days. The same overstuffed floral couch that had swallowed him whole during football game viewings, the same framed family photos documenting the Henderson clan through braces and bad haircuts, and the same faint smell of freshly baked cookies mingling with potpourri. Mrs. Henderson's famous home ambience, as she called it. Except now, she wasn't Nicholas anymore, she was Nicole. And sitting here, pretending everything was totally fine, was like trying to walk a tightrope in stilettos, which, incidentally, she was also doing. Stop fidgeting, Sarah whispered, leaning over to adjust Nicole's dress. You look like you're sitting on a cactus. I might as well be, Nicole whispered back through clenched teeth. This couch has springs that are trying to become biblically acquainted with parts of me I didn't even have this morning. Sarah snickered, the sound disguised by a fake cough. Just relax. Cross your legs. No, not like that. You're not defending a goal. Ankle over knee. Knee. Delicately. There you go. Across from her, Sarah's parents chatted happily from their matching recliners, catching her up on all the family gossip. Mr. Henderson, a salt-and-pepper-haired man with the comfortable paunch of someone who enjoyed both his wife's cooking and his weekend beers, was half watching the football game on their modest flat-screen TV. Mrs. Henderson, blonde and perpetually smiling, was animatedly discussing Aunt Edna's hip replacement and Uncle Pete's new boat that cost more than sense, as she put it. Sarah, of course, was leaning against the arm of the couch, watching the whole scene with a barely concealed grin, clearly enjoying Nicole's discomfort the way a cat enjoys watching a mouse try to navigate a maze. So, Nicole, Mrs. Henderson said, smiling warmly as she set down her iced tea on a coaster, what's new with you? It feels like forever since we've seen you. We were just saying the other day how much we miss having you around. You always brought such energy to the house. Nicole forced a smile, trying to come up with something to say that wouldn't completely give away the fact that she was still mentally adjusting to her new existence as a petite bombshell. She racked her brain for anything she could remember from her newly acquired Nicole memories. Oh, not much. Just, college stuff. Classes, studying, trying not to trip in heels. She winced at her own awkwardness. I mean, trying to keep up with life. Wife? Yeah. Sarah snorted into her drink, earning a glare from Nicole that could have melted steel. Well, you look lovely, dear, Mrs. Henderson said, clearly oblivious to Nicole's internal meltdown. Her eyes twinkled with motherly approval. That dress is stunning on you. Red was always your color. Remember when you wore that red leotard for your dance recital in 8th grade? You were the star of the show. Doesn't she look beautiful, honey? Mr. Henderson, who had been half watching the football game on TV, nodded without looking away from the screen where a running back was breaking through defensive lines. Very lovely, yes. Like a young Audrey Hepburn. Nicole blinked in surprise. She hadn't pegged Mr. Henderson as someone who knew classic Hollywood actresses. Catching her expression, he chuckled. "What? I watch old movies too, you know. Not just sports." Then, after a pause where his eyes darted from the TV to Nicole, and back again, he added with a hint of genuine curiosity, "You know, you used to eat an entire pizza by yourself when you came over. 4 meat lovers with extra cheese. Said you had a hollow leg to store it all. You still do that." Nicole's cheeks flushed hot enough to fry an egg. As Nicholas, his legendary appetite had been a running joke in the Henderson household. Many a pizza night had ended with Mr. Henderson shaking his head in disbelief as Nicholas polished off the last slice, while Sarah complained about boys and their metabolisms. No. Not anymore," Nicole managed, painfully aware of how her current frame could probably manage 2 slices, tops, before feeling stuffed. Sarah giggled, the sound both musical and deeply annoying to Nicole's ears. "She's definitely not putting away pizzas these days. More like kale salads and sparkling water." "Right, Nicole. I swear, she spends more time at the gym than anyone I know. Pilates yoga, that weird spinning class where the instructor screams motivational quotes." "That's not true," Nicole protested, then realized she had no idea what her exercise routine actually was now. For all she knew, Nicole was a fitness influencer in her spare time. She had the body for it, apparently. Sarah raised an eyebrow. "Oh. And what was that thing you made me try last month? That green smoothie with the protein powder that tasted like lawn clippings?" Nicole shot her another glare. "I still eat normal food, thank you. Just because I don't demolish an entire pizza doesn't mean I'm some rabbit food enthusiast." Though even as she said it, she had a flash of memory, Nicole ordering a salad at their favorite campus pub while Nicholas in the old timeline had opted for loaded nachos and wings. Mrs. Henderson laughed, the sound warm and comforting. "Well, whatever you're doing, it's working for you, dear. You look radiant. Doesn't she just glow, Martin?" Mr. Henderson grunted in agreement, his attention back on the TV, where a controversial call was being reviewed. Glowing. "Hey, did you see that pass? That was clearly interference." "Is Brad joining us for dinner?" Sarah asked innocently, changing the subject with all the subtlety of a wrecking ball. "I thought he was supposed to be here by now." Nicole felt her heart rate kick up a notch. Despite having already knowing Brad was going to be here, the thought of sitting across from him at dinner table, making conversation, pretending everything was normal, when she was still getting used to existing in this new body, it was enough to make her want to crawl under the couch and hide. "He texted that he's on his way," Mrs. Henderson replied. "Had to stop and pick up some wine. Such a thoughtful boy, always bringing something to contribute. His ex-wife never appreciated that about him." Her tone turned slightly frosty at the mention of Brad's ex. "Jessica was a piece of work," Mr. Henderson muttered, not taking his eyes off the game. "Never liked her. Too much makeup, not enough sense." "Martin," Mrs. Henderson scolded, though she didn't exactly disagree. "What? I'm just saying what we're all thinking." The woman thought Hamlet was a breakfast food. Nicole couldn't help but laugh at that, the sound escaping before she could stop it, a light, melodious laugh that was nothing like Nicholas's deep chuckle. It startled her, and she quickly covered her mouth. "See, Nicole agrees with me," Mr. Henderson said with a satisfied nod. "She always had good taste." Sarah smirked. "Yes, Nicole has excellent taste in all sorts of things. Don't you, Nicole?" The implication was clear, and Nicole felt her face heat up again. Before Sarah could embarrass her further, Nicole stood abruptly, the movement causing her dress to shift in ways that made her immediately tug it down. "I'm just gonna grab some water. Be right back." Kitchen's still in the same place, Sarah called after her with mock helpfulness. "Second door, on the left. You know, in case you forgot in your state of mind." Nicole shot her a look that clearly communicated "I will end you" before wobbling toward the kitchen, trying to walk naturally in heels that felt like stilts. Her hips swayed more than she intended, and she was acutely aware of how different her body moved now, lighter, more fluid, but also frustratingly unstable, like trying to navigate with a completely new center of gravity. She hurried into the kitchen, her heels clicking loudly on the hardwood floor like a tap-dancing squirrel. Once inside the familiar space, though it too seemed different from her new height, she let out a deep breath, gripping the edge of the granite counter for support. The cool stone under her palms was anchoring, the one thing that felt solid in her rapidly shifting reality. "Okay, Nicole," she muttered to herself, staring at her reflection in the microwave door. A beautiful stranger with wide, panicked eyes stared back at her. "Just keep it together for a couple more hours. You've got this. It's just dinner with the Hendersons. You've done this 1,000 times." Except those times she'd been Nicholas, football player, pizza-eating champion, and decidedly male best friend of Sarah. Not Nicole, bombshell, dress-wearing, hip-swaying woman who apparently had a history of crushing on Brad Henderson. Dialed. She grabbed a glass from the cabinet, having to reach up more than she was used to, filled it with water from the refrigerator dispenser, and took a long sip. The cool liquid helped calm her nerves, though she still felt like a fish out of water in this new body. The dress clung to her in ways she wasn't used to, hugging curves she was still getting acquainted with, and every time she moved, it felt like her hips had their own gravitational pull, independent from the rest of her body. "This is ridiculous," she whispered to herself, setting the glass down. "It's just dinner. With people you've known forever, who think you've always been a woman. No big deal. Totally normal Tuesday." Taking another deep breath, she smoothed down her dress again, checked her lipstick in the reflection of the toaster. How did women do this all the time? And turned to head back to the living room. As she approached, glass of water in hand, she noticed the front door was open, and someone was standing just inside the entryway. Someone tall. Someone broad-shouldered. Someone whose silhouette she'd recognize anywhere, even with her jumbled dual memories. Her stomach dropped like an elevator with cut cables. It was Brad. The Brad she'd seen earlier upon arrival had been unexpected enough, but she'd been so focused on not falling over in her heels that she hadn't fully processed his presence. Now, seeing him framed in the doorway, bathed in the warm light of the entryway chandelier, the full impact hit her like a freight train. He was even more handsome than she remembered from their brief encounter earlier. His dirty blonde hair was slightly tousled from the wind outside, giving him that effortless, just rolled out of bed look that Nicholas had always envied but never achieved. He wore a dark blue button-down shirt that made his eyes pop, sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms that were clearly familiar with a gym. His jeans were well-fitted without being too tight, and he carried a bottle of wine in one hand, a small bouquet of flowers in the other. Nicole froze mid-step, suddenly extremely aware of her heartbeat, which seemed to be performing a drum solo in her chest. This was Brad Henderson, the guy Nicholas had dismissed as boring and pretentious, the guy Sarah's parents adored, the guy Nicole apparently had written Mrs. Brad Henderson about in her notebooks as a teenager. And he was looking directly at her, his blue eyes widening slightly as they locked with hers, a smile spreading across his face that could only be described as dazzling. "Nicole," he said, her name in his voice sending an unexpected shiver down her spine. "There you are. I was just asking about you." Brad had just stepped inside, running a hand through his slightly messy dark brown hair, when Nicole walked back into the room. The motion was casual, but somehow magnetic. The kind of absent gesture that seemed tailor-made for a cologne commercial. He was taller than Nicole remembered. Or perhaps she was just shorter now. His broad shoulders filling the door frame like he'd been designed to perfectly occupy that exact space. She didn't notice him at first. Her attention was on not spilling her water as she carefully navigated the treacherous terrain of hardwood flooring and stilettos that seemed determined to be her downfall. But the moment she glanced up and saw him, she froze mid-step, as if she'd suddenly forgotten how walking worked. The glass of water almost slipped from her fingers, and she clutched it tighter, her knuckles turning white with the effort. Brad turned his head toward her. His deep blue eyes that Nicholas had always dismissively described as regular blue, nothing special, but that Nicole now realized were the exact shade of a summer sky just before sunset, locking onto hers with an intensity that felt like a physical touch. For a moment, neither of them said a word. The room seemed to shrink around them, the Henderson living room collapsing like a dying star, until there was nothing but the space between them, and that space practically crackled with tension. Nicole felt her heart hammering in her chest, her pulse racing like she'd just run a marathon in these ridiculous heels. "Oh no, oh no, oh no," her brain chanted in a panicked loop. "This is not happening. I am not attracted to Sarah's brother. I am not feeling whatever this is. This is just shock. Or hormones. Or some cosmic practical joke that isn't funny." Brad's expression was unreadable at first, a mix of confusion and surprise, his eyebrows drawing together slightly as he stared at her. But then his lips curved into a slow, almost disbelieving smile, like he was trying to piece together a puzzle that didn't quite make sense. It was the kind of smile that started in his eyes before it reached his mouth, spreading across his face like sunrise breaking over the horizon. "Nicole," he said finally, her name in his voice rich and warm, tinged with a bit of awe that sent an unexpected shiver down her spine. "Is that you?" Nicole's mouth opened, but no sound came out. She felt like a deer caught in headlights, her brain short-circuiting under the weight of his gaze. Her new body seemed to have its own responses, her pulse quickening, her cheeks warming without her permission. He looked good. Too good. Unfairly good, in a way that Nicholas had never appreciated, but that Nicole found impossible to ignore. His button-up shirt stretched perfectly over his broad chest, hinting at well-defined muscles beneath without being showy about it, and the sleeves were rolled up just enough to show off his strong forearms, lightly tanned and dusted with dark hair. His jeans fit like they'd been custom-tailored by someone with an intimate knowledge of the male form, and his scruff gave him an effortlessly rugged look that balanced perfectly with his otherwise polished appearance. "You're staring," a little voice in her head that sounded suspiciously like Sarah pointed out. "Say something, idiot." "Hi," she managed, the word coming out as a squeak rather than the casual greeting she'd intended. She cleared her throat and tried again. "Hi, Brad." Sarah, who had been watching the whole thing unfold from the couch like it was the season finale of her favorite reality show, smirked. "Well, this is awkward." "Sorry, Brad." Nicole's apparently forgotten how to use her words. She's usually much more articulate. Mrs. Henderson beamed from her armchair, oblivious to the electric tension crackling between her son and her daughter's best friend. "Oh, Brad, you're finally here. And look who's joined us, Nicole. Isn't it wonderful? You haven't seen her since she was, 14? With those adorable braces, and that science fair project about. What was it, dear?" "Volcanic eruptions," Nicole supplied automatically, pulling the fact from her dual-track memories before realizing she'd spoken aloud. "I made it a papier-mâché volcano." It exploded all over the gym floor. They had to evacuate. "That's right," Mrs. Henderson laughed, clapping her hands together. It was quite the spectacle. The principal was not pleased, but it was very dramatic. Brad's eyes never left Nicole's as he stepped further into the room. his smile softening into something that made her stomach do a gymnastics routine worthy of an Olympic gold medal. Yeah? It's been a while. His gaze flicked over her in one smooth motion, not in a leering way, but in a way that made Nicole feel like she was the only person in the room, like he was truly seeing her. You've changed. Nicole's cheeks burned hot enough to roast marshmallows. Yeah? You could say that. More than you could possibly imagine, she added silently. Like, completely different chromosomes kind of change. Sarah, ever the troublemaker, couldn't resist chiming in, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Changed? Oh, come on, Brad. She's blossomed. You should have seen her back in high school. Braces, bad haircut. That unfortunate phase where she thought neon green eye shadow was flattering. The whole deal. But now, she gestured dramatically at Nicole, who was too flustered to respond. Now she's like a walking Instagram filter. All natural beauty and perfect lighting. Nicole shot Sarah a look that said, I will murder you later in your sleep, with your own straightening iron. Brad chuckled, the sound warm and rich like good bourbon, as he rubbed the back of his neck, a gesture that revealed a glimpse of his wrists where a simple leather watch encircled it. Well, you look great, Nicole. Really great. There was a sincerity in his voice that cut through Nicole's panic, a genuine appreciation that made her feel both self-conscious and strangely pleased. Nicole swallowed hard, trying to ignore the butterflies doing somersaults in her stomach. Thanks, she managed, her voice barely above a whisper. You too. Look great, I mean. Not changed. Well, yes, changed. But in a good way. A very good way. She clamped her mouth shut before she could dig herself any deeper into verbal quicksand. The silence stretched for a moment too long, taut as a guitar string about to snap, and it was clear to everyone in the room that something was happening between them. The way Brad looked at Nicole, like he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing, like she was a mirage that might disappear if he blinked. And the way Nicole couldn't seem to tear her eyes away from him, was enough to make even Mr. Henderson glance up from the TV, his eyebrows raising in paternal interest. Are the Cowboys winning? Brad asked his father without looking away from Nicole, an obvious attempt to break the charged silence. Not by enough, Mr. Henderson replied, his eyes darting between his son and Nicole with newfound curiosity. But there's still time. Unlike this moment, which seems to be stretching into eternity. Dad. Brad groaned, finally breaking eye contact with Nicole to shoot his father an exasperated look. What? Mr. Henderson shrugged innocently. Just making an observation. You two are staring at each other like you're in one of those romance movies your mother watches. Well, Mrs. Henderson interjected brightly, clapping her hands together as if to physically disperse the tension. This is lovely. Brad, why don't you sit down? Nicole, dear, you can sit next to him. Catch up. Oh, it's so nice having everyone together again. I've made your favorite pot roast, Brad, and those little roasted potatoes Nicole always loved. And Sarah helped with the salad, though helped might be generous. She mostly supervised while texting. I provided moral support, Sarah corrected primly. Crucial to the cooking process. Nicole's eyes widened in alarm at the seating suggestion. Yasu, tu. Oh, I. Sarah grabbed her arm before she could protest, steering her toward the couch with the determination of a sheepdog, herding a reluctant sheep. Great idea, Mom. Go on, Nicole. Sit. Bond. Reminisce. Reunite. All that good stuff. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Only Nicole could hear. And try not to spill that water all over yourself when his arm brushes yours. Nicole shot her a panicked look, but Sarah just grinned and gave her a little shove that nearly sent Nicole toppling into Brad's chest. Brad, to his credit, reached out to steady her with a hand on her elbow, the brief contact sending an electric current straight up her arm. Before she knew it, she was sitting on the couch, Brad settling into the seat next to her, the cushions dipping under his weight and causing her to slide ever so slightly in his direction. He was close, too close. So close that she could smell his cologne, something warm and woodsy with hints of cedar and spice that made her head spin in a way that was both alarming and intoxicating. His thigh was inches from hers, and the heat radiating from his body seemed to create its own magnetic field, drawing her in despite her best efforts to maintain a respectable distance. "So," Brad said, turning to her with that same disarming smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes in a way that was unfairly attractive. "What's new with you? Besides becoming the most beautiful woman in the room." The compliment was delivered with such casual sincerity that it took Nicole a moment to process it, and when she did, her brain seemed to short-circuit all over again. Nicole's mind completely blanked, every coherent thought evaporating like water on hot pavement. Water," she blurted, holding up her glass like it was some kind of prize trophy she'd just won at the most awkward person Olympics. "I got water from the kitchen, where water lives." "Oh God, stop talking," she silently begged herself. Brad chuckled, his laugh deep and genuine, the kind that came from the belly rather than just the throat. "Well, that's a start. Hydration is important. I've been on a health kick myself since the divorce. Turns out cooking for one is actually easier than cooking for someone who thought ketchup was a vegetable." Jessica didn't know the difference between basil and poison ivy. Sarah contributed helpfully from her perch on the armchair across from them. "Remember that camping trip? The wild herb garnish incident?" Brad winced. 3 days of calamine lotion and regret. Not my finest moment. Nicole found herself laughing despite her nerves, the sound surprising her with its musical quality. "I remember," she began, then caught herself not sure if Nicole would have been there for that story. But as she searched her dual memories, she found that yes, Nicole had indeed been present for that infamous camping trip, though in a very different capacity than Nicholas had been. "You remember?" Brad prompted, his eyes lighting up with interest. "The poison ivy fiasco," Nicole confirmed, finding her voice as she settled into the memory. "Sarah invited me along. I was the one who identified it before anyone actually ate it. My grandfather was a botanist," she added, pulling this fact from her Nicole memories. "That's right." Brad snapped his fingers, his face breaking into a grin. "You saved us all from an extremely uncomfortable internal rash. My hero." He placed a hand over his heart in mock solemnity, though the admiration in his eyes seemed genuine. Sarah, watching from across the room, leaned toward her mom and whispered loud enough for everyone to hear, "I think Brad's thirsty, too. And not for water, if you catch my meaning." Nicole nearly choked on her water, sputtering as it went down the wrong pipe, while Brad just laughed, shaking his head at his sister's antics. His hand briefly touched Nicole's back as she coughed, a gentle, concerned pat that nevertheless sent tingles racing along her spine. "You okay?" he asked, his face close to hers, eyes concerned. "Fine," she wheezed, mortified. "Just trying to drown myself internally. No big deal." "Don't do that," he said, his voice dropping lower so only she could hear. "I just found you again. It would be a shame to lose you to a water-related incident." The implication that he had been looking for her, or at least thinking about her, made Nicole's heart flutter in a way that was completely foreign to her former Nicholas self, but felt strangely natural to her now. It was as if her body knew how to respond to Brad, even if her mind was still catching up. Mrs. Henderson, with the timing of a mother who sensed romance brewing and wanted to either encourage it or embarrass her children, possibly both, chose that moment to announce dinner's almost ready. "Brad, why don't you help Nicole set the table? The good china is in the cabinet where it's always been." "Mom," Brad groaned, "we don't need the good china. It's just us." "Nicole isn't just anything," Mrs. Henderson replied with a pointed look. "And we're celebrating your return to civilized society post-divorce. That warrants the good china." "Can't argue with that logic," Sarah sing-songed, clearly enjoying the show. "Go on, you two. Go play with the fancy plates. Try not to break anything, including sexual tension." Sarah, both Brad and Nicole exclaimed in unison, then looked at each other in surprise before breaking into laughter. But as the conversation picked up around them, Nicole couldn't help but glance at Brad again. And every time she did, she found him already looking at her, his gaze warm and interested in a way that made her feel both unsettled and thrilled. It was a completely new sensation, being looked at this way by someone she had known for years, but was somehow meeting for the first time. As Brad stood and offered her his hand to help her up from the couch, a playful smile on his lips, Nicole realized with a mixture of alarm and anticipation that this dinner was going to be far more complicated than she had anticipated. And despite her earlier panic, she wasn't entirely sure that was a bad thing. "Shall we?" he asked, his hand extended, steady and inviting. Nicole hesitated for just a moment before placing her smaller hand in his, the contact sending another jolt through her system. "Lead the way," she said, surprised by the steadiness in her voice when everything inside her felt like it was tumbling in free fall. As they moved toward the dining room, Nicole caught Sarah's triumphant smirk and mouthed "I hate you" over her shoulder. Sarah, unrepentant, simply raised her glass in a silent toast, her eyes sparkling with what could only be described as matchmaking glee. Dinner at the Henderson household was a lively affair, filled with warm conversation, clinking silverware, and the aroma of Mrs. Henderson's famous roast chicken wafting through the air like a gourmet perfume. The dining room, with its cherry wood table and matching hutch displaying decades of collected china, felt both familiar and alien to Nicole. She'd sat at this table countless times as Nicholas, demolishing second and third helpings with the enthusiasm of a teenage boy whose metabolism operated at warp speed. Now, however, she was still feeling like a fish out of water, albeit a very attractive fish in a tight red dress that seemed determined to ride up with every breath she took. Seated between Sarah and Brad at the oval table, she was hyper-aware of her every move, from the way she delicately picked at her food, when had she started being delicate about anything, to the way her legs crossed under the table, occasionally brushing against Brad's, in a way that sent electric currents up her spine. The heels weren't helping either. Her feet felt like they were training for a marathon in stilettos, designed by a sadist with a grudge against comfort. "I think my feet have filed for divorce from the rest of my body," she whispered to Sarah when Mrs. Henderson stepped into the kitchen to get more gravy. "Beauty is pain," Sarah whispered back, unsympathetically. "Besides, Brad hasn't taken his eyes off you since you sat down. I'd say the torture devices are working." Nicole glanced up to find that, indeed, Brad was watching her with a bemused smile, quickly averting his gaze when she caught him. The realization sent a flush of warmth through her that had nothing to do with the temperature of the dining room. "Nicole, sweetheart, you barely touched your food," Mrs. Henderson said upon returning, setting down the gravy boat with a concerned look etched on her face. She gestured to Nicole's plate, which still contained most of the generous helping she'd been served. "You used to eat like a linebacker when you came over. 3 helpings minimum. Are you on one of those trendy college diets? The ones where you only eat things that are purple on Tuesdays or whatever nonsense they're pushing nowadays?" Nicole froze, her fork halfway to her mouth like a conductor's baton suspended mid-symphony. "Oh no, I'm just not super hungry tonight." "But this is delicious," She stuffed a small bite of chicken into her mouth to prove her point, chewing slowly, trying not to choke under the pressure of everyone's attention. The food was, in fact, amazing. Mrs. Henderson's roast chicken was legendary in 3 counties. But Nicole's stomach was in such knots that eating felt like an Olympic event. Sarah smirked, spearing a piece of asparagus with her fork with predatory precision. "Don't worry, Mom. Nicole's just trying to maintain her girlish figure." She shot Nicole a teasing look, her eyes dancing with mischief. "You know how it is. Gotta keep those curves in all the right places." This earned her a sharp jab in the ribs under the table from Nicole's elbow, which Sarah skillfully dodged, years of sibling warfare having honed her reflexes. "Girlish figure," Mr. Henderson chimed in from the head of the table, his eyes narrowing playfully as he pointed his fork at Nicole, like it was a detective's accusatory finger. "Back in the day, you used to challenge Brad to eating contests. Nearly put him in the hospital. That one Christmas with the gingerbread men. You still hold the record for the most slices of pizza eaten in one sitting. What was it? 15. 17. Brad corrected, raising his eyebrows at Nicole with something that looked suspiciously like admiration. And she did it while explaining the plot of Star Wars to Grandma Jenkins, who kept mixing up Darth Vader with Dart Vader, whoever that is. Nicole felt her cheeks burn as she nervously laughed, the sound higher and more melodious than she was used to. "Oh, yeah. That was a different era. Before I discovered the harsh reality of metabolism. After 21, the lie rolled off her tongue surprisingly easily, even as her brain screamed that less than 8 hours ago, she had been a 6'2" male who could, and regularly did, eat an entire pizza without remorse. Brad, who had been quietly observing their banter with the careful attention of someone studying a fascinating but potentially dangerous animal, grinned. His smile transformed his whole face, softening the sharp angles of his jawline and bringing warmth to his eyes. "You were unstoppable. I think I gave up after slice number 12. You didn't even look fazed. Just kept going like the pizza was your personal Everest, and you were determined to conquer it." Nicole glanced at him, her heart doing a weird, unfamiliar flip that felt like a gymnast attempting a triple backflip without proper training. "What can I say? I was carb loading before it was cool." She tried for a casual shrug, but the movement caused her dress to shift in a way that made her immediately regret drawing any attention to her upper body. The table erupted into laughter, and Nicole felt herself relax ever so slightly, like a guitar string being loosened a quarter turn. The jokes and easy camaraderie reminded her of the old days, back when she was Nicholas, and could hide behind baggy sweaters and sarcastic comments. It was strange, though. Everyone treated her like she'd always been Nicole, the pretty girl next door with a penchant for theater. But the memories of her Nicholas life were still vivid in her mind. Like a movie she'd watched so many times she could recite the dialogue. It was like she was straddling 2 worlds, trying to figure out her place in this new reality, while not completely letting go of who she used to be. "Remember when Nicole tried to teach Brad how to dance for his senior prom?" Sarah asked, a devious glint in her eye as she reached for her water glass. She kept telling him he had the rhythm of a 3-legged giraffe on roller skates. "That's because he did," Nicole replied automatically, then caught herself wondering if this was a memory from her Nicholas life or her Nicole life. To her surprise, it seemed to be both. Nicholas had reluctantly helped Brad practice after Sarah begged him, while Nicole had enthusiastically volunteered, secretly thrilled to be in close proximity to her crush. "I've improved since then," Brad defended himself good-naturedly, taking a sip of his wine. "Jessica made me take ballroom dancing classes before our wedding. Said she didn't want to be embarrassed in front of her society friends." He rolled his eyes, but there was a hint of lingering hurt beneath the casual dismissal. "Well, that's one thing she contributed to society," Sarah muttered. "Teaching my brother not to step on women's toes. Literally, if not figuratively. Sarah, Mrs. Henderson warned, though her tone lacked any real reprimand. It was clear the entire Henderson clan shared a unified disdain for Brad's ex-wife. What? I'm just saying, a broken clock is right twice a day, and Jessica was right about Brad's dancing. Everything else was a disaster. But she got that one thing correct. Hey, Brad protested mildly. I'm sitting right here. We know, dear, his mother patted his hand consolingly. Your presence is hard to miss. Especially when you're making those puppy dog eyes at Nicole. Nicole nearly dropped her fork at this direct call-out, and Brad coughed into his napkin, clearly caught off guard by his mother's bluntness. Mom, he groaned, running a hand through his hair in embarrassment. I'm not making any kind of eyes. Sure you're not, Mr. Henderson chuckled, spearing a roast potato with his fork. And I'm not going bald. So, Brad, Sarah said with a sly grin, clearly enjoying stirring the pot more than the actual mashed potatoes on her plate. How's the single life treating you? Meeting anyone interesting since the divorce? Any promising Tinder matches or workplace romances I should know about? Brad rolled his eyes, setting down his fork with a clatter that spoke of his comfort in this family dynamic. Oh, you know. Thrilling. Lots of TV dinners, late-night work emails, and my dog judging me when I talk to him about my day. Rocky's a harsh critic. He just sits there, tilts his head, and somehow makes me feel like I'm failing at adulting. Dogs are excellent judges of character. Mrs. Henderson nodded sagely. That's why Rocky always growled at Jessica. He didn't growl, Brad corrected, though a smile played at the corners of his mouth. He just strategically relocated himself whenever she entered a room. Smart dog, Mr. Henderson muttered into his wine glass. You know, Sarah said, leaning back in her chair with the casual air of someone about to drop a conversational bomb. Nicole's single, too. Maybe you two should compare notes. Trade war stories from the dating battlefield. Exchange tactical advice. Nicole nearly choked on her water for what felt like the 100th time that evening, the liquid going down the wrong pipe and sending her into a coughing fit. Brad, showing quick reflexes, handed her his napkin while giving his sister a withering look that could have withered an entire garden. Really, Sarah, that's your idea of subtle. What? Sarah asked, blinking innocently, though the mischievous twinkle in her eye betrayed her like a poker tell. I'm just saying, you two used to be so close. It's nice seeing you reconnect. Besides, Nicole's dating history makes your disaster marriage look like a Disney fairy tale. It does not, Nicole protested, once she could breathe again, her voice coming out higher than intended. My dating life is perfectly adequate. Adequate? Sarah repeated with a snort. Your last boyfriend thought the Renaissance was a hotel in Las Vegas. To be fair, Nicole found herself saying, drawing on the Nicole memories that felt increasingly natural, he wasn't completely wrong. There is a Renaissance hotel in Vegas. He just extrapolated incorrectly. Brad laughed, a genuine sound that seemed to come from deep in his chest. Well, at least he was in the general vicinity of being right. Jessica once told her book club that Hemingway was that guy who makes the purses. Nicole couldn't help but giggle, the sound surprising her with its lightness. You're kidding. I wish I was. Brad shook his head, his eyes crinkling at the corners in a way that was unfairly attractive. I tried to correct her, but apparently I was mansplaining literature and got banished to the garage for the evening. The garage? Nicole asked, raising an eyebrow. What were you? A car. No. But I was treated with about as much respect as one, Brad replied dryly. At least the cars got covered when it rained. As the conversation carried on, Nicole found herself laughing more and more, her nerves slowly melting away like ice cream on a hot sidewalk. The Hendersons were warm and welcoming, just as they'd always been, and the jokes about the past, like the time Nicole as Nicholas had accidentally flooded their bathroom trying to fix a leaky pipe with duct tape and optimism, helped her feel less like an imposter and more like, well, herself. Even Brad's occasional glances, which she caught more frequently as the meal progressed, didn't feel as intimidating anymore. They felt nice, like sunshine on skin after a long winter. Remember when Nicole tried to cut her own bangs before junior prom? Sarah asked, clearly on a mission to excavate every potentially embarrassing memory from their shared past. She showed up looking like she'd been attacked by a weed whacker. I was going for edgy, Nicole defended herself, surprised to find that she actually did remember this, or rather, her Nicole self did. I wanted to look like Zooey Deschanel. I ended up looking more like Edward Scissorhands had a bad day. You still looked beautiful, Brad said, the words slipping out before he seemed to realize what he was saying. When everyone turned to look at him, he cleared his throat and hastily added, I mean, in a haircut disaster kind of way. Smooth, Brad, Sarah snickered. Real smooth. What Brad means, Mrs. Henderson intervened kindly, is that Nicole has always been lovely, regardless of unfortunate hair choices or fashion experiments. Remember that phase with the neon leg warmers? Mom, Nicole protested, feeling herself blush again. Those were cool at the time. They really weren't, Brad said, but his smile took any sting out of the word. But somehow you made them work. You've always had that quality, making the ridiculous seem charming. The compliment, delivered so casually yet sincerely, sent a warm flutter through Nicole's chest. She found herself smiling back at him, forgetting for a moment about the strangeness of her situation, about the dress that was too tight or the heels that were killing her feet. Speaking of charming, Mr. Henderson chimed in, his eyes moving between Brad and Nicole with poorly disguised interest. Who's ready for dessert? Margaret made her famous chocolate mousse. The one with the little chocolate curls on top, Nicole asked excitedly, remembering how much both Nicholas and Nicole had loved that dessert. The very same, Mrs. Henderson confirmed with a pleased smile. I remembered it was your favorite. As Mrs. Henderson stood to clear the plates, insisting that no, they didn't need to help, Nicole caught Brad looking at her again. This time, though, she didn't look away. Instead, she smiled. A small tentative curve of her lips that was answered by his own broader grin. It's really good to see you again, Nicole, he said quietly, his voice pitched just for her ears while his parents and Sarah debated the merits of whipped cream versus ice cream, as an accompaniment to the mouse. I've missed this. Missed you. The simple admission sent a ripple of something warm and unfamiliar through Nicole's body, from the top of her head to the tips of her aching toes. I've missed you too, she replied, surprised to find that it wasn't entirely a lie. Part of her, the growing Nicole part, had indeed missed Brad Henderson, with his kind eyes and crooked smile. And for the first time since her transformation, Nicole thought that maybe, just maybe, being Nicole instead of Nicholas wasn't the worst thing that could have happened. After dinner, Nicole needed some air. Between the tight dress that seemed to constrict with each breath, the slightly too high heels that had transformed her feet into throbbing monuments to fashion's cruelty, and the whirlwind of emotions swirling in her chest like a hurricane of confusion, she felt like she might burst if she didn't take a moment to breathe. The Henderson household, with its warm laughter and endless parade of embarrassing stories, had become suffocating despite its familiarity. I think I'm going to step outside for a minute, she announced, pushing back from the table where Sarah and her parents were still debating the merits of various dessert toppings. With the passionate intensity of Supreme Court justices. Sarah shot her a knowing look. Running away already. We haven't even gotten to the part where Mom breaks out the baby pictures. Just need some fresh air, Nicole replied, wobbling slightly as she stood. 4 hours in heels had transformed her walk into something between a newborn giraffe and a drunk flamingo. Besides, I've seen all the baby pictures. Multiple times. Mrs. Henderson beamed. That's true. You've been part of the family for so long, Nicole. It's like having another daughter. The comment sent a pang through Nicole's chest. If only they knew that until this morning, she'd been Nicholas. The boy next door, not the potential daughter-in-law they were clearly positioning her as, judging by Mrs. Henderson's not-so-subtle hints throughout dinner. She slipped out onto the back porch, carefully navigating the sliding door without catching her dress. The cool evening air hit her like a welcome embrace, a blessed relief against her flushed skin. The Hendersons' backyard was as picturesque as ever, with fairy lights strung along the wooden fence like captured stars, and a few cozy chairs arranged around a small fire pit that glowed with dying embers. The scent of jasmine from Mrs. Henderson's prized garden mingled with the wood smoke, creating an intoxicating fragrance that instantly calmed Nicole's frayed nerves. Nicole sank onto the cushioned love seat, tucking her legs under her and letting out a deep sigh that seemed to come from the depths of her soul. She kicked off the torture devices masquerading as shoes, wiggling her toes in relief. For the first time all evening, she felt like she could just be, without the pressure of maintaining a facade or navigating the treacherous waters of her new identity. "What a day," she murmured to herself, looking up at the stars that were just beginning to appear in the twilight sky. One minute I'm Nicholas, eating pizza rolls and watching ESPN, and the next I'm Nicole, wearing a dress that could double as a tourniquet and having dinner with. The quiet didn't last long. The sound of the sliding door opening made her glance over her shoulder, cutting off her verbal processing. Brad stepped out, a beer in one hand and a curious look on his face that made something flutter in Nicole's stomach. He'd loosened his collar and rolled up his sleeves further, giving him a relaxed, approachable aura that was dangerously appealing. "Mind if I join you?" he asked, his voice gentle, as if afraid he might be intruding on a private moment. Nicole hesitated for a moment, her conflicting instincts warring within her. Nicholas would have shrugged casually, made some sarcastic comment about needing a break from Sarah's endless teasing. But Nicole, this new, unfamiliar version of herself, felt a flutter of anticipation at the prospect of being alone with Brad. "Sure," she finally replied, gesturing to the empty space beside her. Then, realizing that might seem too forward, she quickly added, "It's your house." "Smooth, real smooth." Brad chuckled, the sound warm and rich in the quiet evening air. Instead of sitting next to her on the love seat, which both disappointed and relieved Nicole in equal measure, he took a seat in the chair across from her, angling it slightly to face her better. "Technically, it's my parents' house," he corrected with a self-deprecating smile. "I'm just crushing here for a bit while I sort some things out. Post-divorce life isn't exactly what they show in the movies. Less dramatic revelations, more paperwork and arguing over who gets the good coffee maker." Nicole nodded, wrapping her arms around her knees in a gesture that felt protective. "It's nice here. Peaceful." "Nee." She glanced around the backyard, remembering countless summer barbecues and winter snowball fights that had taken place in this very spot. Some things never change. Brad took a sip of his beer, studying her over the rim of the bottle with an intensity that made her want to squirm. "You okay? You seemed a little off at dinner. Not that I'm complaining about the company, but you were quieter than I remember." The Nicole I knew never stopped talking, especially when Sarah tried to embarrass her. Nicole forced a small smile, trying to channel her inner actress. "Just a lot going on, I guess. Coming back here, seeing everyone again. It's a lot to take in." That, at least, wasn't a lie. Plus, these heels are basically medieval torture devices. I'm pretty sure they were designed by someone who hates feet. And women. And possibly humanity, in general. Brad laughed, his eyes crinkling at the corners, in a way that was unfairly attractive. "They look great, though. The heels, I mean. And the dress." His gaze flickered briefly over her, before returning to her face, a flush creeping up his neck. Not that I mean, I wasn't staring or anything. Sure you weren't, Nicole teased, surprising herself with how easily the banter came. That's why you knocked over your water glass when I reached for the salt. That was, Brad started, then shook his head with a rueful smile. Okay, busted. But in my defense, you look amazing. It's kind of hard not to notice. The compliment sent a wave of warmth through to Nicole that had nothing to do with temperature. Thanks, she said softly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. You clean up pretty nicely yourself. The divorced guy crashing at his parents' place looks suits you. Brad grinned, raising his beer in a mock toast. I'll drink to that. Here's to rock bottom looking surprisingly good on both of us. Nicole tilted her head. How are you holding up with all that? Sarah mentioned it's been rough. Something about your ex-wife taking everything, including the dog. Rocky was non-negotiable, Brad clarified. I would have given up the house, the car, and my left kidney before letting her take my dog. But she got pretty much everything else. His smile dimmed slightly, a shadow crossing his features. It's been an adjustment. But, honestly, I think it was for the best. We weren't happy, and it wasn't fair to either of us to keep pretending we were. Now, I'm just trying to figure out what's next. He took another swig of beer, his gaze drifting toward the fire pit. Sorry, didn't mean to get all deep and philosophical on you. Divorce tends to bring out the amateur poet in me, much to Sarah's horror. Nicole nodded, her heart aching a little at how vulnerable he sounded. It was strange, she remembered Brad, as this larger-than-life figure, someone Nicholas had found pretentious and Sarah had idolized. But sitting here now, he felt more human. More real. Less like Sarah's perfect older brother, and more like a person trying to navigate life's complications, just like everyone else. Don't apologize, she said. It's nice to hear someone be honest for a change. Everyone's always so busy presenting their highlight reel, you know. Look at my amazing vacation and check out my perfect relationship, and here's my incredible career achievement. Nobody ever posts about the messy stuff. Brad's expression softened into something that looked dangerously like admiration. That's surprisingly insightful, and exactly why I deleted all my social media after the split. Couldn't stand seeing everyone's carefully curated happiness while I was eating cereal for dinner and trying to figure out how the washing machine works. You didn't know how to use a washing machine? Nicole asked, raising an eyebrow. In my defense, Jessica insisted on handling all the laundry. Said I'd do it wrong. Turns out, she was right. My first solo load turned all my white shirts pink. But I've improved. Now, only half my wardrobe is accidentally tie-dyed. Nicole laughed, the sound echoing in the quiet yard. I could teach you sometime. Proper laundry sorting is one of my many talents. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized how they might sound, like she was offering to do his laundry, an intimate domestic task that implied a level of comfort and familiarity that they didn't actually have. At least, not anymore. Brad's eyebrows shot up, a slow smile spreading across his face. I might take you up on that. My socks would appreciate a professional intervention. Before the moment could become too charged, he shifted gears. What about you? Brad asked, his eyes meeting hers with genuine interest. What's college life been like for you? Sarah mentions you sometimes. But you know how she is. More interested in the dramatic bits than the day-to-day. Nicole hesitated, unsure how to answer without slipping up. Her memories of Nicole's college experience were there, but accessing them felt like trying to recall a movie she'd seen years ago. The highlights were clear, but the details were fuzzy. It's been good. Busy. Lots of changes, you know, she said vaguely, hoping he wouldn't press for specifics. Less dramatic than Sarah probably makes it sound. Mostly just classes, and trying to figure out what I want to do with my life. The usual existential college crisis. Brad smiled, the firelight casting warm shadows across his face. Yeah, I can imagine. You've definitely changed since the last time I saw you. And I don't just mean? He gestured vaguely in her direction physically. Though, that's pretty impressive too. Nicole's cheeks flushed, and she was grateful for the dim lighting that hopefully concealed her reaction. Is that a good thing? The change, I mean. Brad's smile softened, his eyes never leaving hers. Yeah. It's a good thing. You were always nice, but you seem more confident now. More yourself, if that makes sense. The irony of his statement, considering she was literally a different person than she had been that morning, was not lost on Nicole, but she found herself smiling back nonetheless. Thanks. I think I am more myself these days. They fell into an easy rhythm after that, talking about everything and nothing. Favorite movies. Brad loved classic film noir, while Nicole confessed a weakness for cheesy rom-coms. Embarrassing childhood stories, including the time Brad accidentally set fire to his science project the night before it was due. And even a heated debate over whether pineapple belonged on pizza. Brad was vehemently against it, while Nicole argued for culinary open-mindedness. It's fruit, Brad protested, gesturing with his now empty beer bottle. Fruit doesn't belong on pizza. It's a violation of the natural order. Tomatoes are technically fruit, Nicole countered, enjoying the flash of consternation that crossed his face. So, by your logic, regular pizza is already a fruit-based dish. You can't just, Brad spluttered, then groaned. Fine. You win this round with your fancy tomatoes, a fruit argument. But I maintain that pineapple is an abomination on pizza. Some lines shouldn't be crossed. Nicole found herself laughing more than she had in weeks, and the way Brad looked at her, like she was the most interesting person in the world, made her heart flutter in a way she wasn't sure she was ready to unpack. It was disconcerting how comfortable this felt, sitting here with Brad, joking and talking as if they'd been friends for years. Which, in a way, they had been, just not quite like this. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed in what felt like minutes. Nicole was curled up on the love seat, her legs tucked under her, her shoes long forgotten on the porch floor. Brad had moved to sit on the edge of the fire pit, closer to her now, his elbows resting on his knees as he leaned forward, engaged in their conversation like it was the most important thing in the world. The fireflies had emerged, dancing in the distance like fairy lights come to life, and the cool breeze carried the faint scent of flowers from the garden. The moon hung low and full in the sky, casting everything in a silvery glow that felt almost magical. It felt perfect. Like a scene from one of those rom-coms Nicole had just admitted to loving. And then, of course, Sarah ruined it. The sliding door burst open with unnecessary force, the sound shattering the intimate atmosphere like a rock through glass. Sarah stepped onto the porch, her hands on her hips in a pose that screamed, "I found something interesting, and I'm about to make it uncomfortable for everyone involved." "There you two are," she exclaimed, her voice too loud for the peaceful setting. "I was about to send out a search party. Or call the police to report a missing persons case. Or at least check the bushes for signs of forbidden romance." Nicole and Brad both looked up, startled out of their comfortable bubble. Sarah's eyes flicked between them, taking in their proximity, the abandoned shoes, the empty beer bottles, and a grin spread across her face that could only be described as diabolical. Well, she drawled, leaning against the doorframe with exaggerated casualness. "Looks like someone's having a little heart-to-heart. Or maybe something more. Should I come back later, perhaps tomorrow, next week?" Nicole groaned, burying her face in her hands. Sarah. The name came out as a plea for mercy that she knew would fall on deaf ears. Brad smirked, leaning back and crossing his arms over his chest. Can't get anything past you, huh? Your detective skills are unparalleled. Sherlock Holmes would be jealous. Sarah wiggled her eyebrows suggestively, undeterred by their collective exasperation. Nope. No. I have a sixth sense for these things. Call it sister's intuition. So, what are we talking about out here in the moonlight, life, love? The fact that Nicole used to have a massive crush on you, that was so obvious even Dad noticed. Nicole's head shot up, her face instantly transforming into a beacon of mortification that could probably be seen from space. Sarah. The name came out as a strangled yelp this time. Brad raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by this new piece of information. His eyes darted to Nicole, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, is that true? The plot thickens. Nicole glared at Sarah with enough intensity to wilt plants. I'm going to kill you. Slowly. With those shoes. She pointed at the abandoned heels. I'm going to stab you, repeatedly, with the pointy parts until you beg for mercy. Sarah just laughed, entirely unintimidated by the threat. Promises, promises. You've been threatening to kill me since we were 7, and I cut the hair off your favorite Barbie. I'm still waiting. She backed toward the door. Her mission of maximum embarrassment accomplished. You two have fun. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. That leaves a disturbing amount of options open, Brad called after her. Exactly. Sarah shot back with a wink before sliding the door shut behind her. As the door closed, Nicole sighed deeply, her face still burning hot enough to reheat the Hendersons' leftovers. Brad chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he watched her reaction. So, a crush, huh? Was it the poetry that won you over, or my stunning good looks? He struck a mock heroic pose that made him look ridiculous and endearing all at once. Nicole groaned, covering her face again. I'm never going to hear the end of this, am I? Sarah's going to bring it up at every family gathering for the next 50 years. Brad's smile widened, genuine warmth replacing the teasing glint in his eyes. Probably not. Sarah has the memory of an elephant when it comes to embarrassing information. It's her superpower. He paused, then added in a softer tone, For what it's worth, I'm kind of flattered. Teenage me would have been over the moon to know that the pretty smart girl next door had a thing for him. Nicole peeked at him through her fingers, her embarrassment fading slightly at his gentle tone. Really? I always thought you saw me as just Sarah's annoying friend. Not even close, Brad admitted, looking slightly embarrassed himself now. I thought you were way too cool to even notice me. You are always so confident, so sure of yourself. Meanwhile, I was this awkward bookworm trying to figure out how to talk to girls without sounding like a complete idiot. You, awkward. Nicole found that hard to believe, looking at the confident man before her. But then, rifling through her dual-track memories, she could see it. A younger Brad, lankier and less sure of himself, nervously dropping books whenever Nicole entered a room. Hard to believe, I know, Brad said, with a self-deprecating laugh. But it's true. I was a disaster. Ask Sarah. She has an extensive catalog of my teenage humiliations ready for any occasion. Nicole lowered her hands from her face, her embarrassment giving way to curiosity. So you're saying if I had made a move back then? Brad's eyes widened slightly, a flush creeping up his neck again. I probably would have spontaneously combusted from shock and joy. But yes, I would have been very receptive. Extremely receptive. Embarrassingly receptive, even. The admission hung in the air between them, charged with possibilities and what-ifs. Nicole found herself smiling, a small, genuine curve of her lips that felt natural despite the strangeness of the situation. Well, she said softly, I guess we were both oblivious teens. Brad nodded, his expression softening as he held her gaze. Looks that way. But you know what they say, better late than never. The implication in his words was unmistakable, and Nicole felt her heart skip a beat. Before she could respond, however, the sliding door opened again, this time revealing Mrs. Henderson holding a tray of desserts. I thought you two might like some chocolate mousse out here, she announced, either oblivious to or deliberately ignoring the moment she'd interrupted. It's such a lovely night for a little moonlit dessert. Brad sighed, shooting Nicole an apologetic look that promised their conversation wasn't over. Thanks, Mom. Your timing is impeccable, as always. It wasn't long before Sarah announced that it was time to head back to the dorms, despite Mrs. Henderson's protests that it was too late for driving and they should just stay the night. After all, Nicole's old sleeping bag was still in the hall closet, a relic from countless sleepovers that had punctuated their teenage years. Mom, we have classes tomorrow, Sarah insisted, though Nicole strongly suspected her eagerness to leave had more to do with wanting to interrogate her best friend in private than any academic responsibilities. After hugs and goodbyes all around, Mrs. Henderson embracing Nicole with the enthusiasm of someone who just found a long-lost child. Mr. Henderson offering a fatherly pat on the shoulder, and a gruff "don't be a stranger," and a slightly too long glance from Brad that made Nicole's stomach flutter like she'd swallowed a kaleidoscope of butterflies. The two girls climbed into Sarah's car and headed back toward campus. The car was Sarah's pride and joy, a slightly battered blue Volkswagen Beetle that she'd named Bluebell and decorated with an alarming number of fuzzy dice and dashboard bobbleheads. Nicole settled into the passenger seat, immediately fumbling with the seatbelt that always seemed to catch at just the wrong angle. Need help there, Butterfingers? Sarah asked, watching Nicole struggle with the buckle. It's your death trap of a car, Nicole muttered, finally clicking the belt into place. This thing should be in a museum, not on actual roads. Bluebell heard that, Sarah said, patting the dashboard affectionately before starting the engine, which roared to life with a sound somewhere between a lawnmower and an asthmatic dragon. Don't listen to her, beautiful. She's just cranky because she spent 3 hours making googly eyes at my brother, instead of appreciating your vintage charm. The ride started off quietly, with Nicole staring out the window, watching as the familiar neighborhood slipped past in a blur of streetlights and shadowy houses. Her mind was replaying the events of the evening on a loop. The dinner, the conversation on the porch, the way Brad's eyes had crinkled when he laughed. She was so lost in thought that she barely noticed they'd left the residential area and were now cruising down the main road that would lead them back to campus. But Sarah, true to form, couldn't let the silence last. It was physically impossible for her to go more than 5 minutes without speaking, a trait that had both charmed and infuriated Nicholas for as long as they'd known each other. So, she said, dragging the word out like taffy, stretching it to at least 3 syllables as she tapped her fingers on the steering wheel. Each tap felt like a countdown to an inevitable explosion of questions. You and Brad seemed pretty cozy back there. Like North Pole in December cozy. Like matching sweaters and hot cocoa by the fire cozy. Nicole sighed, already anticipating where this was going and bracing for the onslaught. We were just talking, Sarah. Don't make it weird. She shifted in her seat, the red dress suddenly feeling tighter than it had all evening. Oh, sweetie, Sarah said, smirking as she navigated a turn with perhaps more enthusiasm than necessary, causing Nicole to grab the door handle for stability. It's already weird. I mean, you're my best friend, and he's my brother. You've seen him in his awkward phase with braces and that unfortunate attempt at dreadlocks sophomore year. And let's not forget that, once upon a time, you were Nicholas. So yeah, this whole thing is peak weird. It's like the Mount Everest of weird situations. But that doesn't mean I'm not invested. Consider me your personal love story stockbroker. Nicole groaned, slumping in her seat until her head nearly touched the glove compartment. The red dress rode up slightly, and she tugged it back down with irritation. There's nothing to invest in. We were just catching up. Oh, that's it. Two old friends talking about life. Normal, platonic, completely non-romantic conversation. Sarah shot her a sideways glance that was so skeptical it could have questioned the existence of gravity. So, you're telling me you didn't feel anything sitting out there with him? No sparks, no butterflies. No. Oh my God, he's so hot. I can't think straight moments. Because from where I was standing, or rather, spying through the kitchen window while pretending to help Mom with the dishes, it looked like you were one compliment away from spontaneous combustion. Nicole covered her face with her hands, the gesture partly to hide her blush and partly to resist the urge to strangle her best friend. Why are you like this? Why couldn't I have been magically transported into a universe where my best friend respects boundaries and personal space? Sarah grinned, the expression visible even in the dim light of the car's interior, illuminated by the occasional passing streetlight. Because it's fun. And because I saw the way he was looking at you. Like you were the last piece of chocolate cake at a diet convention. Like you were the answer to a question he didn't even know he was asking. Nicole peeked at her through her fingers, curiosity momentarily overriding her embarrassment. What are you talking about? Despite herself, she wanted to know. Needed to know even. Oh, come on, Sarah said, rolling her eyes so dramatically that Nicole was surprised they didn't get stuck that way. He couldn't take his eyes off you. Every time you laughed, he got this dopey little smile, like he'd just witnessed something miraculous. When you weren't looking, he was staring at you, like you were a puzzle he was trying to solve. And don't act like you didn't notice. You were looking at him the exact same way. I half expected violin music to start playing in the background. Nicole's cheeks flushed hotter than the engine of Sarah's ancient car, and she turned to stare out the window again. Watching as they passed the 24-hour diner, where they often grabbed late night pancakes after study sessions. It wasn't like that. He's not. We didn't. She stumbled over her words, unable to articulate exactly what she wanted to say, partly because she wasn't entirely sure herself. Uh-huh, Sarah said, clearly not buying it for a second. Her voice dripped with skepticism, thicker than the syrup on those late-night pancakes. So, what was it like? Enlighten me. Paint me a verbal picture of this completely platonic, totally not charged interaction between two people who couldn't stop staring at each other. Nicole hesitated, trying to find the right words to describe an experience she was still processing. How could she explain the strange mix of familiarity and novelty she'd felt talking to Brad? How his words had seemed both brand new and like echoes of conversations she half remembered. It was nice. We talked. It felt comfortable. She paused, then added softly, almost reluctantly, I guess I forgot how easy it is to talk to him. How he actually listens, you know. Not just waiting for his turn to speak, but really listening. Sarah raised an eyebrow, taking her eyes off the road for a dangerous second to give Nicole a knowing look. Easy to talk to, huh? Is that code for he's ridiculously attractive and makes my brain short-circuit every time he smiles at me? Because I've seen that dress you're almost wearing, and comfortable is definitely not the vibe you were going for. Nicole groaned, leaning her head back against the seat. Can you not? For like 5 minutes. Can we exist in a world where you don't analyze every interaction I have with a member of the male species like it's your doctoral thesis? Sarah laughed, the sound bouncing around the small interior of the car like an overexcited puppy. Fine. Fine. I'll back off. For now. For approximately the next 30 seconds. Seriously, I haven't seen Brad that relaxed in, well, years. Not since before Jessica, definitely. He was always wound so tight with her, like he was walking on eggshells. But tonight, he looked like himself again. The Brad I remember from before everything got complicated. And I know you're not ready to admit it because you're all tangled up in this weird Nicholas to Nicole transition, but I think you two could be really good for each other. The mention of her transition from Nicholas to Nicole sent a jolt of discomfort through her, a sharp reminder of just how bizarre her situation truly was. This morning, she'd been a guy who occasionally found Brad's academic pretensions annoying. Now, she was a woman who got butterflies when he looked at her. The cognitive dissonance was enough to give anyone whiplash. Nicole turned to her, frowning slightly. Sarah, it's not like that. Brad and I are just friends. That's it. We were catching up after years apart. And yes, he's nice. And yes, okay, he's attractive. I'm not blind. But it's complicated. More complicated than you know. That was an understatement of cosmic proportions. Sarah smirked, navigating another turn with her usual blend of enthusiasm and questionable driving skills. Sure. Friends. With potential. With chemistry. With enough unresolved tension to power a small city. I saw you two on that porch, remember? You weren't just catching up. You were connecting. There's a difference. Nicole shook her head, but a small part of her, a growing part, if she was being honest, couldn't help but wonder if Sarah might be right. The way Brad looked at her tonight, the way he smiled, the way he seemed genuinely happy to catch up, how he'd leaned in slightly whenever she spoke as if afraid to miss a single word. It felt different, special even, and that scared her more than she cared to admit, because what did it mean to be attracted to someone who had once been just her best friend's annoying brother? The Volkswagen rumbled over a pothole, jolting Nicole out of her thoughts and nearly causing her to hit her head on the roof of the car. Sorry, Sarah said, not sounding sorry at all. Bluebell gets excited when we're talking about romance. She's a hopeless romantic, aren't you, girl? She patted the dashboard again. Your car is not sentient, Sarah, Nicole pointed out, straightening in her seat. And neither is your brother's love life. Both debatable, Sarah countered with a grin. Bluebell has definite opinions, and Brad's love life has been on life support for so long, it might as well be a vegetable. But you, she poked Nicole's arm with one finger while keeping the other hand on the wheel, might just be the defibrillator he needs. That's a terrible metaphor, Nicole protested, though she couldn't help but laugh a little. And medically inaccurate. You don't use a defibrillator on a flat line. See, this is why you're perfect for Brad. You're both insufferable know-it-alls, who can't just appreciate a good metaphor without dissecting it. Sarah's tone was affectionate despite her words. As they pulled up to the dorm, a blocky, uninspiring building that looked like it had been designed by someone with a particular hatred for aesthetics and a fondness for concrete, Sarah parked the car in her usual spot near the side entrance and turned to Nicole with a grin that could only be described as diabolical. All right, I'll let you off the hook for now. But just so you know, I'm rooting for you two. Or would it be Naked? We'll workshop the couple name. Nicole rolled her eyes, unbuckling her seatbelt with more force than necessary. Thanks, Sarah. Really helpful. Your support means everything to me in this completely fictional relationship that exists solely in your imagination. Sarah winked, the gesture exaggerated and playful. Anytime, babe. What are friends for, if not to orchestrate elaborate romantic scenarios between their best friends and siblings? It's practically in the Friendship Handbook. Chapter 6. How to Meddle Successfully. As Nicole climbed out of the car, her heels clicking on the pavement as she stepped onto the curb, she couldn't shake the feeling that tonight had been the start of something. What, exactly, she wasn't sure. A new friendship. A potential romance. A complete nervous breakdown. All seemed equally possible at this point. But as she replayed her conversations with Brad in her mind, the way he'd leaned in when she spoke, the warmth in his eyes when he told her it was good to see her again, the gentle brush of his hand against hers as they'd said goodbye, she couldn't help but smile. There had been something there, some connection, that felt both new and familiar all at once. "You're smiling," Sarah pointed out as she joined Nicole on the sidewalk, locking Bluebell with a beep that sounded more like a wheeze. "Thinking about my brother's forearms. They're his best feature, don't you think? Besides his brain. And his smile. And that thing he does where he runs his hand through his hair when he's nervous. Which he did approximately 57 times while talking to you tonight. I'm smiling because I'm imagining all the ways I could murder you and make it look like an accident," Nicole retorted. But there was no heat in her words. Just the comfortable banter of two friends who knew each other well enough to push boundaries without breaking them. "You love me," Sarah declared confidently, linking her arm through Nicole's as they headed toward the dorm entrance. "And you'll love me even more when you're maid of honor at my brother's wedding. To you. I'm thinking spring ceremony, lots of flowers, maybe in the garden behind my parents' house. You in a dress much less scandalous than that one, though equally flattering." "You're impossible," Nicole said, but she was still smiling, unable to completely squash the little flutter of possibility that Sarah's teasing had ignited. As they reached the entrance, Sarah swiped her keycard and held the door open with a flourish. "After you, future sister-in-law?" Nicole walked through, shaking her head but unable to completely dismiss the thought. Sister-in-law. The word echoed in her mind, strange and yet not entirely unwelcome. Just like everything else about this bizarre new reality she found herself in. 2 months had passed since Nicole's first Friday night dinner at the Hendersons' house, and it had quickly become her favorite part of the week. A bright beacon in her otherwise chaotic schedule of classes she was still figuring out, and a new social landscape she was learning to navigate. The transition from Nicholas to Nicole had become less jarring with each passing day, like slipping into a pair of shoes that had finally been broken in. But Friday nights at the Hendersons provided a comfortable constancy that anchored her in this new reality. Despite her initial nerves about becoming a regular fixture at the family table, would they notice something off about her? Would she say something that didn't align with Nicole's memories? She'd fallen into a comfortable rhythm with the family, her dual-track memories gradually merging into a cohesive narrative. Mrs. Henderson always greeted her with a warm hug that smelled of vanilla and home, followed immediately by a plate of something delicious that she insisted Nicole needed because "You're practically wasting away, dear." Mr. Henderson teased her about her selective appetite and how different it was from her teenage years. What happened to the girl who could out-eat a football team? While secretly sneaking her extra dessert when his wife wasn't looking, always with a conspiratorial wink that made Nicole feel like they shared a private joke. Sarah, of course, continued to be her usual meddling self, watching Nicole like a hawk whenever Brad was around, which was, increasingly, always. She'd taken to making elaborate excuses to leave them alone together, sudden headaches that required immediate retreat to her bedroom. Urgent phone calls from friends that mysteriously never seemed to call any other time. And once, memorably, pretending to fall asleep on the couch, only to loudly snore whenever the conversation between Brad and Nicole lulled. Subtle as a sledgehammer. That one, Brad had commented last Friday, watching as Sarah fake snored her way through what sounded like the entire score of Phantom of the Opera. Next week she'll probably fake her own death just to get us to share the couch. And Brad, well, Brad was the complication Nicole didn't know how to handle. The variable in her new equation that both excited and terrified her. Every Friday ended the same way. As predictable as the sunrise, yet somehow always fresh and surprising. After dinner, while Sarah made her theatrical exit and Mr. and Mrs. Henderson retired to the living room with knowing smiles, Nicole and Brad would find themselves outside on the back porch, sitting by the fire pit or cuddled under blankets on the outdoor couch, talking for hours as the night wrapped around them like a comfortable sweater. Their conversations were easy and natural, flowing like water over smooth stones, ranging from deep topics like dreams and regrets. "I always thought I'd have my own architectural firm by now," Brad had confessed 2 weeks ago, staring into the flames of the fire pit, "but the divorce set me back. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever get there, to silly debates about the best pizza toppings. Pineapple is an abomination, and I will die on this hill," Brad insisted, while Nicole defended the controversial topping with the passion of a courtroom attorney. And in between the jokes and stories, there were moments, quiet, lingering moments, where the air between them seemed to shift, charged with something electric and unnamed. Where Nicole would catch Brad looking at her like she was the only person in the world, his blue eyes reflecting the firelight in a way that made her breath catch. Her heart would pound in her chest like a drum, a persistent rhythm that seemed to beat out a simple message. Him, him, him. The first time it happened, she panicked, making a hasty excuse about needing to use the bathroom. By the 5th time, she'd learned to sit with the feeling, to let it wash over her without running away. By the 8th time, she'd started to welcome it, even anticipate it. They'd also been texting and calling each other constantly, their connection growing stronger with every passing day. Brad sent her random photos of interesting buildings he passed on his way to work. "The architect in me can't resist a good facade," updates on Rocky's latest antics. "He stole an entire roast chicken off the counter today. I'm both impressed and terrified," and the occasional random thought that made her laugh out loud in the middle of class. "Do you think pigeons have meetings about which statues are best for pooping on? Or is it more of an instinctual thing?" Nicole found herself responding with equal enthusiasm, sharing snippets of her day, photos of ridiculous outfits she spotted on campus, and links to songs that reminded her of their conversations. It had become routine for her phone to chime with a message from him first thing in the morning, and last thing at night, a digital good morning and sweet dreams that bookended her days. She'd stopped feeling awkward around him weeks ago, around Brad. She could just be. She didn't feel like she had to be perfect Nicole or former Nicholas Nicole. She was just herself, a blend of both identities that somehow felt more authentic than either had separately. And Brad seemed to like that version of her more than anyone ever had, responding to her sarcasm with laughter, engaging with her intellect without condescension, looking at her with a warmth that made her feel both seen and appreciated. Sarah had noticed the change too. "You guys are disgustingly cute," she'd commented last week, catching Nicole smiling at a text from Brad. Like, "I'm simultaneously thrilled and nauseated. It's very confusing emotionally." "We're just friends," Nicole had insisted, though the words were becoming harder to say with conviction. "Uh-huh," Sarah had replied, not bothering to hide her skepticism. Friends who text each other at 2 a.m. about the philosophical implications of time travel. Totally normal friendship behavior. The truth was, Nicole wasn't sure what they were anymore. The line between friendship and something more had blurred weeks ago, leaving them in a nebulous space of meaningful glances, lingering touches. Conversations that seemed to circle around what neither of them was ready to say out loud. But tonight felt different. There was a charge in the air, an anticipation that had been building since Nicole had arrived at the Henderson house to find Brad waiting on the front porch, leaning against the railing with casual grace that made her stomach flip. He'd been watching for her, he admitted, wanted to greet her before the chaos of family dinner swallowed them up. "I've been thinking about you all day," he'd said, his voice low and intimate as he took her coat, his fingers brushing against her shoulders in a way that felt deliberate. "Is that weird to admit?" "No," she'd replied, her voice steadier than she felt. "I've been thinking about you, too." The moment had been broken by Mrs. Henderson calling them in for dinner, but the current of tension had persisted throughout the meal, present in every shared glance, every accidental brush of hands as they passed dishes. Even Sarah had picked up on it, her usual teasing subdued as she watched them with a mixture of satisfaction and genuine happiness. Now, as the dinner dishes were cleared and the family dispersed to their usual post-meal positions, Nicole found herself fidgeting with the hem of her sweater. A soft navy blue thing that brought out the color of her eyes, according to Sarah, who had insisted she wear it tonight. Her palms were sweaty, her heart racing with anticipation as she waited for Brad to suggest their usual retreat to the porch. Tonight was different. She could feel it in the way he looked at her, in the charged silence that had settled between them, in the nervous energy that seemed to radiate from him as he helped his mother clear the table, his movements quicker and more distracted than usual. Something was going to change tonight. Nicole wasn't sure what exactly, but she could sense it approaching like a wave. Powerful and unstoppable. And despite the uncertainty, despite the complications of her unique situation, she found herself not afraid, but ready, eager, even to see what the night would bring. "Hey!" Brad's voice broke through her thoughts as he approached. 2 mugs of hot chocolate in his hands, a tentative smile on his face. "Mom made her special recipe. Extra marshmallows for you? Just the way you like it." The simple gesture, the fact that he remembered exactly how she preferred her hot chocolate, sent a warm flutter through her chest. It was these little things, these thoughtful details, that had slowly but surely chipped away at her defenses over the past 2 months. "Thanks," she said, accepting the mug and inhaling the rich, chocolatey aroma. "It smells amazing." "Porch?" he asked, nodding toward the sliding glass door that led to their usual spot. There was something in his eyes, a question, a hope, that made Nicole's heart skip a beat. "Porch," she agreed, rising from her chair and following him toward the door, aware of Sarah's knowing gaze tracking their movement from across the room. As they stepped outside into the cool evening air, the familiar setting of the Henderson backyard transformed by the soft glow of fairy lights and the gentle flicker of the fire pit Brad had already lit, Nicole couldn't shake the feeling that everything was about to change. For better or worse, tonight felt like a turning point, a moment that would define whatever was growing between them. And despite the uncertainties, despite the complications of her unique situation, Nicole found herself strangely, unexpectedly ready for what came next. The cool evening breeze made the fairy lights strung along the fence sway gently, creating a dancing pattern of golden shadow across the Henderson backyard. Each light sparkled like a tiny star caught in the wooden lattice, casting a soft, ethereal glow that transformed the ordinary suburban space into something almost magical. Nicole and Brad sat side by side on the outdoor couch, a weathered but comfortable piece of furniture that had witnessed countless family gatherings and quiet moments. Their legs stretched out in front of them, a cozy knitted blanket draped across their laps. The blanket was one of Mrs. Henderson's creations, soft and warm, with a pattern of interlocking diamonds that Nicole had complimented the first time she'd seen it, earning her the honor of being its primary user ever since. The fire pit crackled softly a few feet away, embers popping and dancing in a hypnotic rhythm as flames licked at the carefully arranged logs. The warmth radiated outward in waves, cutting through the chill in the air like a knife through butter, creating a bubble of comfort that contrasted perfectly with the crisp autumn night. Nicole held a steaming mug of tea, chamomile with honey, Mrs. Henderson's remedy for almost every ailment from heartbreak to the common cold, in her hands, though she'd barely touched it. Her focus was entirely on Brad. He was talking animatedly about the latest film they'd discussed, during their nightly phone calls, his hands gesturing in the firelight, casting long shadows against the fence. The golden glow softened his features, highlighting the curve of his jaw and the crinkles around his eyes when he smiled. Nicole found herself watching the movement of his lips more than listening to his words, a realization that sent a flush of heat to her cheeks that had nothing to do with the fire. "So, you're telling me," Brad said, his tone playfully accusatory as he turned to face her more directly, one eyebrow raised in that particular way that always made her stomach flutter. "You seriously cried during Toy Story 3? Like, actual tears streaming down your face, ugly crying?" Nicole gasped, placing a hand over her heart and feigning offense with all the dramatic flair of a Victorian heroine. "Excuse me, but if you didn't cry during the incinerator scene, you're a monster. A heartless, soulless monster who probably kicks puppies and steals candy from babies." They were holding hands, Brad. They were facing death together and holding hands. The memory of watching that scene played in her mind, a strange hybrid of Nicholas watching it in a crowded theater with friends, secretly wiping away tears while pretending something was in his eye. Nicole sobbing openly into a couch cushion during a girls' movie night with Sarah. Brad chuckled, the sound deep and rich, vibrating through the small space between them. He shook his head, his dark hair catching the firelight. "I mean, it was emotional. I'll give you that. But crying, that's next level. You're such a softie. A marshmallow disguised as a human. One sad commercial and you're probably a puddle on the floor." His teasing was gentle, his eyes warm with affection rather than mockery, and Nicole found herself leaning into it, enjoying this easy banter that had become their signature over the past 2 months. Nicole smirked, nudging him playfully with her elbow, a casual touch that sent a jolt of electricity up her arm nonetheless. "Says the guy, who cried during a dog food commercial. I seem to recall a certain someone getting misty-eyed over an elderly golden retriever getting a special dinner for his birthday. Sarah told me all about it, how you had to leave the room to check on something in the kitchen while suspiciously sniffling." Brad groaned, running a hand down his face in exaggerated mortification, though his eyes still danced with humor. "I told you that in confidence. Sarah is a traitor and will be dealt with accordingly. And for the record, that ad was manipulative as hell. The dog was old, Nicole. Old, with gray around his muzzle and everything, and his little arthritic walk to the food bowl." He clutched his chest. "Psychological warfare, that's what it was." Nicole laughed, the sound light and easy, carrying on the night breeze. It still sometimes surprised her how feminine her laugh was now, melodic and bright where Nicholas's had been a deeper chuckle. "Okay, fine. I'll give you a pass on that one. But you're still not allowed to judge me for Toy Story 3. That's sacred, emotional territory." "Fair enough," Brad conceded, his shoulder brushing against hers as he shifted slightly. "I propose a truce. No judgment on emotional reactions to animated films or commercials featuring elderly animals." "Deal," Nicole agreed, extending her hand with mock solemnity. Brad took it, his warm fingers wrapping around hers in a handshake that lingered just a beat too long to be purely friendly, his thumb absently stroking the sensitive skin of her inner wrist before reluctantly letting go. They fell into a comfortable silence after that, the kind that had become second nature to them over the weeks, a quiet that wasn't awkward or empty, but filled with a pleasant awareness of each other's presence. The chirping of crickets and the soft crackling of the fire provided a gentle soundtrack to their thoughts. Nicole sipped her tea, the warm liquid soothing her suddenly dry throat, as she sneaked a glance at Brad out of the corner of her eye. He was staring at the fire, seemingly lost in thought, the flickering light highlighting the sharp angles of his jaw and the soft curve of his lips. The firelight cast half his face in golden warmth, the other half in shadow, giving him an almost cinematic quality. He looked perfect. Too perfect. Like he'd stepped out of one of those romance novels with the shirtless men on the cover, except fully clothed and infinitely more appealing for being real and sitting right next to her. Her stomach flipped like an Olympic gymnast attempting a particularly difficult routine, and she quickly looked away, suddenly hyper-aware of how close they were sitting. Their shoulders were brushing with each breath, and the blanket was draped over both their laps, creating an intimacy that felt both thrilling and terrifying. Under the shared cover, she could feel the heat radiating from his leg, mere inches from her own. The casual contact shouldn't have been so electrifying, and yet here she was, heart racing like she'd just run a marathon. "Nicole," Brad said softly, breaking the silence. His voice was lower now, more serious, with a gravelly quality that sent shivers down her spine despite the warmth of the fire. She turned to him, her heart skipping a beat like a scratched record. "Yeah." The word came out slightly breathless, giving away more than she intended. He hesitated, his blue eyes searching hers with an intensity that made her want to simultaneously lean closer and run away. There was something in his gaze, a question, a hope, a vulnerability that made the air between them feel charged, like the moment before lightning strikes. I just wanted to say I've really enjoyed these past couple of months, getting to know you again. It's been nice." He paused, seeming to struggle with finding the right words, which was unusual for Brad, who normally spoke with thoughtful precision. "More than nice. It's been the best part of my day. Every day." Nicole smiled, her cheeks warming in a way that had nothing to do with the fire. "Yeah. It has." The simplicity of her response belied the complexity of emotions swirling inside her, the confusion of her dual identity, the unexpected joy of these moments with Brad, the growing realization that what she felt for him was far more complicated than friendship. Brad leaned back slightly, his gaze never leaving hers, studying her face as if memorizing every detail. "You're different, you know, from how I remember you. In a good way." He smiled, soft and genuine. "You've grown into someone amazing. Smart and funny and kind, but also, I don't know, more confident, more yourself. It's like you've shed some kind of outer layer and revealed the real you underneath." The irony of his words wasn't lost on Nicole. He had no idea just how literally she'd shed her outer layer, but the sincerity behind them touched her deeply. In his eyes, this version of her, this blend of Nicholas's memories and Nicole's identity, was someone worth seeing, someone worth knowing. "Thanks," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper, afraid that speaking too loudly might break the spell of this moment. "You've changed too. You're more real now. Less like the perfect older brother that Sarah always made you out to be, and more like a person, with flaws and doubts and terrible taste in pizza toppings." She smiled, attempting to lighten the sudden intensity with humor. Brad laughed softly, the sound more breath than voice. "My pizza topping preferences are beyond reproach, thank you very much. But the rest, yeah? Life has a way of knocking the shine off you, I guess. Divorce will do that." He paused, his expression growing more serious again. "But strangely, I think I like who I am now better than who I was trying to be before. And a lot of that is because of these nights. Because of you." And then it happened. The moment. It was like the world stopped spinning, the fire pit crackling fading into background noise, the cool breeze forgotten. Nicole and Brad were staring at each other, their gazes locked in a way that made everything else disappear. The air was heavy with tension, the kind that made her chest tighten and her stomach flutter with anticipation. It was like standing on the edge of a cliff, knowing you were about to jump but not yet feeling the fall. Brad leaned in. Nicole froze, her mind racing at 1,000,000 miles per hour, thoughts colliding like atoms in a particle accelerator. Is this happening? Is he about to kiss me? Oh God, what do I do? This is Brad, Sarah's brother. This is Brad, who I used to think was pretentious when I was Nicholas. This is Brad, who I've been dreaming about kissing for weeks now. His lips brushed hers, soft and tentative, a question more than a demand. The contact was feather-light, almost shy, completely at odds with the confident architect who designed towering buildings, but perfectly in keeping with the thoughtful man she'd come to know over these Friday nights. For a moment, Nicole's brain completely short-circuited, neurons misfiring, synapses failing to connect. She didn't move, too stunned to process what was happening. Her body frozen in place, while her mind went into overdrive. Brad must have noticed her lack of response, because he immediately pulled back, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment, his eyes filled with regret and mortification. The loss of contact jolted Nicole back to reality, like being doused with cold water. "Nicole," he said quickly, his voice laced with apology and something that sounded painfully like shame. "I shouldn't have. I misread the situation. I thought, but that's no excuse. I never meant to make you uncomfortable. We can just pretend this never." Before he could finish, Nicole's brain finally caught up with her heart, racing to the finish line of a realization that had been building for weeks. She recognized two crystal-clear truths in that moment. 1. She wanted this more than anything she'd ever wanted before, with an intensity that was both terrifying and exhilarating. And 2. She wasn't about to let him think she didn't. Without thinking, because thinking had gotten her nowhere in this new life, she lunged forward, her hands grabbing the front of his shirt with surprising strength, bunching the soft fabric between her fingers as she pressed her lips to his. The kiss was deep and needy, almost desperate, filled with all the emotions she hadn't been able to put into words. It was messy and imperfect and absolutely electric. Brad let out a surprised sound, something between a gasp and a groan, before his initial shock gave way to eager participation. His arms wrapped around her, one hand sliding up to cradle the back of her head, fingers threading through her hair, the other at the small of her back, pulling her closer until there was barely space for air between them. Somehow, in the flurry of lips and hands and quickened breaths, Nicole ended up straddling Brad's lap, her knees on either side of his thighs, the blanket falling forgotten to the ground as they kissed like they were inventing a concept. Her dress had ridden up slightly, and Brad's hands found the bare skin of her thighs, his touch sending jolts of electricity through her entire body. Her fingers tangled in his hair, marveling at its softness as she held him to her, unwilling to break contact even for a moment. It was nothing like the kisses Nicholas had shared with girlfriends in his past life. Those had been nice but unremarkable, physical expressions of affection, without much emotional depth. And it was nothing like the kisses Nicole had witnessed in movies or read about in books. Those were choreographed, perfect, lacking the raw humanity of real connection. This was something entirely new and entirely overwhelming. A perfect storm of physical sensation and emotional intensity. Her heart was pounding like a bass drum, her skin buzzing as if electrified, and every nerve in her body felt alive, hyper-aware, attuned to his every touch. His hands were gentle, yet insistent, respectful yet hungry, finding the perfect balance between restraint and desire. When they finally broke apart, both gasping for air like they'd been underwater, Their foreheads rested against each other in an intimate gesture that felt almost more personal than the kiss itself. Nicole's hands had moved to his chest, where she could feel the rapid beating of his heart matching the frantic rhythm of her own. Her legs were still draped over his, their bodies pressed together in a way that made her acutely aware of every point of contact between them. Brad looked up at her, his blue eyes dark and intense, filled with a mix of surprise, desire, and something much deeper that she wasn't ready to name. His lips were slightly swollen from their kisses, his hair disheveled from her fingers, and Nicole thought he had never looked more attractive than he did in this moment, slightly undone. Completely present, looking at her like she was the answer to a question he'd been asking his whole life. "Wow," he said softly, his voice almost a whisper, rough around the edges, in a way that sent another shiver of pleasure down her spine. Nicole let out a breathless laugh, the sound part disbelief, part pure joy. "Yeah. Wow." It wasn't eloquent, but it captured the moment perfectly. The stunned wonder, the unexpected delight, the overwhelming sensation of something finally clicking into place. They stayed like that for a moment, just staring at each other, the heat between them still palpable, a living thing that seemed to breathe with them. Brad's thumb traced gentle circles on her hip, a casual intimacy that felt both new and somehow familiar, like they'd been doing this for years instead of minutes. Nicole was trying to figure out what to say, how to explain everything she was feeling, how to put into words the complicated tangle of emotions that had led to this moment, when the sliding door suddenly opened with a soft whoosh. "Hey guys, Mom wanted me to check if you need more hot chocolate or..." Sarah froze mid-sentence, her eyes going wide as dinner plates, as she took in the scene before her. Nicole, straddling Brad's lap like she belonged there, flushed and disheveled, lipstick smudged. Brad, looking equally flustered, his hair a mess, his hands still on Nicole's hips in a decidedly young brotherly fashion. For once in her life, Sarah was momentarily speechless, her mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water as she processed what she was seeing. The silence stretched for 1 beat, 2, 3, and then, "Oh my God," Sarah said, her voice rising in pitch with each word until the last was nearly a squeal. Then, a slow, wicked grin spread across her face, the look of someone who has just been proven spectacularly right. "Well, well, well. What do we have here?" "Actually, don't answer that. It's painfully obvious what we have here." Nicole's face turned beet red, a flush that spread down her neck and across her chest as she scrambled off Brad's lap in a tangle of limbs and embarrassment, nearly tripping over the fallen blanket in the process. "Sarah, it's not, this isn't, we were just..." She stopped, realizing there was absolutely no way to explain away what Sarah had just witnessed. They were clearly well beyond the just friends territory they'd been claiming for weeks. Sarah held up a hand, her grin widening to Cheshire cat proportions, practically radiating smug satisfaction. "Save it. I don't need the details. Yet. Though I will absolutely require a full debriefing later, with diagrams and a timeline of how we got from just friends to..." She gestured vaguely at the disheveled scene before her. "Whatever this is. Lap dancing. Outdoor makeout theater. A live-action romance novel cover." Brad groaned, rubbing the back of his neck in a gesture that was both embarrassed and exasperated. His cheeks were flushed, though whether from the intensity of their kiss or the mortification of being caught by his sister was anyone's guess. "Sarah, could you maybe not? Just for once in your life. Could you pretend you didn't see anything and walk back inside?" Sarah ignored him, leaning against the doorframe with the casual confidence of someone holding all the cards in a high-stakes poker game. "Mom's gonna love this, by the way. She's been planning your wedding since Nicole first started coming to Friday dinners. She already has a Pinterest board of centerpiece ideas. It's extensive and slightly terrifying." Nicole buried her face in her hands, wishing for the ground to open up and swallow her whole. The universe had already thrown her one massive curveball by transforming her from Nicholas to Nicole. Surely it could manage a convenient sinkhole or spontaneous human combustion to save her from this moment. Kill me now. Just end it. I've lived a good life. Both of them, actually. Sarah just laughed, the sound both genuinely amused and impossibly smug. Oh no, sweetie. You're not getting off that easy. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The vindication. The I told you so, heard round the world. I'm going to savor this like a fine wine, aging it to perfection before I unleash it at your rehearsal dinner in a toast that will go down in Henderson family history. Brad stood up, straightening his rumpled shirt in a futile attempt to restore some dignity to the situation. Sarah, if you tell Mom about this before we've had a chance to figure out whatever this is, he gestured between himself and Nicole, I will personally ensure that every embarrassing story from your childhood makes it into my next work presentation, including the time you got your head stuck in the banister and Dad had to use butter to get you out. Sarah gasped, clutching her chest in mock offense. You wouldn't dare. Try me, Brad challenged, crossing his arms. I have photographic evidence, and I'm not above using it. The siblings stared each other down in a battle of wills that Nicole recognized from countless similar standoffs throughout their shared history. Finally, Sarah threw up her hands in surrender, though her grin remained firmly in place. Fine, your secret is safe with me. For now. But I expect regular updates and absolute best friend privileges, including, but not limited to, detailed accounts of your dates, advance notice of any major relationship milestones, and maid of honor status at the eventual wedding. Sarah, Nicole, and Brad exclaimed in unison, their matching tones of mortification only making Sarah laugh harder. What? I'm just planning ahead. It's called being prepared. She backed toward the door, her hand on the handle. I'll tell Mom you're still deep in conversation and don't need anything. But if you're not back inside in 30 minutes, I make no promises about what I might let slip. With that parting shot, she slipped back inside, closing the door behind her with a decisive click, leaving Nicole and Brad alone once more with the wreckage of their perfectly constructed just friends, facade scattered around them. For a moment, neither of them spoke, the only sounds the crackling of the fire and the distant hum of crickets. Then, slowly, they turned to look at each other, and despite the embarrassment of being caught, despite the complications that awaited them, despite everything, they both burst into laughter. Well, Brad said finally, wiping tears of mirth from his eyes, I guess the cat's out of the bag. Or rather, Sarah's out of the bag, which is infinitely more dangerous. Nicole nodded, her own laughter subsiding into hiccuping giggles. She's never going to let us live this down. Ever. Ben. We're going to be 90 years old in a nursing home, and she'll still be bringing up the time she caught us making out on your parents' porch. Brad's expression softened, his eyes warm as they met hers. Would that be so bad? Being 90? And still having this to look back on? The question hung in the air between them, weighted with meaning and possibility. Nicole felt her breath catch, the simple query carrying implications that stretched far beyond this moment, a future, a connection, a thread that might bind them together across years, rather than just tonight. No, she said finally, surprised by the certainty in her voice. No, I don't think that would be bad at all. Nicole was still trying to calm her racing heart as she followed Brad into the house, her cheeks still flushed from Sarah's dramatic and very loud reaction. The heat, radiating from her face, felt like it could set off smoke detectors, and she was acutely aware of how disheveled she must look, hair mussed from Brad's fingers. Lips slightly swollen from their kisses, dress a little askew from their enthusiastic embrace. She attempted to smooth her appearance, tucking flyaway strands of hair behind her ears and adjusting her neckline with nervous fingers while avoiding direct eye contact with Brad, who walked slightly ahead of her. She could hear Sarah ahead of them, already halfway to the living room, her voice carrying through the Henderson home like an overeager town crier, the pitch rising with each step as she excitedly announced to her parents, "You are never going to believe what I just saw. Seriously. Cancel your subscriptions to all streaming services because the best entertainment is happening right in your backyard." Nicole groaned inwardly, feeling like she was walking toward her own execution. She shot a glance at Brad, who looked equally exasperated, running a hand through his already tousled hair in a futile attempt to restore it to some semblance of order. "I swear she lives for this kind of drama," he muttered, low enough that only Nicole could hear. "When we were kids, she used to hide in my closet just to catch me talking to myself in the mirror before school dances." "Yeah, well, considering the scene she just walked in on, I think we handed it to her on a silver platter," Nicole replied, her voice equally hushed as they approached the living room entrance. "Might as well have gift-wrapped it with a bow and a card that said to Sarah, 'Enjoy the ammunition for years of teasing. Love.' The idiots who forgot to lock the door." Despite her mortification, Nicole felt a small thrill at the memory of those heated moments on the porch. The way Brad had looked at her, the feeling of his hands on her waist, the taste of his lips, it had been worth it. Even if they were about to face what promised to be the most awkward family interrogation since the Spanish Inquisition. Mrs. Henderson looked up from her knitting as they entered, her reading glasses perched on the end of her nose, a half-finished scarf in shades of blue and green spilling across her lap, her brow furrowed in confusion as she took in Sarah's theatrical excitement. "What are you talking about, Sarah? Did the neighbor's cat get into our bird feeder again?" "Because I've told Harold 100 times that if he doesn't keep that creature indoors." Sarah, practically vibrating with glee like a tuning fork struck against pure schadenfreude, cut her mother off as she leaned against the arm of the couch, her grin so wide and mischievous it threatened to split her face in two. She looked like she'd just won the lottery, inherited a castle, and discovered chocolate had 0 calories all in the same moment. "Oh, you know, just Brad and Nicole having a very, very cozy moment out on the porch," she said, drawing out each word with obvious relish. "And by cozy, I mean they've single-handedly raised the temperature of the backyard by about 20 degrees. "Sarah," Nicole hissed, stepping fully into the room, her cheeks burning hot enough to fry an egg. "Can we not? Just this once, could you exercise that little used muscle called restraint?" But Sarah was already in full swing, like a performer who'd been waiting in the wings for her star moment. "Mom, they were making out. And not just any making out, like grabby hands, red-hot, steamy movie scene making out. The kind they'd have to cut from a PG-13 rating. I mean, at one point, Nicole was literally straddling Sarah," Brad snapped, his voice sharp enough to slice through her narrative like a hot knife through butter. The sudden authority in his tone made everyone freeze, even Mr. Henderson, who'd been half watching the football game with the practiced indifference of a man who'd learned long ago that family drama was best observed from a safe distance. Brad looked mortified, his jaw tightening visibly as he glared at his sister, a muscle twitching in his cheek. "That's enough." The room fell silent for a beat. The only sound, the low murmur of the television where a car commercial played, the announcer's enthusiastic voice creating an absurd soundtrack to their family tableau. Mrs. Henderson blinked, clearly a little startled by Brad's tone. He rarely raised his voice, especially not to his sister, but then her face softened as she turned her gaze to Nicole and Brad, her expression shifting from surprise to something that looked suspiciously like satisfaction. "Oh my," she said, a small smile tugging at her lips as she set her knitting aside. "Well, that's unexpected. Though I can't say I'm entirely surprised." Mr. Henderson, who had been watching the football game with the single-minded focus of a man determined to avoid family drama, finally looked over at the mention of unexpected, his brow raised in curiosity. "Wait, are we talking about our Brad and Nicole?" He frowned, pointing his beer bottle at them with the confusion of someone who'd missed several chapters of a book. "What's going on here? Did I miss something? Because last I checked, you two were just friends catching up, and now Sarah's talking about, what was it, straddling? Nicole wanted to disappear. No, she needed to disappear. Spontaneous human combustion, alien abduction, a sudden sinkhole. Any of these would be welcome alternatives to standing in the Hendersons' living room, while Sarah gleefully narrated their makeout session to her parents. She could feel every pair of eyes in the room on her, and the weight of their attention made her stomach twist into knots that would impress an Eagle Scout. She glanced at Brad, a silent plea for help, and found him looking just as uncomfortable as she felt, though there was a protectiveness in his stance that made her heart flutter despite the mortification. "It's not what you think," Brad said carefully, his voice calm but firm as he tried to regain control of the narrative. He stood slightly in front of Nicole, as if shielding her from the barrage of family interest. "We were just what?" Sarah cut in, smirking like the cat who not only got the cream but also secured exclusive distribution rights. "Doing intense porch yoga, CPR training. A very thorough dental examination. Because from where I was standing, it looked a lot like you were trying to set a new world record for longest kiss without coming up for air." "Sarah," Nicole said through gritted teeth, glaring at her friend with enough intensity to wilt houseplants. "Could you not? For 5 minutes. Just 5 tiny minutes where you don't take joy in my complete embarrassment." Sarah had the audacity to look innocent, batting her eyelashes in mock confusion. "What? I'm just reporting the facts as I observe them. Like a journalist. A very dedicated, very thorough journalist." Mrs. Henderson, ever the peacemaker, and clearly sensing Nicole's discomfort, raised her hands in a calming gesture. "All right. Everyone calm down. This isn't a congressional hearing." She shot Sarah a pointed look that clearly said, "Behave," before turning back to Brad and Nicole with a gentler expression. "Brad, Nicole, if there's something going on between you two, that's your business. You don't have to explain yourselves or justify anything to us." "Thank you, Mrs. Henderson," Nicole said quickly, relief washing over her like a cool wave, at least until Mrs. Henderson added with a knowing smile that held years of maternal intuition and romantic hopefulness. "But I have to admit, I always thought you two would make a lovely couple. Even when you were teenagers, there was something there, a spark, a connection. Brad used to light up whenever you came over, did you know that? He'd check his hair in the mirror at least twice before you arrived." "Mom," Brad groaned, dragging a hand down his face in the universal gesture of filial mortification. "Please, for the love of all that is holy, stop talking." "What?" Mrs. Henderson looked genuinely confused by his reaction. "It's true. Remember how he used to save the last brownie for Nicole, even though chocolate chip were his favorite? That's how I knew it was serious. Brad doesn't share dessert with just anyone." Wait, Mr. Henderson said, holding up a hand, beer forgotten as he fully engaged with the unfolding domestic drama. "How long has this been going on? Is this why you've been hanging out on the porch every Friday night? Because I thought you were just talking about architecture and movies. And whatnot. Whatever it is Sarah walked in on." He looked genuinely perplexed, like a man who'd been told his house had actually been painted blue for years when he'd always believed it was green. "And does this mean, are you two, you know?" He made a vague gesture with his hands that could have meant anything from dating to planning to elope to Vegas immediately. Nicole's brain scrambled for a response, cycling through options like a slot machine on overdrive. Lied. Downplay it. Admit everything. Fake a sudden convenient illness. But Brad beat her to it, stepping slightly closer to her in a gesture that felt both protective and declarative. "It's new," he said simply, his voice steady and sure, without apology or uncertainty. "We're figuring it out." He glanced at Nicole, a silent question in his eyes. "Is this okay? Am I speaking for both of us?" And she gave him a small, barely perceptible nod. Nicole felt a surge of gratitude for his straightforward approach. No elaborate explanations, no defensiveness, just a simple acknowledgement that yes, something was happening between them. And no, they didn't need to define it for anyone else's benefit just yet. Meanwhile, Sarah's grin widened to Cheshire cat proportions, her eyes sparkling with the particular joy of someone who'd been proven spectacularly right after weeks of being dismissed. "Oh, this is so good. I knew something was up, but I thought you two were just doing the whole will they won't they thing, dancing around each other like characters in a rom-com. Guess it's more of a they will and did situation." Skipped right past the tentative hand holding stage and went straight for the Olympic-level face, sucking. Nicole shot her a look that could wilt steel, her patience for Sarah's commentary rapidly approaching absolute zero. "Sarah, I swear to all that is holy, if you don't stop right now, I will replace all your shampoo with hair removal cream and superglue your favorite shoes to the ceiling." The threat, delivered with such specific detail and quiet intensity, actually seemed to give Sarah pause. She blinked, momentarily assessing whether Nicole might actually follow through. All right, Sarah said, holding up her hands in mock surrender, though the gleam in her eyes suggested she was merely regrouping rather than retreating. "I'll stop. For now. But just so you know, I'm mentally writing my maid of honor speech as we speak. It's going to start with, 'I told you so,' and only get more embarrassing from there." "There will be no speeches," Brad interjected firmly. "No maid of honor positions to fill, no wedding planning, no relationship commentary. We're just taking things one day at a time." He glanced at Nicole again, the softness in his eyes a stark contrast to the firmness of his tone with Sarah, right. Nicole nodded, grateful for his intervention and touched by the consideration behind it. Right, one day at a time. Mrs. Henderson, watching this exchange with the experienced eye of a woman who'd navigated decades of family dynamics, smiled softly. "Well, whatever this is or isn't, I'm just happy to see you both happy. You deserve it." She picked up her knitting again, a deliberate gesture that signaled the inquisition was over, at least from her end. "Now, who wants some of that apple crumble I made earlier? It should be cool enough to serve by now." The rest of the evening passed in a blur of forced normalcy, layered over an undercurrent of acute awareness. Nicole and Brad kept a safe distance from each other, both clearly not wanting to have the deeper conversation right then and there, under the watchful eyes of the entire Henderson family. They sat at opposite ends of the couch, not quite looking at each other directly, but constantly aware of the other's presence, like planets locked in mutual orbit. Sarah, thankfully, didn't push further, though Nicole was certain it was only because she was saving it for the car ride home, where there would be no escape from her interrogation. Every so often, Sarah would catch Nicole's eye and mouth details later with exaggerated secrecy, as if they were spies exchanging coded messages across enemy lines. The Hendersons, for their part, seemed supportive but curious, treading carefully around the subject while occasionally dropping hints of their approval. Mr. Henderson asked Brad about his latest work project with a new interest, as if re-evaluating his son through the lens of this development. Mrs. Henderson, meanwhile, kept finding excuses to mention future family gatherings, her casual "you'll both be here for Thanksgiving," of course leaving no room for argument. But it was the occasional curious glance from Mrs. Henderson that truly gave away her thoughts, the speculative look in her eyes as she watched Brad and Nicole navigate this new, awkward territory. as if she were mentally planning their wedding already, calculating flower arrangements and seating charts, while innocently passing the apple crumble. Nicole caught one such look, and nearly choked on her dessert, the implications too obvious to ignore. Brad, noticing her discomfort, quickly changed the subject to a neutral topic about a documentary he'd recently watched, steering the conversation into safer waters with the skill of a seasoned navigator. As the night wore on and the time to leave approached, Nicole found herself both dreading and anticipating the moment when she and Brad would have to say goodbye. Would he kiss her again? Would he pretend nothing had happened? The uncertainty left her stomach in knots, a mixture of anticipation and anxiety that made it hard to focus on anything else. What had started as a normal Friday night had transformed into something else entirely. A turning point that couldn't be undone or ignored. Whatever happened next, Nicole knew that things between her and Brad would never be quite the same. The question was whether they would move forward into something new and potentially wonderful, or retreat into awkwardness and regret. As Mrs. Henderson cleared the dessert plates and Mr. Henderson turned up the volume on a game highlight, Brad caught Nicole's eye across the room and offered a small private smile. One that held reassurance, warmth, and a promise of conversation to come. It was enough for now to quiet the anxious thoughts swirling in her mind and replace them with a flutter of anticipation for what might come next. When it was finally time to leave, Nicole couldn't get to the front door fast enough. The Henderson living room had transformed from its usual warm, inviting space into an emotional pressure cooker. Every glance and casual comment waited with new meaning after Sarah's dramatic revelation. Nicole felt like she was navigating a minefield of knowing looks and barely suppressed smiles, particularly from Mrs. Henderson, who had managed to work the words future and family into conversation with suspicious frequency over dessert. She grabbed her coat from the antique hall tree near the entrance, a beautiful carved piece that had stood sentinel in the Henderson home for as long as she could remember. Its brass hooks now waited with her escape route. Her fingers fumbled with the soft fabric, betraying her nervousness as she hurriedly shoved her arms into the sleeves, muttering a quick goodbye to Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, who lingered in the doorway between the living room and the foyer. "Thank you for dinner. It was lovely as always. See you next Friday. Bye." The words tumbled out in a single, breathless rush, a verbal sprint toward freedom. Mrs. Henderson smiled, knowingly, her eyes twinkling with barely contained delight. "Of course, dear. You're always welcome here. You know that." Mr. Henderson, who had maintained a careful neutrality since the initial revelation, simply raised his hand in farewell. Though Nicole didn't miss the way his eyes darted between her and Brad with newfound interest, as if seeing a puzzle finally clicking into place. Meanwhile, Sarah took her sweet time chatting about their plans for next week, deliberately prolonging their departure with the sadistic pleasure of someone who knew exactly what she was doing. She leaned against the wall, twirling her car keys around her finger like she had all the time in the world, expounding on potential movie night selections with painstaking detail. So I was thinking maybe we could do a marathon of those old romantic comedies, you know, the classics. When Harry Met Sally, You've Got Mail. Ooh, or maybe Friends with Benefits, that seems appropriate." "Sarah," Nicole hissed through gritted teeth, hand already on the doorknob. "We need to go. Now." "Now? What's the rush?" Sarah asked innocently, though the mischievous glint in her eye betrayed her. "Got somewhere to be. Someone to avoid. Some feelings to process in private." Nicole shot her a glare that could have frozen lava. "I will leave without you. I will walk back to campus in these heels if I have to. You'd make it about half a block before your feet revolted." Sarah replied cheerfully, but she finally pushed herself away from the wall and sauntered toward the door. Fine. Let's go. Gasi noi. Though I'm not sure why you're so eager to be alone with me in the car, considering the interrogation that awaits you." Nicole was just stepping outside into the cool night air, the crisp autumn breeze a welcome relief against her flushed cheeks, when she heard Brad's voice behind her, low and urgent. "Nicole, wait." She turned, her heart performing a complicated gymnastics routine in her chest at the sound of his voice. He stood there in the doorway, silhouetted against the warm light of the house, his hands shoved deep in his pockets in a gesture that somehow made him look younger, almost vulnerable. His dark hair was still slightly mussed from their earlier encounter, and his expression was soft but serious, his blue eyes intent on hers. "Listen. About earlier," he began, stepping onto the porch and letting the front door close partially behind him, creating a small pocket of privacy despite Sarah's obvious eavesdropping from the yard, where she pretended extreme interest in something on her phone, while clearly straining to hear every word. Nicole shook her head quickly, cutting him off before he could continue. The last thing she wanted was an awkward apology, a careful backtracking of what had happened between them. Her heart couldn't take it if he regretted their kiss, if he wanted to chalk it up to a moment of weakness or confusion. "You don't have to apologize, Brad. It's fine. Really." "No." She forced a casual smile, trying to give him an easy out. "Heat of the moment, right? We can just forget it happened and go back to normal." The words tasted bitter on her tongue, contrary to everything she actually wanted, but self-preservation kicked in hard. Brad stepped closer, close enough that she could smell the faint trace of his cologne, sandalwood and something citrusy, and see the slight stubble darkening his jaw. His gaze held hers with an intensity that made her breath catch. "I'm not apologizing. Not even a little bit." His voice dropped lower, meant for her ears alone. I don't want you to think I regret it. Because I don't. Not for a second." Nicole blinked, her heart skipping several beats before launching into a sprint. "Oh. Hi." The single syllable seemed inadequate for the rush of emotions flooding through her, but her brain couldn't seem to form more complex words with him standing so close, saying things that made hope bloom in her chest like wildflowers after rain. He smiled faintly, the tension visibly draining from his shoulders. "Is that all you have to say?" "Oh, because I've been rehearsing this moment in my head since Sarah walked in on us, and in my version, you had a bit more to contribute." The teasing lilt in his voice was gentle, inviting her to relax, to breathe. Nicole let out a small, breathless laugh, her own shoulders dropping from their defensive position near her ears. "Sorry, my brain's still a little short-circuited from earlier. And from Sarah's dramatic reveal. And from your parents' not-so-subtle wedding planning over dessert. Yeah, my mom's probably already calling florists." Brad grimaced, running a hand through his hair. "She's been not-so-secretly hoping for this since you started coming to Friday dinners. Apparently she has a whole Pinterest board dedicated to Brad and Nicole's future wedding." "I wish I was kidding." Sarah mentioned that. Nicole groaned. "Is it too late to elope?" The word hung between them for a moment, both of them realizing the implication, and Nicole felt her cheeks flush anew. "I mean, not that I didn't mean." Brad laughed, the sound warm and genuine. "Relax. I know what you meant." He took another small step closer, his expression growing more serious again. "We'll figure this out, okay? Whatever this is between us. We don't have to rush anything, or put labels on it right away. But I want to talk about it. Really talk, without an audience or Sarah's color commentary. Later this week. Maybe dinner. Just you and me." The invitation hung in the air between them, weighted with possibility. Nicole nodded, her chest tightening with an emotion she couldn't quite name, anticipation, fear, hope, all swirling together like colors in a kaleidoscope. "Yeah, I'd like that." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, suddenly shy despite everything they'd shared on the porch. "A lot, actually." Before she could say anything else, before she could overthink or analyze or spiral into what-ifs, Brad leaned in, closing the small distance between them. His hand came up to gently cup her cheek as he pressed a quick but firm kiss to her lips. It wasn't like the heated, desperate kiss on the porch. This was softer, more deliberate, a punctuation mark rather than a paragraph. But it still left her head spinning, her senses heightened to every point of contact between them. His hand on her face, his lips on hers, the warmth of him cutting through the cool evening air. When he pulled back, he didn't go far, his forehead resting briefly against hers, in a gesture that felt intimate despite its brevity. He smiled down at her, his blue eyes warm with an emotion that made her knees weak. "Good night, Nicole," he said softly, his thumb brushing her cheek once before he stepped back. "Drive safe." "Good night," she managed, her voice barely above a whisper, the word carrying more meaning than its simple syllables could contain. From the driveway, Sarah cleared her throat dramatically. "If you two are done with the Nicholas Sparks novel unfolding on the porch, some of us have early classes tomorrow." Nicole rolled her eyes, the moment broken but not diminished. "Coming," she called back, before turning to Brad one last time. "I'll text you." "You better," he replied with a grin. "Or I'll send Sarah as my messenger, and we both know how that would go." "God, no," Nicole laughed. "I'll text you the second I'm in the car, just to prevent that catastrophe." As she turned and walked toward Sarah's car, her cheeks burning with a pleasant warmth that had nothing to do with embarrassment and everything to do with anticipation. She could feel Brad's gaze on her the whole way, a tangible weight that somehow made her feel both grounded and lighter than air. Sarah, predictably, was practically vibrating with barely contained glee as Nicole approached. "Well, well, well," she stage whispered, waggling her eyebrows dramatically. "That didn't look like a let's just be friends goodbye to me. More like a to be continued situation." Nicole slid into the passenger seat, unable to keep the small smile from her lips, despite her best efforts at nonchalance. "Just drive, Sarah. Just drive." "Oh, honey, I'm going to drive you absolutely crazy with questions the entire way back to campus." Sarah started the car, the engine purring to life. "You might want to buckle up in more ways than one." As they pulled away from the curb, Nicole allowed herself one last glance back at the Henderson house. Brad still stood on the porch, one hand raised in farewell, the porch light casting a warm glow around him, like some kind of romantic movie scene. Their eyes met across the growing distance, and Nicole felt that now familiar flutter in her chest, a sensation that was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore or deny. Whatever was happening between them, whatever was shifting and changing in their relationship, Nicole knew one thing for certain: Friday nights at the Hendersons would never be the same again. And despite all the complications, despite Sarah's inevitable teasing and Mrs. Henderson's not-so-subtle hints, despite the strange journey that had brought her to this moment, she found herself looking forward to every minute of what came next. The moment Nicole slid into the passenger seat of Sarah's Volkswagen Beetle, the car door barely shut behind her, Sarah turned to her with a wide grin that could only be described as predatory. The interior dome light cast dramatic shadows across her face, making her look like a villain from a B-movie about to reveal her master plan. She didn't even bother to start the engine, instead pivoting fully in her seat to face Nicole with the intensity of a television detective about to break a suspect. "All right, spill," she demanded, her voice vibrating with barely contained excitement. "And don't leave out a single scandalous detail. I want everything. Timestamps, coordinates, a heat map of where his hands were at every given moment." Nicole groaned, a sound that came from the depths of her soul as she sank deeper into the worn fabric of the passenger seat, wishing it would somehow develop the ability to swallow her whole. She leaned her head back against the headrest, staring at the ceiling of the car, where Sarah had inexplicably glued plastic glow in the dark stars in patterns that resembled no known constellation. "Sarah, I'm not doing this with you right now," she said, reaching over to manually crank down the window a crack, suddenly feeling the need for fresh air. The cool night breeze slipped in, carrying with it the faint scent of Mrs. Henderson's roses from the front garden. "Can't we just drive back to campus in peaceful, contemplative silence while I process what just happened? You know, like normal, emotionally healthy people might do." "Oh yes, you are," Sarah countered, ignoring Nicole's plea entirely as she reached over to crank the window back up. "And normal is boring. You can't just make out with my brother," which, by the way, is a sentence I never thought I'd have to say out loud. "Get a goodbye kiss that looks like it came straight out of a Hallmark movie, complete with gentle face, caressing and meaningful lingering gazes, and then expect me to stay quiet. I have earned this moment. I have waited for this moment. This is my Super Bowl." She finally started the car, but made no move to actually drive anywhere, instead letting the engine idle as she continued her inquisition. "So, talk. How did this happen? When did this happen? Was it a sudden explosion of pent-up passion? Or has this been building for weeks while I've been sitting here, thinking I was imagining the sexual tension? And most importantly, are you two like a thing now? Are we talking casual dating? Friends with benefits? Future spouses? Should I start shopping for a maid of honor dress?" Nicole sighed deeply, turning to stare out the window at the Henderson house. The porch light was still on, though Brad had gone back inside. The familiar two-story home, with its white trim and blue shutters, looked exactly as it always had, despite the fact that everything else seemed to have shifted on its axis. "We're not a thing," she said finally, her voice softer than she intended. "Not yet, anyway. It just happened. Tonight, on the porch. We were talking, like we always do. And then there was this moment." She trailed off, remembering the intensity in Brad's eyes just before he'd leaned in. The way time seemed to slow down. "We've been talking a lot these past few months, texting every day. And I guess, I don't know, it just felt right." The admission hung in the air between them, surprisingly vulnerable despite its simplicity. Nicole half expected Sarah to pounce on it with more teasing, but instead, her friend's expression softened minutely, a flash of genuine happiness crossing her features before the mischievous gleam returned to her eyes. "Felt right, huh?" Sarah finally put the car in reverse, backing out of the Henderson driveway with her usual reckless confidence. "That's disgustingly adorable. So, what's it like kissing my brother? Is he a good kisser? Because honestly, I've always thought he'd be a little too intense. All that architect precision and attention to detail? Does he approach it like he's designing a building? Let me just calculate the optimal angle for my face to connect with yours." "Sarah," Nicole exclaimed, her face flaming hot enough to potentially serve as an alternative heat source for the car. She slapped at her friend's arm, nearly causing the Volkswagen to swerve dangerously close to a mailbox. "I am not talking about that. There are boundaries. This is definitely beyond those boundaries. We need a DMZ between this conversation and anything involving the specific mechanics of kissing your brother." "Fine, fine," Sarah said, laughing as she straightened the car out and finally headed toward the main road that would take them back to campus. "I'll just use my imagination, which I assure you is far more disturbing than whatever the reality might be." She flicked on the radio, which immediately blasted a romantic ballad at ear-splitting volume. Sarah smirked as Nicole lunged for the dial to change it, her timing suspiciously perfect. "But seriously," she continued, as if the musical interlude hadn't happened, "you like him, don't you? This isn't just some weird experiment, or a way to pass the time, or, God forbid, a pity thing.
because he's been moping around since the divorce.
There was a hint of genuine concern beneath the teasing now, a protective note in her voice that reminded Nicole that for all her meddling and mischief, Sarah truly cared about both of them. Nicole hesitated, then nodded slowly, the admission feeling both terrifying and relieving. Yeah, I do. The simple truth of it settled over her like a warm blanket. A lot, actually. More than I thought possible. Sarah's grin widened to proportions that threatened the structural integrity of her face. But the genuine joy in her eyes couldn't be disguised by her teasing tone. I knew it. You're totally smitten. You've got the look. The same dopey expression our dog used to get when someone mentioned walkies, complete with the metaphorical tail wagging. I do not have a dopey expression, Nicole protested weakly, though she was simultaneously fighting a smile and trying not to touch her lips, where she could still feel the imprint of Brad's goodbye kiss. You absolutely do, Sarah insisted, taking a turn with unnecessary enthusiasm that sent Nicole sliding across the seat. It's like watching someone get hit with a love ray from a cartoon. Your eyes go all soft and unfocused, and you get this little half smile that screams, I'm thinking about your brother's face and what I'd like to do to it. Nicole groaned, pulling the collar of her coat up around her cheeks in a futile attempt to hide her blush. Can we please just drive in silence? I hear meditation is good for the soul. Let's try it. Starting now. Complete silence for the rest of the trip. Not a chance, Sarah said, her voice full of teasing delight as she accelerated down the empty street, the streetlights casting rhythmic patterns of light and shadow across their faces. You're never living this down. When you're 90 years old in a nursing home, I'm going to wheel my geriatric self into your room and remind you about the time you were straddling my brother on my parents' porch furniture. She paused, then added with an exaggerated shudder, though I'm going to need years of therapy to process what I walked in on. My retinas may never recover. It was like walking in on your parents, except worse, because it's my brother and my best friend. The two people who should, by all laws of nature, occupy completely separate compartments in my brain. It wasn't that bad, Nicole argued, though her cheeks heated at the memory. You're making it sound much more scandalous than it was. Sarah snorted, a most unladylike sound that perfectly conveyed her disbelief. Nicole, sweetie darling, light of my life, you were sitting on his lap like it was a throne and you were claiming your kingdom. Your dress was hiked up to territories my brother should not have been exploring while on my parents' property, and his hair looked like he'd stuck a fork in an electrical socket. It was scandalous. Gloriously, deliciously scandalous. Nicole sank deeper into her seat, wishing for a trapdoor. It just escalated quickly. Obviously, Sarah drawled, wiggling her eyebrows suggestively. 0 to 60. In 3 seconds, flat. I'm impressed, actually. I thought you two would spend at least another month doing the whole meaningful glances across crowded rooms routine before someone finally made a move. As Sarah continued her playful interrogation, peppering Nicole with increasingly outrageous questions on a scale from polite church kiss to R-rated movie scene. Where did that porch situation fall? And has he always had that look in his eyes when he sees you? Or is this a recent development? Nicole couldn't help but smile despite her embarrassment. Because no matter how much Sarah teased her, no matter how many crude jokes she made or how many times she threatened to bring this up at future family gatherings, Nicole couldn't stop thinking about Brad. About the weight of his hands on her waist, the way his eyes had darkened when she'd kissed him back, the gentle pressure of his forehead against hers as they caught their breath. Most of all, she thought about that final goodbye kiss. Brief but perfect. A promise rather than an ending. And how it had made her feel like the world had finally clicked into place. Like she'd found something she didn't even know she was missing. Earth to Nicole. Sarah's voice broke through her reverie, accompanied by a light flick to her ear. "You're doing it again." The dopey face. "I asked if you two had set a date for your dinner date yet, and you went into a romantic coma." Nicole blinked, realizing they were already pulling into the campus parking lot, the drive having passed in what felt like minutes rather than the half-hour it actually took. The familiar blocky outline of their dorm building loomed ahead, windows lit up here and there where other students were still awake. "Sorry," she said, not feeling sorry at all. "And no, we haven't set a date yet. He just said later this week." "Well, given the way he was looking at you, I'd expect a text the moment he thinks you're safely out of my interrogation zone," Sarah predicted, pulling into a parking spot with her usual disregard for the actual lines painted on the asphalt. "Which, by the way, you never really are. The interrogation is just moving to our room, where I have wine and the ability to lock the door until you give me every juicy detail." Nicole groaned again, but there was no real annoyance behind it. As they gathered their things and headed toward the dorm entrance, she felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. Pulling it out, she saw a text message from Brad. "Made it home safe. Already missing our conversation. And maybe a few other things. Dinner tomorrow. I know a place where Sarah definitely won't accidentally walk in on us." A warm, giddy feeling spread through her chest. A happiness so pure and unexpected it almost made her dizzy. Or maybe that was just the lingering effect of his kisses, still making her head spin hours later. Judging by that smile, "I'm guessing that's my brother," Sarah said, peering over Nicole's shoulder with zero regard for privacy. "Tell him I said he better treat you right, or I'll shave his eyebrows off while he sleeps. I've done it before, and I'm not afraid to do it again." "I'm not telling him that," Nicole laughed, clutching her phone to her chest protectively. "But I will tell him you're already planning our wedding, just to freak him out." Sarah grinned, linking her arm through Nicole's as they walked toward the dorm entrance. "That's my girl. Using my powers of meddling for evil already. I've taught you well." As they laughed their way into the building, Nicole realized that despite all the strangeness of her situation, despite all the complications that still lay ahead, right now, in this moment, she was genuinely, unexpectedly happy. And that was something worth holding on to, no matter what came next. Nicole stood in front of her mirror, biting her lip with enough force that she worried she might actually draw blood. As she stared at the array of dresses Sarah had practically thrown at her with the enthusiasm of a fashion designer on a deadline. Her dorm room, normally a sanctuary of relative tidiness and order, was now a minefield of rejected outfits, skirts flung over desk chairs, heels scattered across the floor like landmines, tops draped over lamps, casting colorful shadows on the walls, and even a sequin jumpsuit that Sarah had brought just in case lying in a sparkly heap beside the wastepaper basket. In case of what? Nicole had asked when Sarah first produced the blinding garment from her oversized tote bag. A disco emergency. A sudden invitation to Studio 54. Am I auditioning for the role of human disco ball? In case you want to skip dinner entirely and just give my brother a heart attack, Sarah had replied with a wink that made Nicole throw a pillow at her head. The date was still hours away, but Nicole was already a bundle of nerves wrapped in anxiety and tied with a bow of mild panic. Sarah's relentless teasing and commentary on everything from clothing choices to potential goodnight kiss scenarios wasn't exactly calming her frayed nerve. "Okay, so," Sarah said, lounging on Nicole's bed with her legs crossed at the ankles and her head propped up on one hand, a devilish grin playing on her face as she flipped through a fashion magazine she wasn't actually reading. "You need to dress classy. But not boring classy or job interview. Classy or meeting your boyfriend's parents for the first time. Classy, which, by the way, you've already done, so that ship has sailed." She paused, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "You know, classy with a side of holy crap, she's gorgeous. and I can't look away. The kind of dress that makes men walk into lampposts and spill drinks down their shirts. The kind that says, yes, I'm sophisticated, but I might also ruin your life in the best possible way. Nicole groaned, closing her eyes briefly as if seeking divine intervention. She held up a sleek black dress Sarah had handed her earlier, a simple but elegant number with a subtle scoop neck and a hemline that hit just above the knee. This one, it's simple, it's classic, it won't make me look like I'm trying too hard. Sarah tilted her head, appraising it for a moment with the critical eye of a museum curator examining a questionable artwork. It's good, but... She sat up straighter, her expression serious. Let me put it this way. Do you want him to forget how to speak the second he sees you? Dropping his water glass and choking on his own tongue. Or do you just want him to think, wow, she looks nice in the same way he might compliment his aunt's new haircut? Nicole threw the dress at her with surprising accuracy, the fabric landing squarely on Sarah's face. You're not helping. You're making this worse. You're like an anti-helper, a hinderer. Is that a word? You're hindering me with your wildly inappropriate expectations and horrifying analogies. Sarah laughed, peeling the dress off her face and adding it to the growing pile beside her. I'm your best friend. It's literally my job to build up the pressure until you crack and make impulsive decisions that lead to entertaining stories I can tell at your wedding. She flopped back onto the pillows. Calm down, I'm just saying. This is your first real date with Brad. Not a casual run-in at my parents' house, not a family dinner with an audience, but an actual, intentional, romantic evening with just the two of you. She pointed an accusatory finger at Nicole. You've been mooning over him all week like a teenager with her first crush, daydreaming about that kiss every 5 minutes. Don't deny it, I've caught you staring into space at least 17 times with that dreamy look on your face. Yesterday, your professor asked you a question, and you just sighed and said, nice, before realizing the entire class was staring at you. Nicole's cheeks flushed a brilliant shade of pink that clashed horribly with the red dress she was currently holding. It was true. Brad had been on her mind constantly, like a song stuck on repeat that she couldn't get enough of. Their text conversations had grown more frequent and more flirtatious, each message carrying an undercurrent of anticipation for tonight. She'd replayed their kiss 100 times in her mind, from the way he'd leaned in, hesitant at first, then with growing confidence, to the way he'd looked at her after. His blue eyes dark and intense, like she was the only thing that mattered in the entire world. It wasn't that bad, Nicole mumbled unconvincingly, turning back to the mirror to hide her blush. And I don't moon. Women in their 20s don't moon. We contemplate. Reflectively. You were doodling his name in your notebook during sociology, Sarah countered mercilessly. With little hearts. Like a 13-year-old. I have photographic evidence. I was just testing my pen, Nicole protested weakly. 37 times. In different styles of handwriting. With a doodle of what looked suspiciously like a wedding cake. It was a regular cake for a birthday. And the tiny stick figures on top were abstract art, Nicole huffed, turning back to the overwhelming task at hand. Can we please focus? He's picking me up in 3 hours, and I still have no idea what to wear, how to do my makeup, or how I'm going to act like a normal human being when all I can think about is whether he's going to kiss me again, and what it means if we're actually dating, and... Breathe, Sarah interrupted, her tone softening slightly as she recognized the genuine anxiety beneath Nicole's rambling. It's just dinner. With a guy who is clearly already smitten with you. The hard part is over. You've already had your tongue down his throat, and I've already been traumatized by witnessing it. Thanks for that reminder, Nicole said dryly. Very helpful. I live to serve, Sarah replied, with a mock bow from her seated position. And now, tonight, you two are going to talk about it. About them. About what comes next. She wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. The suspense is killing me. It's better than those reality dating shows I pretend I don't watch, but actually have recorded on my DVR. The very thought of the impending conversation sent Nicole's stomach into a swirl of anticipation and nerves, like a dozen butterflies had taken up synchronized swimming in her abdomen. What if the kiss had been a mistake? What if Brad had changed his mind? What if they started dating, and it went horribly wrong, and then she couldn't go to Friday dinners anymore, and Mrs. Henderson would be disappointed? And I can literally see you spiraling, Sarah observed, interrupting Nicole's internal panic. Your eyes are doing that twitchy thing they do when you're overthinking. Stop it. Brad likes you. He wouldn't have tried to permanently fuse his face with yours on my parents' porch if he didn't. Charming imagery. As always, Nicole muttered, but she couldn't help the small smile that tugged at her lip. Sarah's crude but confident assessment was oddly reassuring. Okay, Sarah said, apparently deciding to take pity on her frazzled friend. She hopped off the bed with surprising energy and began rummaging through the pile of clothes with the focused determination of a treasure hunter. Enough torture. I've had my fun. This is the one. She held up a deep, emerald green dress Nicole had almost forgotten about, buried as it had been beneath the mountain of rejects. It was simple but elegant, with a fitted bodice that accentuated the waist without being too tight. A modest slit up the side that showed just enough leg to be interesting without being scandalous, and just enough shimmer woven into the fabric to catch the light without being over the top. I forgot I even had that, Nicole admitted, reaching out to touch the soft fabric. She'd bought it on a whim during a shopping trip with Sarah months ago, but had never found the right occasion to wear it. You've been saving it for this moment without even knowing it, Sarah declared with the confident tone of a prophet. It's destiny. Fashion, karma. The dress gods have spoken. Nicole took it, holding it up against herself and turning to the mirror. The color complemented her skin tone perfectly, making her eyes look brighter and her hair somehow glossier by comparison. It was sophisticated without trying too hard, sexy without being obvious about it. You think, she asked, unable to keep the hopeful note from her voice as she smoothed the fabric over her hips. Sarah's grin widened, her expression shifting from teasing to genuinely pleased. Oh, I know. Trust me, when Brad sees you in this, he's going to forget his own name. Possibly how to breathe. Definitely how to form coherent sentences. She stepped back, examining the overall effect with narrowed eyes. We'll pair it with those strappy heels, the ones that make your legs look like they go on forever, and the silver earrings I got you for your birthday. Nicole nodded slowly, beginning to feel a flicker of excitement cutting through the nerves. And my hair, up or down? Down, Sarah decided firmly. Softly curled. You know how it does that thing where it frames your face and makes you look like you just stepped out of a shampoo commercial. That's what we're going for, got it. Shampoo commercial, not drowned rat, Nicole quipped, her sense of humor finally returning as the outfit came together in her mind. Exactly. And makeup, simple, but with emphasis on the eyes. You've got killer eyes, might as well use them as weapons of mass destruction. Huh? Sarah flopped back onto the bed, looking satisfied with her work. My brother won't know what hit him. That's the goal, Nicole admitted softly, carefully laying the dress on her desk chair to prevent wrinkles. I really want this to go well, Sarah. I really like him. Sarah's expression softened into something genuinely affectionate. I know you do. And for what it's worth, which is a lot, since I know all his embarrassing childhood stories and have seen him at his absolute worst, he really likes you too. I've never seen him look at anyone the way he looks at you. Nicole felt a warm glow spread through her chest at Sarah's words. Really? Really, Sarah confirmed, then quickly added with her usual mischievous grin, which means I'm going to have years of material to work with at family gatherings. I expect a lifetime supply of embarrassing moments between you two, starting with tonight. I want a full report when you get back, with all the juicy details. Nicole rolled her eyes, but there was no real annoyance behind it. You're impossible. I prefer delightfully persistent, Sarah countered, rising from the bed with renewed purpose. Now let's get you ready. We've got exactly... She checked her watch dramatically. 2 hours and 47 minutes to transform you from nervous wreck to goddess, who's about to ruin my brother's life in the most delicious way possible. Nicole laughed despite herself, the sound lighter and more carefree than she'd felt all day. With the dress decided, and Sarah's oddly encouraging brand of teasing bolstering her confidence, the evening ahead suddenly seemed less terrifying and more exciting. Full of possibility. The start of something that could be really, really good. All right, goddess transformation it is, she agreed, heading toward the bathroom. But if you make one more comment about your brother's tongue, I'm kicking you out and doing this myself. Deal, Sarah called after her. I'll save those comments for my toast at your wedding. Nicole closed the bathroom door on Sarah's laughter, leaning against it for a moment as she allowed herself a small, private smile. Tonight was going to be interesting, to say the least. And for the first time all day, she found herself looking forward to it with more anticipation than dread. By the time Nicole was dressed and standing in front of the mirror, even she had to admit Sarah might have been right. A rare concession. She wasn't planning to verbalize lest Sarah frame the acknowledgement and hang it on her wall. The emerald green dress hugged her curves in all the right places, creating an hourglass silhouette that she couldn't help but admire with a mixture of surprise and appreciation. The fabric caught the light with every movement, creating a subtle shimmer that was elegant rather than flashy. She'd paired it with simple black heels that added 3 inches to her height and made her legs look impossibly long, along with a delicate silver necklace that Sarah had insisted on lending her, claiming it was basically criminal to wear that neckline without the perfect accessory. It's my lucky necklace, Sarah had explained as she fastened the clasp. 3 guys have proposed after seeing me in it. Granted, they were all drunk frat boys at a Halloween party, but still, that's power jewelry right there. Nicole's long brown hair, which usually hung in a simple straight curtain or was pulled back in a practical ponytail, was now styled in soft waves that cascaded over her shoulders, framing her face perfectly and softening her features. Her makeup was subtly dramatic, light foundation to let her natural glow shine through, a hint of blush to enhance her cheekbones, and enough mascara and eyeliner to make her eyes look wide and luminous without veering into raccoon territory. The overall effect was different. Good different. The kind of different that made her pause and stare at her reflection, wondering if the woman looking back at her had always been there, just waiting for the right occasion to emerge. Sarah stepped back, admiring her handiwork with the critical eye of an artist examining their masterpiece. She tilted her head, squinting slightly, then broke into a wide grin that was equal parts pride and amusement. Girl, you look insane. Like, I'm almost mad at how good you look, she declared, crossing her arms over her chest. I mean, it's actually offensive. You should come with a warning label. Caution may cause whiplash in passers-by. I've created a monster. A gorgeous leg for days monster that my brother is going to lose his mind over. Nicole laughed nervously, smoothing her hands over the dress for the 1000th time, still not entirely convinced she could pull this off. What if she looked like she was trying too hard? What if Brad showed up in jeans and she was completely overdressed? What if she tripped in these heels and face-planted in front of him before they even made it to the restaurant? You don't think it's too much, she asked, tugging slightly at the neckline which, while modest by most standards, showed more skin than she was used to displaying. I feel like I'm playing dress-up. Like, at any minute, someone's going to point at me and say, "Who does she think she's fooling?" Too much, please. Sarah rolled her eyes with such exaggerated force that Nicole was momentarily concerned they might get stuck that way. If anything, you're holding back. I wanted to put you in that red number with the backless design that would have given my brother a cardiac episode. But no, you had to be tasteful and appropriate. She made air quotes around the words as if they were foreign concepts. But, she conceded, her expression softening into something more genuine. It's perfect. Just classy enough to keep him on his toes, but hot enough to make him sweat. It's like you're saying, yes, I could be discussed at a board meeting, but I could also ruin your life in the best possible way. Nicole groaned, rolling her eyes at Sarah's typically dramatic assessment. Why do I let you talk me into these things? You're like the devil on my shoulder, except instead of whispering about sin, you're constantly campaigning for more eyeliner and tighter dresses. Because you love me, and you know I'm right, Sarah said smugly, adjusting a strand of Nicole's hair with meticulous precision. Besides, it's not like I dressed you in a bikini and body glitter. This is tasteful hotness, the kind that makes a man want to introduce you to his mother, and then immediately get you away from his mother so he can kiss you senseless. You have a very strange way of looking at clothing, Nicole observed, though she couldn't help but smile at Sarah's unwavering enthusiasm. I call it like I see it. Sarah shrugged, stepping back to assess the final product once more. And what I see is a woman who's about to make my brother forget how to form complete sentences. Maybe even how to breathe. It's going to be glorious. Before Nicole could argue further, a futile endeavor at the best of times when Sarah was in full matchmaking mode, there was a knock at the door. The sound, though expected, sent a jolt of electricity through Nicole's body, and she froze, her eyes darting to the clock on her bedside table. 6 o'clock on the dot. Not a minute early, not a minute late. Sarah wiggled her eyebrows with such exaggerated suggestion that they practically performed a choreographed dance across her forehead. And there he is. Mr. Perfectly Punctual. Probably been standing outside for 10 minutes, checking his watch and calculating the exact second when it would be appropriate to knock. Classic Brad. Nicole shot her a glare that could have wilted flowers. Don't make it weird. Please. For the love of all that is holy, do not make this weird. No embarrassing stories, no suggestive comments, no mentioning anything about the porch incident. Oh, it's already weird, Sarah teased, following Nicole to the door with the eagerness of a puppy chasing a squeaky toy. You're about to go on a date with my brother. The same brother who once ate an entire jar of paste on a dare in 3rd grade. The brother who had a brief but intense phase where he would only answer to Wolverine. But don't worry, I'll behave. She paused, a mischievous glint in her eye. Mostly. Nicole took a deep breath, mentally counting to 5 in an attempt to center herself. This was fine. This was good. This was just dinner with Brad, the same Brad she'd been talking to for months, the same Brad whose texts made her smile like an idiot, the same Brad who'd kissed her like she was the answer to a question he'd been asking his whole life. With one final warning look at Sarah, who responded with an angelic smile that fooled absolutely no one, Nicole opened the door. And there he was. Brad stood in the hallway, looking devastatingly handsome in a way that made Nicole's breath catch in her throat. He wore a tailored navy blazer over a crisp white shirt, the top button undone in a casual touch that somehow made the whole ensemble more appealing rather than less formal. The blazer fit his broad shoulders perfectly, tapering slightly at the waist in a way that hinted at the athletic build beneath. He'd paired it with dark slacks that were just the right amount of fitted, neither too tight nor too loose, and polished shoes that gleamed under the harsh fluorescent lighting of the dorm hallway. His dark hair was neatly styled, slightly tousled in that perfectly imperfect way that suggested either careful effort or natural good fortune. Either way, it looked touchable, and Nicole had to curb the sudden impulse to reach up and run her fingers through it. He looked polished, but not stuffy, handsome but not like he was trying too hard, the kind of effortless elegance that came from knowing exactly what worked for him. In one hand, he held a small bouquet of white roses, their creamy petals a stark contrast against the dark sleeve of his jacket. The traditional gesture should have seemed cliché, but somehow it didn't, perhaps because of the genuine nervousness in his expression as he stood there. His eyes finding Nicole's and widening slightly as he took in her appearance. "Wow," Brad said, his eyes sweeping over her in a way that could only be described as reverent, lingering briefly at the curve of her waist before returning to her face with a warmth that made her skin tingle. "You look incredible. I mean, you always look great, but tonight you're just..." He trailed off, seemingly at a loss for words, which was unusual for Brad, who typically expressed himself with articulate precision. Nicole felt her cheeks warm at his obvious appreciation, a pleasant flutter of butterflies taking flight in her stomach. "Thanks. You don't look so bad yourself." The understatement of the century. But she was trying to maintain some semblance of cool composure, while her heart performed gymnastics in her chest. Brad grinned, the slight crinkle around his eyes adding a boyish charm to his otherwise sophisticated appearance. He held out the flowers with a slight nod. "These are for you. I know it's a bit traditional, but when I saw them, they just reminded me of you, somehow." Nicole took them, her fingers brushing against his in a brief contact that sent a small spark of electricity up her arm. The roses were beautiful, their delicate petals just beginning to unfurl, their subtle fragrance sweet but not overwhelming. "They're beautiful. Thank you. That's really thoughtful." She buried her nose in them briefly, partly to enjoy their scent, and partly to hide the ridiculous smile that threatened to take over her face. Before she could say anything else, or invite him in, while she found a vase, Sarah leaned against the doorframe, inserting herself into the moment with her typical lack of subtlety. Her grin was wide and knowing, like a cat who had just discovered an unattended plate of cream. "Well, don't you two look like a couple straight out of a rom-com? The kind where the nerdy girl gets a makeover and the hot architect finally notices her, except minus the problematic messaging because you." She pointed at Brad, always noticed her, and you, she turned to Nicole, were never nerdy. Except maybe about those weird documentaries you both like to watch. "Sarah," Nicole warned, shooting her a look that clearly communicated, "I will end you if you continue this line of commentary. Behave." "What?" Sarah said, with exaggerated innocence, batting her eyelashes in a way that fooled absolutely no one. "I'm just making an observation. An accurate, adorable observation." She turned to Brad, her expression shifting to something more serious, though the mischief never quite left her eyes. "Take good care of her. Okay. And don't keep her out too late. She turns into a pumpkin at midnight. It's very messy. Seeds everywhere. Total nightmare to clean up." Nicole groaned, covering her face with her hand, the bouquet brushing against her cheek. "I'm going to kill you. Slowly. Painfully. They'll never find the body." Brad chuckled, his eyes sparkling with amusement rather than discomfort, which Nicole found both relieving and slightly irritating. Of course he would find Sarah's antics charming rather than mortifying. He'd had a lifetime to build up immunity. "Noted. I'll make sure she's back before the pumpkin transformation. I'd hate to ruin the upholstery in my car." He winked at Nicole, a small gesture of solidarity that said, "I'm in on the joke, but I'm with you," and she felt some of her embarrassment dissipate, replaced by a warm appreciation for how easily he handled Sarah's teasing. Nicole quickly grabbed her small clutch from the side table, checking to make sure she had her keys, ID, and phone. I'll text you later, she told Sarah, an implicit if you're still alive after I murder you for this hanging unspoken in the air between them. As Nicole stepped out into the hallway, clutching her flowers and trying to maintain her dignity despite the heels and her racing heart, Sarah called after her, fluttering her fingers dramatically like a southern belle, sending her child off to war. Have fun, lovebirds. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, which, let's be honest, leaves the field wide open. Nicole turned to retort. Something witty and cutting was definitely on the tip of her tongue, but Brad gently placed a hand on her back, a light, guiding pressure that was both reassuring and distractingly warm through the thin fabric of her dress. Just let her have her fun, he said, his voice low and warm, close enough to her ear that she could feel his breath against her skin. It only encourages her if you fight back. Trust me, I have 28 years of experience in Sarah management. Nicole sighed, shaking her head in resignation as they walked toward the elevator at the end of the hall, though she couldn't help but smile. She's impossible. Like, genuinely, clinically impossible. Scientists should study her ability to maximize embarrassment in any given situation. Yeah, Brad said, with a small laugh that rumbled pleasantly in his chest, his hand still resting lightly on her lower back. But she's not wrong. Nicole blinked up at him, her heart skipping a beat like a scratched record. What do you mean? She mentally ran through Sarah's litany of embarrassing comments, trying to figure out which one he was agreeing with, hoping it wasn't the one about turning into a pumpkin. Brad smiled down at her, his blue eyes soft in a way that made her stomach do a complicated flip. They reached the elevator, and he pressed the call button before turning to face her fully, close enough that she had to tilt her head slightly to maintain eye contact, even in her heels. I'm definitely going to have fun tonight, he said simply, the warmth in his gaze making the innocent statement feel like so much more. With you. Nicole's cheeks flushed with heat, and she quickly looked away, hoping he didn't notice, though judging by the slight curve of his lips, a subtle smile that held just a hint of satisfaction, he absolutely did. The elevator arrived with a soft ping, the doors sliding open to reveal an empty car, and Nicole stepped inside, grateful for the momentary distraction. As Brad followed her in and pressed the button for the lobby, she found herself sneaking a glance at his reflection in the polished metal of the elevator doors. He was looking at her with an expression that could only be described as admiring, his gaze warm and appreciative in a way that made her feel both self-conscious and strangely powerful at the same time. The doors slid closed, sealing them into the small space together, and Nicole became acutely aware of every detail. The subtle scent of his cologne, the slight brush of his sleeve against her arm as he shifted, the way the overhead lighting caught the silver of her borrowed necklace and reflected it onto his face in dancing patterns. The air between them seemed charged with possibility, with all the things they hadn't yet said but might, before the night was over. When they reached Brad's car, a sleek black sedan with subtle chrome accents that somehow suited him perfectly, managing to be both sophisticated and understated, he opened the passenger door for her with an old-fashioned courtesy that made Nicole feel both pampered and slightly self-conscious. The gesture was so naturally executed that it didn't seem performative or showy, just an ingrained habit that spoke volumes about how he'd been raised. Your chariot awaits, he said with a slight mock bow, his eyes crinkling at the corners when he smiled. Though I should warn you, it lacks both pumpkin origins and fairy godmother enhancements. Nicole laughed, appreciating how he'd turned Sarah's ridiculous comment into a shared joke between them. Well, as long as it doesn't turn into a pumpkin at midnight, I think we're safe. She carefully arranged herself in the passenger seat, mindful of her dress as she swung her legs in, trying to maintain some semblance of elegance despite the awkward maneuver. The interior of the car was immaculate, with buttery soft leather seats and a faint scent of pine and something else. Perhaps his cologne, that was pleasantly masculine, without being overpowering. A small architectural model of what looked like a modern pavilion sat on the dashboard, the kind of personal touch that made the space feel distinctly his. Brad waited until she was comfortably settled before closing the door with a solid thunk that spoke of German engineering and a healthy car payment. Nicole watched him from the corner of her eye as he walked around the front of the car, his silhouette outlined momentarily in the headlights of a passing vehicle. There was something mesmerizing about the casual confidence in his stride, the way he carried himself with an easy grace that never felt forced or pretentious. When he slid into the driver's seat, his movements were smooth and practiced, one fluid motion that spoke of comfort and familiarity. He buckled his seatbelt, adjusted the mirror briefly, and gave her a quick warm smile that made her heart do a ridiculous little flutter in her chest. "So," she said, trying to sound casual as he started the car, the engine purring to life with a satisfying rumble. "Are you finally going to tell me where we're going? Or should I prepare myself for a surprise kidnapping? Because I should warn you, Sarah has a very particular set of skills involving social media humiliation if I go missing." Since he'd asked her to dinner earlier in the week, Brad had been frustratingly mysterious about their destination, deflecting her questions with practiced ease and responding to her increasingly creative guesses with nothing more than amused denial. Not even close, he'd texted when she'd suggested a trendy new fusion restaurant downtown. Colder than a polar bear's toenails was his response to her guess about the Italian place near campus. Brad smirked, his eyes flicking toward her briefly, before focusing on the road as he pulled away from the curb, the tires making a satisfying crunch on the gravel. "Nope," he said, popping the P sound with exaggerated finality. "Where would the fun be in that? I've managed to keep it a surprise all week despite your increasingly aggressive interrogation techniques. I'm not breaking now when the reveal is less than 15 minutes away." Nicole groaned, leaning back against the seat with theatrical exasperation, the soft leather cradling her shoulders. "You're killing me, you know that. Death by suspense. They'll find my body clutching my phone with a final text to Sarah reading, 'He still won't tell me where we're going,' followed by a string of skull emojis. "I like keeping you guessing," Brad said, with a grin that was equal parts boyish charm and grown man confidence, a combination that was proving to be dangerously appealing. He navigated smoothly through campus traffic, handling the car with the same assured competence he seemed to bring to everything. "The anticipation is half the fun. Besides, you've got that little crease between your eyebrows when you're trying to figure something out. It's cute." "I do not have a crease," Nicole protested, automatically reaching up to touch the space between her eyebrows before catching herself and dropping her hand, which only made Brad's grin widen. "You absolutely do. Right there," he said, briefly taking one hand off the wheel to point at her forehead. "It's like a tiny punctuation mark of concentration." Nicole crossed her arms, though she couldn't hide the smile that tugged at the corners of her mouth. "You're impossible. Has anyone ever told you that?" "Completely, utterly impossible." "I believe you've mentioned it once or twice," Brad replied, his tone light and teasing. "Usually right before you laugh at one of my jokes or agree with one of my movie recommendations. So I'm going to take it as a compliment rather than the character assassination you intended." "It wasn't meant to be a compliment," Nicole huffed, though there was no real annoyance in her voice. "It was a factual observation about your impossibleness. And yet, here you are," Brad teased, glancing at her again as they stopped at a red light, his eyes reflecting the crimson glow in a way that was both eerie and strangely alluring. "Dressed up in my car, willing to be led to an unknown destination. Either you secretly enjoy my mysterious ways, or you have questionable judgment. Possibly both." The light turned green, and Brad accelerated smoothly, the car responding with a subtle surge of power. His hand reached for the radio, turning it on to a low volume. Some kind of jazz that provided a sophisticated backdrop to their banter without demanding attention. Or maybe I'm just hungry and willing to tolerate your cryptic behavior for the promise of food? Nicole countered, settling more comfortably into her seat as they left the campus area behind, heading toward what looked like the more upscale part of town. I've been too nervous to eat all day, and Sarah's helpful commentary about everything from my shoes to my potential future children with you didn't exactly stimulate my appetite. The words slipped out before she could filter them, and she felt a flush creep up her neck at the mention of future children. Brad, thankfully, either didn't notice or chose not to comment on the slip, focusing instead on the first part of her statement. His voice softened as he added, "Trust me. You'll like it. I put some thought into this." There was a note of gentle reassurance in his tone that made Nicole's stomach flutter with something that had nothing to do with hunger. He wasn't just saying it. There was a quiet confidence in his voice that suggested he really had considered what she might enjoy. "I'm sure I will," she said, her own voice softer now, the teasing giving way to something more genuine. "I'm just giving you a hard time because it's fun to watch you try not to give it away." Brad chuckled, a warm sound that filled the car. "I'm usually better at keeping secrets, but you have this way of looking at me that makes me want to tell you everything." There was a weight to his words, a suggestion that he meant more than just the restaurant destination, and Nicole felt her pulse quicken in response. The air in the car seemed to shift subtly, charged with something unspoken. "Everything, huh?" she asked, aiming for casual but landing somewhere closer to breathless. "That's a lot of disclosure for a first date." "Is that what this is?" Brad asked, his tone light but his eyes serious when they briefly met hers at a stop sign. "A first date? Because it feels like we've been building up to this for months." Nicole's stomach did a complicated acrobatic maneuver at his words, because he was right. This didn't feel like a first date, with all its typical awkwardness and careful navigation of boundaries. This felt like a continuation, a next step in something that had been growing between them since she'd first started attending those Friday dinners. "I guess it is," she said thoughtfully, watching the passing streetlights create alternating patterns of light and shadow across his profile. "Technically. Though you're right, it doesn't really feel like we're starting from scratch." "Good," Brad said decisively, taking a turn onto a tree-lined avenue dotted with upscale shops and restaurants. "Because I'd hate to think I've been imagining the connection we've had all this time." As they drove off into the evening, the city gradually lighting up around them as dusk settled in. Nicole glanced out the window, trying to calm the nerves swirling in her chest. The streets became more familiar as they headed deeper into downtown, passing boutiques and cafes that she recognized, though she still couldn't pinpoint their exact destination. The anticipation was building, not just for the restaurant reveal, but for the entire evening ahead, the conversations they would have, the things they might say to each other away from Sarah's watchful eyes and his parents' knowing smiles. But as she glanced at Brad, his hand resting casually on the wheel with a quiet confidence, his jawline sharp in the soft glow of the streetlights that flashed by in rhythmic succession, his profile a study in clean lines and thoughtful concentration, she realized something. She wasn't nervous about the date itself, not about awkward silences, or running out of things to talk about, or whether they'd connect. Those concerns felt remarkably absent, replaced by a different kind of anticipation. She was nervous because of how much she wanted it to go well, how much this mattered. Because, despite everything, or perhaps because of everything, she couldn't stop thinking about him. About the way he looked at her like she was fascinating. The way he listened when she spoke as if her words were valuable. The way he'd kissed her on that porch, like he'd been waiting his whole life to do just that. And tonight, she had a feeling, was going to be unforgettable. Not just another dinner, not just another conversation, but a moment she'd look back on later and recognize as significant. A turning point, a beginning. The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating, like standing at the edge of something vast and beautiful, preparing to take the first step forward. The car ride was filled with light conversation and teasing, the easy back and forth they developed over months of Friday night chats translating seamlessly to the confined space of Brad's sedan. The soft jazz playing in the background created a sophisticated soundtrack to their banter, occasionally punctuated by Nicole's increasingly creative attempts to extract information about their destination. "Is it underwater?" she asked, tilting her head with mock seriousness. "A submarine restaurant." "Because I should warn you, I get terribly seasick. Though I suppose technically that would be submarensic." Brad chuckled, refusing to drop even a single hint despite her persistent questioning. "Not underwater, no. Though that would be impressive engineering." Nicole tapped her chin thoughtfully. "Is it in the sky? Some kind of fancy dinner on a private jet? Because while I appreciate the grand gesture, I did just spend 45 minutes getting my hair to do this wavy thing, and cabin pressure might not be its friend." "Not airborne either," Brad confirmed, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he navigated a turn. "Though I'll keep that in mind for future reference." Nicole's hair, not compatible with altitude changes. "Fine. Then it must be outer space," she declared triumphantly. "You've secretly been building a rocket ship in your spare time. I knew all those architectural drawings were suspicious." Brad smirked and shook his head, the streetlights casting rhythmic patterns of light and shadow across his face as they drove. "You got me. I've been moonlighting as Elon Musk. The restaurant is on Mars. Hope you brought your spacesuit." Nicole laughed, enjoying the ridiculous exchange far more than she probably should have. "You're impossible to crack, you know that. You'd make an excellent spy." "I'll add that to my resume," Brad replied dryly. "Right under maintains restaurant secrecy in the face of beautiful women's interrogation." "I'll." The casual compliment sent a pleasant warmth spreading through Nicole's chest, but she tried not to show how much his words affected her. Instead, she continued her playful investigation, suggesting increasingly outlandish possibilities. "A dinner theater where we have to solve a murder mystery. A restaurant where the chairs are swings. A place where everything, including the napkins, is made of chocolate." While Brad responded with nothing more than amused denials and cryptic statements like getting warmer or colder than Antarctica in winter. Her curiosity was absolutely killing her, but the excitement bubbling in her chest made it all the more thrilling. There was something wonderfully old-fashioned about being surprised like this, about putting her trust in someone else's plans instead of controlling every detail herself. It spoke to a level of thoughtfulness on Brad's part that made her feel both special and a little overwhelmed. Just when Nicole was about to resort to dramatic pouting, a tactic that had occasionally worked on her parents when she was younger, but had questionable effectiveness on grown men. The car slowed, turning onto a tree-lined street, dotted with upscale storefronts. The buildings here were older, beautiful brick structures with character and history, renovated to house some of the city's most exclusive establishments. Soft golden lights spilled from large windows, illuminating small groups of well-dressed people entering and exiting various venues. When they finally pulled up to the valet stand in front of Le Jardin, Nicole actually froze, her mouth falling open in a way that was probably less than elegant, but entirely genuine. Her eyes widened as she stared out the window at the glowing golden cursive on the sign above the entrance. The delicate vine motif twining around the letters creating an effect that was both whimsical and sophisticated. It was her absolute favorite restaurant, or rather, her dream restaurant. She'd never actually eaten here, but had spent embarrassing amounts of time scrolling through their Instagram account and reading reviews online. During one of their late-night porch conversations about favorite foods, she'd gushed about the place for nearly 20 minutes, describing the seasonal tasting menu and the chef's famous chocolate soufflé, with the kind of reverence usually reserved for religious experiences. Reservations here were notoriously difficult, requiring months of planning or incredible luck, or, as urban legend had it, a personal connection to someone in the French mafia. "Wait," she said, turning to him in disbelief as the valet opened her door with practiced efficiency. "How did you? This place is impossible to get into. Like celebrities get turned away, impossible. I've heard stories of people trying to bribe the maitre d' with actual gold bars." Brad grinned, looking inordinately pleased with himself as he handed his keys to the valet, a subtle confidence in his movements that was absurdly attractive. "I have my ways," he said mysteriously, adjusting his blazer with a casual flair that somehow didn't come across as pretentious. Nicole raised an eyebrow skeptically, stepping out of the car with as much grace as she could muster, mindful of both her heels and her dress. "What? Did you bribe someone?" "Blackmail the owner. Sell a kidney on the black market. Because I feel like I should know if you're down organ for this date." Brad laughed, coming around to meet her on the sidewalk. "Your concern for my internal organs is touching. But no, all kidneys are present and accounted for." He placed a hand lightly on the small of her back as they headed toward the door, the gentle pressure both guiding and slightly possessive in a way that sent a pleasant shiver up her spine. "Or maybe I just really wanted to impress you." There was a note of sincerity beneath the teasing that caught Nicole off guard, a vulnerability that peeked through his confident exterior. This mattered to him. She mattered to him, enough that he'd gone to considerable effort to make this evening special. Nicole's heart fluttered at his words, a genuine smile tugging at her lips. "Well, mission accomplished. Consider me thoroughly impressed. Though now I'm worried about how I'll ever top this when it's my turn to plan a date. My connections are pretty much limited to the campus coffee shop, where I know a barista who sometimes gives me extra whipped cream. I'd happily eat day-old muffins in that coffee shop with you," Brad replied, with surprising sincerity as he opened the heavy wooden door of the restaurant. "It's not about the place." The interior of the restaurant was just as stunning as Nicole had imagined from all the photos she'd obsessively studied. The space managed to be both grand and intimate simultaneously, with soaring ceilings supported by exposed wooden beams that contrasted beautifully with the modern, minimalist decor. Elegant chandeliers, massive arrangements of delicate glass globes at varying heights, bathed the room in soft, golden light that seemed to make every surface glow. Fresh flowers adorned each table, their subtle fragrance mingling with the mouth-watering aromas emanating from the kitchen. The faint hum of conversation and the clinking of glasses created a warm, intimate atmosphere despite the spaciousness of the dining room. It was busy but not crowded, the tables spaced far enough apart to allow for privacy without feeling isolated. The maitre d', a distinguished-looking man with silver hair and an impeccable suit, greeted them with a warm smile that seemed genuinely pleased, rather than professionally obligatory. "Mr. Henderson," he said, extending his hand to Brad. "Wonderful to see you again. Your table is ready, just as requested." Nicole shot Brad a sideways glance, mouthing again, with raised eyebrows. He just winked in response, his hand still resting lightly on her back as they followed the maitre d' through the restaurant. Their table was perfect, tucked into a cozy corner near the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city lights, offering both a spectacular view and a sense of privacy that would have been impossible in the center of the dining room. A single candle flickered in the center of the table, its flame dancing in the subtle breeze as they approached. Brad pulled her chair out for her with such natural ease that it didn't feel like a performance or an outdated gesture. Just a thoughtful action that happened to make Nicole feel like the leading lady in her own romantic comedy. She settled into the plush seat, arranging her dress carefully as she sat. "Well, look at you. A true gentleman," she teased, though there was genuine appreciation in her voice. "Next you'll be laying your coat over puddles for me to walk across." "Only the best for you," he said with a wink, settling into his own chair with that easy confidence that seemed to follow him everywhere. though I'd prefer to keep this jacket dry if possible. It's my lucky dating blazer. Nicole laughed, raising an eyebrow. Lucky dating blazer. Should I be concerned about how many women have seen this particular article of clothing? Brad's eyes twinkled with amusement. It's been tragically underused, I assure you. Its dating history consists primarily of work functions, where I was desperately trying to escape conversations about property taxes with my boss's wife. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Between you and me, I think tonight might be its lucky night. The company has significantly improved. Nicole tried to hide how much his flirtatious words affected her, but the warmth spreading through her chest was undeniable. She busied herself with unfolding her napkin, trying to maintain some semblance of composure despite the ridiculous fluttering in her stomach. A waiter appeared almost immediately with water and menus, describing the evening specials with the kind of poetic detail that made simple ingredients sound like rare treasures unearthed after centuries of searching. As they looked over the menu, which Nicole noted with a mixture of relief and appreciation, had no prices listed on her copy. Light conversation flowed between them, with an ease that belied the supposedly first-date nature of the evening. They talked about their weeks, Brad describing a challenging client who kept changing his mind about fundamental aspects of a building design. At this point, I'm convinced he thinks walls are optional, and Nicole sharing a story about nearly falling asleep during a particularly dry lecture on economic theory. They discussed their classes, mutual interests, and even Sarah's relentless teasing, which Nicole lamented with dramatic flair. She's been unbearable, Nicole said, shaking her head as she sipped her water. Like, truly, spectacularly unbearable. A gold medalist in the annoying Sister Olympics. Every time I so much as smile at my phone, she's like, "Ooh, is that Brad? Is he sending you romantic poetry? Did he propose yet?" No. And don't even get me started on the nicknames. Brad chuckled, his blue eyes twinkling with genuine amusement. Nicknames for me, I assume, not you. Though knowing Sarah, she's probably tormenting both of us equally. Yeah, Nicole said, rolling her eyes with exaggerated suffering. Romeo, lover boy, Mr. Smooth, the list goes on. Yesterday she referred to you as the architect of Nicole's dreams, with full theatrical air quotes. I nearly shoved her out our dorm window. The architect of Nicole's dreams, Brad repeated, looking far too pleased for Nicole's comfort. That's actually not bad. I might get business cards made. Don't you dare, Nicole threatened, though she couldn't help laughing. The last thing Sarah needs is encouragement. She's already insufferable. This morning she asked if we'd decided on a wedding color scheme yet. Brad smirked, taking a sip of his water. Well, at least she's rooting for me. That's something. Growing up, she was more likely to tell potential girlfriends embarrassing stories about the time I got stuck in a tree trying to rescue her kite and had to be helped down by the fire department. Oh, she still might, Nicole warned. Her support doesn't preclude humiliation. In fact, I think they're a package deal in her mind. Fair point, Brad conceded. Though I suppose I should be grateful. Having Sarah as my personal cheerleader, however mortifying her methods, is probably better than having her actively sabotage me. Oh, she's rooting for you, all right, Nicole agreed, twirling her water glass absently. She's practically planning our wedding. She spent 20 minutes this morning showing me Pinterest boards of flower arrangements and discussing whether an autumn or spring ceremony would be better. Brad's smile softened at this, and for a moment, he just looked at her with an expression that made Nicole's heart skip several beats in succession. His gaze was warm, appreciative, and filled with something that looked suspiciously like genuine affection rather than just attraction. Well, I think she has good taste, he said quietly, his voice dropping to a register that seemed to bypass Nicole's ears entirely and traveled directly to her core. Nicole's breath caught, her cheeks warming under his gaze. The simple statement, delivered with such genuine warmth, was more disarming than any elaborate compliment could have been. It hung in the air between them, weighted with implications neither of them was quite ready to voice, but both clearly felt. Thankfully, the waiter appeared to take their order before she could completely melt into a puddle right there in her chair. As she collected herself and focused on deciding between the truffle risotto and the sea bass, Nicole couldn't help but steal glances at Brad across the table. The candlelight cast a warm glow across his features, highlighting the strong line of his jaw, and the way his eyes crinkled slightly at the corners when he smiled. What had begun as a nerve-wracking evening was rapidly transforming into something both comfortable and thrilling, a contradiction that somehow made perfect sense in Brad's company. As they ordered their meals and settled in for what promised to be a memorable evening, Nicole found herself wondering how she'd ever thought of him as just Sarah's brother, when he so clearly was becoming something much more significant in her life. Dinner was perfect. The food was exquisite, each bite better than the last, with flavors that danced across Nicole's palate in harmonious succession. The chef's famous truffle risotto that she'd ordered was a revelation, creamy and rich without being heavy. The earthy aroma of truffles perfectly balanced with a hint of aged parmesan and the subtle brightness of lemon zest. Brad's choice of the sea bass was equally impressive. The fish cooked to perfection with crispy skin and tender flesh that practically melted in the mouth. Nicole found herself relaxing more and more as the evening progressed, the initial nervousness giving way to genuine enjoyment. The ambience of Le Jardin certainly helped. The soft lighting cast a warm glow over everything, making even ordinary moments feel somehow magical, while the discreet background music provided a pleasant soundtrack without intruding on their conversation. But it was Brad himself who truly made the evening special. He was attentive without being overbearing, charming without seeming rehearsed, and surprisingly funny in a dry, understated way that Nicole found irresistible. He told stories about difficult clients and Sarah's childhood antics that had Nicole laughing so hard at one point that she had to stifle an undignified snort, her hand flying to her mouth as her shoulders shook with barely contained mirth. "Did you just snort?" Brad asked, his eyes lighting up with delighted surprise. "Absolutely not," Nicole denied, trying to maintain her dignity despite the betrayal of her own nasal passages. That was sophisticated expression of amusement. Very European. "Right." Brad nodded, clearly not buying it for a second. "Very sophisticated. Like a fancy French pig discovering truffles." That only made Nicole laugh harder, any pretense of sophistication crumbling completely as she dissolved into giggles. "Stop it. I'm trying to be elegant here." "Why?" Brad asked, his smile warm and genuine. "I like the snort. It's real, and honestly, much more endearing than rehearsed politeness." By the time they finished dessert, a decadent chocolate soufflé with vanilla bean cream that was somehow both impossibly light and richly satisfying, Nicole was completely at ease, feeling more herself with Brad than she had with anyone in a long time. They'd shared tastes of each other's dishes throughout the meal, their forks darting across the table in playful food theft that felt both childish and intimate. Brad had insisted she try the last bite of his soufflé, holding the spoon out for her in a gesture that shouldn't have been as romantic as it felt. But as the plates were cleared and the check was taken care of, Brad smoothly intercepting it before Nicole could even offer to split, despite her protests. The light-hearted conversation gave way to something heavier. The energy between them shifted subtly, like the moment in a symphony when the playful allegro transitions to a more thoughtful adagio. Brad leaned forward slightly, resting his forearms on the table, his expression turning more serious than it had been all evening. The candlelight caught the angles of his face, highlighting the strong line of his jaw, and casting intriguing shadows that made him look somehow both more approachable and more intimidating simultaneously. "So," he began, his voice low enough that Nicole had to lean in slightly to hear him clearly, creating an intimate bubble around just the two of them, despite the other diners. "I think we should talk about us." Nicole's stomach fluttered like she'd swallowed a kaleidoscope of butterflies, each one determined to perform increasingly complex aerial maneuvers. She'd been anticipating this moment all night, dreading it and longing for it in equal measure. And now that it was here, her nerves spiked sharply, a fizzy, electric sensation that traveled from her core to her fingertips. "Yeah," she said softly, meeting his gaze despite the sudden urge to study the elaborate pattern on the tablecloth. "We probably should." Brad took a deep breath, his fingers lightly tracing the edge of his water glass in what seemed like an unconscious gesture. It was the first hint of nervousness she'd seen from him all evening, and somehow the realization that he was affected too made her own anxiety less overwhelming. "I've been thinking about that night on the porch a lot," he admitted, his voice carrying a weight of sincerity that made Nicole's pulse quicken. "And about you, Nicole. About how you laugh, how you listen, how you challenge me when I say something ridiculous." His eyes held hers, steady and sure. "I can't get you out of my head." The simple honesty of his words hit her with unexpected force. There was no game playing here, no strategic ambiguity, just straightforward vulnerability that demanded an equally honest response. Nicole's heart skipped a beat, her hands fidgeting in her lap, twisting the napkin she hadn't realized she was still holding. I've been thinking about you too," she confessed, the words feeling simultaneously terrifying and liberating as they left her lips. "A lot, actually. More than I probably should admit on a first date." His lips curved into a small smile, relief and pleasure mingling in his expression. "Good. Mund. Because I want to see where this goes. I want to figure this out, with you. Whatever this is." He gestured vaguely between them, encompassing the invisible but undeniable connection that had been building for months. Nicole's chest tightened, a swirl of emotions flooding her in a tidal wave she hadn't been prepared for. Relief that he felt it too, excitement about the possibilities stretching before them, and something deeper, warmer that she wasn't ready to name, but couldn't deny was there, growing quietly but steadily with each passing day. "I want that too," she said, her voice steady despite the butterflies that had apparently invited friends to join their acrobatic display in her stomach. "But I also don't want to rush anything. I mean, this is all still so new and complicated." She thought of Sarah, of the Henderson family dinners, of how intertwined their lives already were. If this doesn't work out, she let the thought hang unfinished, but Brad nodded in understanding. "We'll take it slow," he assured her, his gaze softening with genuine consideration. "No pressure. No expectations. We'll figure it out as we go." He reached across the table, his hand covering hers in a gesture that was both comforting and electric. "But just so we're clear," he leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a near whisper that sent shivers down her spine. "I want you, Nicole. And I don't think that's going to change." Nicole's breath hitched, and for a moment, all she could do was stare at him, her pulse racing like she'd just run a marathon. The intensity in his eyes made her feel like she was the only person in the world, like the busy restaurant around them had faded away, leaving just this moment, just them. "Okay," she said finally, her voice barely audible over the background hum of the restaurant. "Let's see where this goes." The words were simple, almost underwhelming compared to the emotion behind them, but they seemed to satisfy Brad. His expression softened into a smile that was both relieved and excited, like he'd been holding his breath and could finally exhale. "Okay," he echoed, giving her hand a gentle squeeze before reluctantly releasing it as the waiter approached with Brad's credit card and receipt. After dinner, with the weight of their conversation creating a new charged atmosphere between them, Brad suggested a walk to burn off the souffle. Though Nicole suspected he just wanted more time with her, a desire she found herself sharing despite the late hour. They strolled through the nearby park, a beautifully landscaped public space that transformed at night into something almost magical. The quiet paths were illuminated by soft lamplight and the glow of the moon, which hung low and full in the clear night sky. The air was crisp, but not uncomfortably cold, carrying the faint scent of flowers and freshly cut grass, with just a hint of approaching autumn. Nicole was grateful for the light wrap she'd brought, though the slight chill gave her an excuse to walk closer to Brad. I don't see you walk closer to Brad. Their shoulders occasionally brushing in a contact that felt deliberately casual, yet thrillingly significant. They wandered aimlessly, their conversation light and easy again as they discussed favorite movies, childhood memories, and the peculiarities of their respective professions. Brad described a building he'd always dreamed of designing. A modern treehouse-inspired structure that would blend seamlessly with its natural surroundings, with such passion that Nicole found herself entranced by his vision. But despite the casual nature of their chat, there was an undercurrent of tension between them, an awareness that hummed just beneath the surface of every word and gesture. Every time their hands brushed, as they walked side by side, Nicole felt a spark, like static electricity, but warmer, more insistent. She noticed the way Brad's gaze lingered on her when he thought she wasn't looking. His eyes tracing the curve of her cheek, or the line of her neck, with an appreciation that was both flattering and exhilarating. Eventually, their meandering brought them to a small pond tucked away in a quieter corner of the park. The water was still and dark, reflecting the stars above like a perfect mirror, creating the illusion of infinite space above and below. A wooden bench sat facing the water, positioned perfectly for viewing the peaceful scene. Brad sat first, stretching his arm along the back of the bench in an invitation that wasn't quite demanding but definitely hopeful. Nicole hesitated for only a moment before joining him, close enough that her knee brushed his, sending another of those warm electric jolts through her system. The quiet enveloped them, the distant hum of the city muted to a whisper, the songs of crickets and the occasional splash of a fish breaking the surface of the pond the only sounds. Brad turned to her, his expression unreadable in the dim light, though his eyes seemed to gleam with reflected starlight. "You know," he said softly, breaking the comfortable silence that had settled between them. "When I first saw you again, I wasn't sure what to expect. It had been so long, and people change. But you've completely surprised me." Nicole tilted her head, genuinely curious despite the nervous pounding of her heart. "Surprised you how?" He smiled, his eyes searching hers with an intensity that made her feel both seen and exposed. "You're smart, funny, beautiful. I knew all that, or I remembered it anyway. But it's more than that." He paused, seeming to search for the right words. "You make me feel like I can be myself. Not the polished version I show clients, or the big brother Sarah expects, or the perfect son my parents think I am. Just me. I haven't felt like that in a long time." The simple honesty of his admission touched something deep in Nicole's chest. There was no artifice here, no practiced line, just raw vulnerability that resonated with her on a level she hadn't expected. "Brad," she began, but her voice faltered, words suddenly inadequate to express the complex tangle of emotions his statement had evoked. How could she tell him that she felt the same way? That with him, she didn't have to pretend or perform, or be anyone other than herself. He reached out, taking her hand in his thumb tracing small circles on her palm, in a gesture that was both soothing and electrifying. "I don't know where this is going, Nicole, but I know I don't want to lose whatever this is. You're everything I didn't know I was looking for." That was it. The dam broke. Before she could second-guess herself, or overthink or analyze, Nicole climbed onto his lap, straddling him as her hands cupped his face. The move was bold, perhaps even reckless, but it felt right, necessary, even as if her body had made the decision before her mind could catch up. She kissed him hard, all the pent-up desire and emotion from the past few weeks pouring into the kiss like a river that had finally broken through its restraints. Brad's surprise lasted only a fraction of a second before his hands found her waist, pulling her closer as he kissed her back just as fiercely. His touch was confident, his lips warm and insistent against hers, moving in perfect harmony as if they'd been doing this for years instead of days. One of his hands slid up her back to tangle in her hair, cradling the back of her head with a gentleness that contrasted beautifully with the passionate intensity of their kiss. The world around them disappeared in a blur of sensation. It was just them, his lips, his touch, the solid warmth of him beneath her, the heat building between them with every second. Nicole could feel his heartbeat beneath her palms, matching the frantic rhythm of her own, a synchronized percussion that seemed to underscore the rightness of this moment. The kiss deepened, months of tension and weeks of anticipation culminating in this perfect storm of connection. Brad's lips parted, and Nicole responded in kind, the kiss becoming something more intimate, more consuming. His hands at her waist held her securely, respectfully, even as the kiss itself spoke of something far less restrained. When they finally broke apart, both of them breathing heavily, as if they'd run miles rather than sitting on a park bench. Nicole rested her forehead against his, her fingers lightly trailing down his jawline. His skin was warm beneath her touch, slightly rough with evening stubble, and she found herself memorizing the texture, the sensation. "Brad," she whispered, her voice shaky but sure, a tremor of desire making the single syllable of his name sound like a complete sentence. "Take me somewhere private. Now." Now. The directness of her request surprised even herself, but she didn't regret it. They were adults, they knew what they wanted, and the mixture of desire and genuine connection between them felt too significant to deny or delay. Brad's eyes darkened, pupils dilating in the dim light as a small smile played at his lips, not smug but pleased, excited, and just a little bit awed. "Anything you want," he replied, his voice rough with emotion and something deeper, something that sent another thrill of anticipation down Nicole's spine. With a reluctance that was almost comical, they disentangled themselves from their embrace, straightening clothes and trying to compose themselves enough to make the walk back to his car, without arousing the suspicion of any late-night park-goers they might encounter. Brad took her hand firmly in his, their fingers interlacing as naturally as if they'd been holding hands for years. As they walked briskly back toward the park entrance, the night air cool against Nicole's flushed skin, she found herself marveling at how quickly things had changed. Just hours ago, she'd been nervous about a first date. Now, she was walking hand in hand with Brad, the promise of where the night might lead, creating a delicious tension between them. Whatever happened next, Nicole knew one thing with absolute certainty. This night was indeed turning out to be unforgettable, just as she'd predicted. And for once, she was perfectly content to let the story unfold without trying to control every detail, trusting that whatever came next with Brad would be worth the journey. The drive from the park to Brad's place was quiet, but charged with anticipation, the silence between them heavy with unspoken words and promises. The radio played softly in the background, some late-night jazz station that Brad had tuned to without asking. The smooth saxophone and piano creating a sultry soundtrack that felt almost too perfect for the moment. Like they were characters in a film rather than real people navigating the exhilarating uncertainty of new desire. Nicole sat in the passenger seat, one leg crossed over the other, her dress riding up just enough to reveal a tantalizing glimpse of thigh that she didn't bother to adjust. Her heart was racing so fast, she half wondered if Brad could hear it over the purr of the engine. The steady thump, thump, thump keeping time with the music like an additional percussion instrument. She glanced at him from time to time, studying his profile in the intermittent glow of passing streetlights, each flash illuminating the strong line of his jaw. The slight curl of his hair at the nape of his neck, the focused intensity in his eyes as he navigated the late-night streets. He seemed outwardly calm, his hands steady on the wheel as he drove with practiced precision. But there were subtle tells that betrayed his composed facade. There was a tension in his jaw, a slight flexing of muscle that suggested he was clenching his teeth. His knuckles were a shade paler than usual as he gripped the steering wheel, just a fraction tighter than necessary. And there was a flicker in his eyes when he occasionally glanced her way, a heat that made her stomach tighten pleasantly and her breath catch in her throat. The realization that he was just as affected as she was, just as caught up in this whirlwind they'd created, sent a thrill through her that was equal parts power and vulnerability. She didn't know where they were headed, literally or figuratively, but the way he'd taken her hand as they left the park, his fingers interlacing with hers with such confident tenderness, made her feel safe, wanted, like she was the only thing that mattered to him in this moment, in this night, in this world that had suddenly narrowed to just the two of them. "I can hear you thinking from here," Brad said suddenly, his voice breaking the silence with gentle teasing. "Your brain's working so hard I'm surprised there's no smoke coming out your ears." Nicole laughed, grateful for the release of tension. "Just wondering where we're going. For all I know, you're taking me to some secret lair where you keep your collection of vintage architectural drafting tools." "Damn, you've discovered my evil plan," Brad replied with mock seriousness. "I lure unsuspecting women with fancy dinners and park makeout sessions, only to bore them to death with my extensive protractor collection." "I knew it," Nicole nodded sagely. "No man is that perfect. There had to be a fatal flaw." "Oh, I have many flaws," Brad assured her, turning onto a tree-lined street in one of the city's more upscale neighborhoods. "My protractor obsession is just the tip of the iceberg. Wait until you see my color-coded sock drawer." Nicole laughed again, feeling some of her nervous energy dissipate under his easy humor. That was the thing about Brad. He had this uncanny ability to make her feel both intensely alive and completely at ease, often simultaneously. It was a heady combination. The buildings they passed grew increasingly modern and sleek, glass and steel structures reaching toward the night sky, until Brad finally slowed in front of a particularly striking building. It was clearly new construction, with clean lines and large balconies, the kind of place that probably had a doorman during the day and a fitness center that people actually used. When they pulled up to the upscale apartment building, its facade illuminated by tasteful architectural lighting that highlighted its modern design. Nicole raised an eyebrow, looking over at him in curiosity. "This isn't your parents' house," she said teasingly, though her surprise was genuine. She'd assumed they were heading to his bedroom in the Henderson family home, which would have been awkward but not entirely unexpected given his age and student status. Brad smirked, shutting off the engine and turning to face her fully, his expression a mixture of mischief and something that looked almost like nervousness. "Yeah. About that. I haven't told anyone yet, but I got my own place a couple of weeks ago." Nicole blinked, taken aback by this unexpected revelation. She'd been prepared for many things tonight, but this piece of news wasn't among them. "You didn't tell me." The words came out more accusatory than she'd intended, a note of hurt creeping in despite her best efforts. They'd been texting daily, talking about everything from childhood memories to dreams for the future, sharing inside jokes and deep thoughts in equal measure. The fact that he'd kept something this significant from her felt oddly like a betrayal, though she knew rationally that she had no right to such feelings. They weren't even officially dating yet, or at least, they hadn't been until tonight. I wanted to, believe me, Brad said, getting out of the car and coming around to open her door with that same old-fashioned courtesy he'd displayed all evening. As she stepped out, mindful of her dress and the height of her heels on the uneven pavement, he added softly, his voice dropping to that intimate register that seemed to bypass her ears and go straight to her core. I wanted you to be the first person to see it. Nicole's breath caught, and for a moment, all she could do was stare at him, illuminated by the soft glow of the building's exterior lights. His words hit her in a way she didn't expect, filling her chest with a warmth that spread outward, melting any lingering hurt or doubt. He hadn't told anyone, not his parents, not his friends, not even Sarah, his sister and confidant, but he'd brought her here first. It was such a small thing, really, but it made her feel special, important, like he was sharing a part of himself that no one else had access to. Really? She asked, unable to keep the pleased surprise from her voice. You haven't shown it to anyone else. Brad shook his head, his eyes holding hers with that direct, honest gaze that never failed to make her heart beat a little faster. Not a soul. My parents know I was looking, and Sarah has been pestering me about it for weeks, but I wanted to get it set up just right before I invited anyone over. He paused, a hint of vulnerability flashing across his features. I wanted to share it with you first. Is that weird? No, Nicole said quickly, touched by his admission. Not weird. She searched for the right word. Something that wouldn't sound trite or cliched. It's nice, she finished lamely, though her tone conveyed much more than the simple word could express. Brad's smile was soft, understanding what she wasn't quite saying. Good. No. Because for a second there, I thought I might have come across as some kind of secretive weirdo with a mysterious apartment. Oh, you definitely did, Nicole assured him with a teasing grin, falling into their familiar pattern of banter despite the charged circumstances. Major serial killer vibes. Come see my secret apartment that no one knows about. Classic horror movie setup. Damn, you've foiled my nefarious plan again. Brad sighed dramatically, placing a hand on the small of her back as they walked toward the building's entrance. The touch was light but deliberate, a gentle pressure that sent a shiver of anticipation up her spine. And here I thought the fancy dinner and soulful park confession had distracted you from my obvious, murderous tendencies. Never underestimate a woman's ability to spot red flags, Nicole replied primly, though she leaned slightly into his touch. Though in your case, I'm willing to overlook certain suspicious behaviors. How generous of you, Brad murmured, his voice dropping an octave as they reached the entrance. The automatic door sliding open silently to reveal a sleek, modern lobby with marble floors and subtle, recessed lighting. What other suspicious behaviors might you be willing to overlook? The question hung in the air between them, loaded with innuendo that made Nicole's pulse quicken. But before she could respond, Brad was nodding politely to the night security guard behind the desk, a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair who acknowledged them with a discreet nod before returning his attention to the small television tucked beneath the counter. They crossed the lobby to the elevators, Brad's hand still resting lightly on her back. That simple point of contact, somehow more intimate than their kiss in the park had been. He pressed the button for the 12th floor, not the top, but high enough to suggest an impressive view, and they stepped into the elevator when it arrived with a soft chime. As the doors closed, sealing them into the small space together, Nicole felt the air between them shift again, that same electric tension from the car returning with renewed intensity. Brad turned to face her, his back against the elevator wall, his expression unreadable but his eyes unmistakably dark with desire. So, Nicole said, aiming for casual but landing closer to breathless. When did all this happen? The apartment, I mean. The lease is only a couple weeks old, Brad explained, his voice steady despite the tension vibrating between them. I'd been looking for a while, actually. After graduation, I knew I wanted my own space, somewhere to start fresh. This place came on the market suddenly. Previous tenant got a job overseas, and I jumped on it. It's a great location, and the building has everything I was looking for. Impressive, Nicole nodded, genuinely curious despite the distraction of his proximity. Does it come with a doorman who doesn't question you bringing home strange women in the middle of the night? Brad's lips curved into a slow smile that made her stomach do a complicated flip. That's Larry. He's very discreet. And for the record, you're the first woman I've brought here, strange or otherwise. First notch on the new apartment bedpost, huh? Nicole quipped, though the knowledge that she was the first, that this place was as new to him as it was to her, sent a pleasant thrill through her. I prefer to think of it as a christening, Brad replied, his voice dropping to that low register again, as the elevator reached their floor with a gentle ping, breaking in the place properly. Nicole felt heat rise to her cheeks at his words, a flush that had nothing to do with the temperature in the elevator and everything to do with the promises implicit in his tone. The doors slid open, revealing a tastefully decorated hallway with plush carpeting that muffled their footsteps as they made their way to his door. Number 1214. She noted absently, her mind cataloging details as if to anchor herself in reality, while the rest of her seemed to be floating in some dream-like state. Come on, Brad said, his voice low and inviting, as he unlocked the door with a sleek electronic key fob, then laced his fingers with hers in a gesture that was both reassuring and electrifying. Let me show you around. The simple invitation was loaded with meaning that went far beyond a real estate tour, and Nicole felt her heart skip several beats in succession as she followed him across the threshold, the door closing behind them with a soft, definitive click. The apartment was sleek and modern, with high ceilings that seemed to stretch upward forever and large windows that framed the city skyline like living artwork. The open-concept layout made the space feel expansive and airy, despite the minimal furnishings that currently occupied it. Moonlight streamed through the uncovered windows, casting long, elegant shadows across the polished hardwood floors and creating pools of silver light that gave the whole place an almost dreamlike quality. Brad led her through the entryway with the quiet confidence of someone already comfortable in their space, his hand still holding hers, as if he was afraid she might vanish if he let go. They passed through a small foyer, with a built-in bench that currently held nothing but a stack of architectural magazines and a single set of keys tossed haphazardly on top. "Welcome to Casa de Brad," he said with a slightly self-deprecating smile. "It's still a work in progress, so lower your expectations accordingly." Nicole laughed softly. "If this is your idea of lowered expectations, I'd love to see what high expectations look like." They moved into the kitchen, a gleaming expanse of stainless steel appliances and pristine white countertops that looked barely used. A single coffee mug sat in the otherwise empty dish rack, and a bowl of fruit on the island appeared to be the only food visible in the entire space. "I'm still figuring out how I want to decorate," he said, gesturing to the bare walls and minimal furniture with his free hand, his other still entwined with hers. "But I've got big plans. Thinking of adding some shelves here, maybe a coffee bar over there." His voice took on an animated quality as he described his vision, pointing out potential locations for furniture that existed only in his imagination for now. "Right here," he said, indicating a recessed area near the kitchen. "I'm thinking of having a custom bookshelf built. Something modern, but warm. Maybe with integrated lighting. And over there," he pointed to an empty corner by the windows, "I want to set up a drafting table where I can work when I bring projects home." Nicole smiled, watching him as he spoke, taking in the excitement that transformed his features. There was a boyish enthusiasm in his voice that made her heart swell unexpectedly. This was a side of Brad she hadn't fully seen before. Not the polished professional from dinner or the smooth charmer from the park, but someone more vulnerable and genuine, sharing dreams still in their infancy with her. She loved seeing this side of him, carefree and happy, radiating a kind of unguarded joy as he shared something so personal with her. "So I take it you don't cook much?" she teased, nodding toward the immaculate kitchen that looked like it had emerged straight from a design magazine, untouched by actual use. Brad laughed, running a hand through his hair in a gesture that somehow made him look both sheepish and absurdly attractive. "Is it that obvious? I have grand ambitions of becoming one of those guys who makes elaborate Sunday brunches and impresses people with my homemade pasta. But so far, I've mastered exactly 2 dishes. Scrambled eggs and anything that can be delivered in 30 minutes or less." "A culinary genius," Nicole nodded solemnly, though her eyes sparkled with amusement. "Though I have to say, that fruit bowl is a nice touch. Very adult of you." "Pure decoration," Brad admitted with a grin. "I bought it specifically to make visitors think I have my life together. The apples are real, though. I ate one yesterday. With peanut butter. Like a 5-year-old. "Impressive," Nicole laughed. "At least you're honest about your limitations." "Always," Brad agreed, his expression turning more serious for a moment, though his eyes remained warm. "No point pretending to be something I'm not. Especially with you." The simple sincerity in his voice made Nicole's stomach do a complicated flip, and she found herself squeezing his hand without consciously deciding to do so. He squeezed back, a silent acknowledgement passing between them before he tugged her gently toward a hallway. "Come on, more to see. I'll give you the grand tour before you realize how little furniture I actually own and flee in horror." He led her through the apartment with the enthusiasm of a child showing off a new toy, pointing out features and sharing his plans for each space. The bedroom was minimalist but cozy, with a large bed that dominated the space, dressed in simple dark gray bedding that looked expensive and inviting. A single nightstand held a lamp and a dog-eared paperback, the only personal touch in the otherwise sparse room. "I like to read before bed," he explained, following her gaze to the book. "Old habit from childhood. Sarah used to make fun of me for it," said only grandpas read actual books when everyone else uses tablets. "I think it's nice," Nicole said, genuinely touched by this glimpse into his private routines. "There's something special about holding a real book." Next was the small office he'd set up in what was clearly meant to be a second bedroom. Unlike the rest of the apartment, this room showed signs of actual use. A sleek desk occupied the center of the space, covered with neatly arranged drafting tools, a high-end laptop, and what appeared to be blueprints for a building Nicole didn't recognize. The walls here weren't bare. Several framed architectural drawings hung in a carefully arranged pattern, displaying a style that Nicole recognized from some of Brad's previous work. "This is where the magic happens," Brad said with a theatrical gesture, then immediately grimaced. "That came out wrong. I meant the work magic, not, you know what. I'm just going to stop talking now." Nicole burst out laughing, the tension that had been building between them since the park momentarily broken by his endearing awkwardness. "Smooth, very smooth. Do you use that line on all the girls you bring to see your drafting table?" "Absolutely," Brad nodded seriously. "Nothing gets a woman going like the sight of a mechanical pencil and a T-square. It's my foolproof seduction technique." "Well, it's clearly working," Nicole replied with a mock swoon. "I'm practically overcome with desire at the sight of all these." "What are those, anyway?" She pointed to a collection of oddly shaped tools arranged in a leather case. "Technical drawing instruments," Brad explained, his eyes lighting up with genuine enthusiasm. "That one's a compass. That's a French curve. And that," he pointed to a strange metal device that looked vaguely medical, is a beam compass for drawing large circles. I actually don't use them much anymore with everything being digital, but they were my grandfather's. He was an architect too. So it runs in the family, Nicole observed, touched by this connection to his past. That's really special. Brad nodded, a soft smile playing at his lips. Yeah, it is. He's the one who got me interested in buildings when I was a kid. Used to take me to construction sites in a hard hat that was way too big for my head. I looked like a bobblehead doll. Nicole tried to picture a young Brad, oversized helmet wobbling on his small head, and the image made her smile. There was something incredibly endearing about imagining him as a child, already fascinated by the work that would become his passion. Finally, they made their way to the living room, the largest space in the apartment, and clearly meant to be its focal point. It was cozy despite its simplicity, with a large sectional couch upholstered in rich, dark leather, facing a flat-screen TV mounted on the wall. A low coffee table sat in front of the couch, bearing nothing but a remote control and an architectural magazine. A couple of boxes were stacked in the corner, still sealed with packing tape, evidence that he was still settling in. The entire far wall consisted of floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a breathtaking view of the city lights, twinkling like earthbound stars against the dark canvas of the night. And this, Brad said, spreading his arms with a flourish that managed to be both self-deprecating and genuinely proud, is where I plan to spend way too much time, watching bad movies and eating takeout. My sacred temple of laziness. Nicole laughed, stepping further into the room and turning slowly to take it all in. The space was undeniably beautiful, with clean lines and perfect proportions that spoke to Brad's architectural eye. But it also felt comfortable, livable. It's perfect. Very you. Very me. Brad raised an eyebrow, leaning against the back of the couch with casual grace that somehow made him look like he was posing for a magazine, spread without trying. What does that mean, exactly? Nicole considered for a moment, tilting her head as she studied both him and the space. Elegant but not fussy. Thoughtful. Well designed. She paused, a teasing smile playing at her lips. A little bit empty in places, but with excellent structural integrity. Wow. Brad placed a hand over his heart, in mock offense. Did you just compare me to an unfurnished apartment? That's cold, Nicole. Ice cold. Ice cold. I meant it as a compliment, she protested, laughing. You've got good bones. The apartment, I mean. Though I suppose you do too. I'll take it, Brad chuckled, his eyes never leaving hers as she wandered closer to the windows, drawn by the spectacular view. I'm glad you think so. There was a pause. The air between them thickening with unspoken words and desires that had been simmering since their kiss in the park. Nicole felt her pulse quicken as his gaze lingered on her. His expression soft but intense, a hunger in his eyes that mirrored what she felt coursing through her own body. The way he was looking at her made her stomach twist in the best way, heat pooling low in her belly and spreading outward like wildfire. She didn't know if it was the privacy of being alone in his apartment, away from the public eyes of the restaurant and the park, or the intimacy of being shown this new space that no one else had seen. But something had shifted between them. The tension that had been building all evening felt like a live wire now, electric and dangerous and impossible to ignore. She couldn't hold back anymore. Without a word, Nicole crossed the room, her heels clicking softly against the hardwood floor in a rhythm that matched her accelerating heartbeat. Brad straightened as she approached, his eyes widening slightly in surprise at her sudden determination. Before he could say anything, before she could overthink or second-guess herself, she pushed him gently onto the couch, the leather creaking softly as he fell back against it. In one smooth motion that surprised even herself with its boldness, she straddled his lap, her dress hiking up her thighs as she settled against him. Her hands framed his face, fingers splaying across his jawline and into his hair as she leaned in, capturing his lips in a kiss that was anything but tentative. This wasn't the careful, exploratory kiss they'd shared on his parents' porch, or even the passionate but still somewhat restrained embrace in the park. This was raw, uninhibited desire, months of tension finally breaking free. Brad responded instantly, as if he'd been waiting for precisely this moment. His hands gripped her hips, fingers digging into the fabric of her dress as he kissed her back with equal fervor, matching her intensity with his own. Nicole's fingers tangled in his hair, gripping slightly as she pressed her body against his, feeling the solid warmth of his chest against hers. She deepened the kiss, her tongue teasing along the seam of his lips, until they parted, granting her access. Every nerve in her body was on fire, hypersensitive to each point of contact between them. His hands on her hips, his chest against hers, his lips moving in perfect synchrony with her own. The feel of him beneath her, the warmth of his hands through the thin fabric of her dress, the firmness of his chest pressing against her, only made her want more, made her crave closer contact, less barriers, more of everything. Her hips moved instinctively, grinding against him in a slow, deliberate motion that sent sparks of pleasure shooting up her spine. Brad groaned into her mouth, a deep, primal sound that reverberated through her body and settled as a throbbing ache between her thighs. His grip on her tightened, guiding her movements with a gentle pressure that suggested he wanted this just as badly as she did. The sound he made, that raw, unfiltered expression of desire, sent a shiver down her spine, a flush of heat that spread across her skin like wildfire. She couldn't stop herself from repeating the motion, seeking the delicious friction that made her toes curl inside her heels, her movements becoming more insistent, more deliberate. "Nicole," Brad murmured against her lips, her name emerging as a half-groan that made her feel both powerful and desperate simultaneously. His voice was rough with need, deeper than she'd ever heard it, and the sound of it stirred something primal within her. He kissed her again, not waiting for a response, his hands roaming up her back, pulling her closer as if he couldn't get enough of her, as if he was trying to eliminate any space that dared to exist between their bodies. Minutes blurred together as they lost themselves in each other, the rest of the world fading away until there was nothing but sensation. His lips on hers, his hands exploring her body, the heat building between them with every touch. Nicole's dress had ridden up her thighs, the emerald fabric bunched around her waist now, exposing the lace edges of her underwear, but she couldn't bring herself to care about modesty or propriety. Not when Brad was looking at her like she was everything he'd ever wanted. Brad's blazer had long since been discarded, tossed carelessly over the arm of the couch, leaving him in just his button-up shirt that was now wrinkled from her eager hands. At some point, Nicole wasn't sure exactly when, her fingers had found their way to the buttons, slipping them loose one by one with an urgency that made her hands slightly clumsy. The shirt was open now, revealing the toned muscles of his chest and abdomen, a sight that made her mouth go dry with want. She splayed her hands across his skin, savoring the warmth of him, the solid realness of his body beneath her palms. His muscles flexed under her touch as her fingers explored, tracing the defined contours of his chest, the firm plane of his stomach, the light trail of hair that disappeared tantalizingly into the waistband of his pants. He was gorgeous, not in the polished, perfect way of magazine models, but in the real, vital way of a man who used his body, who lived in it fully. Brad's lips moved from hers, trailing a path of fire along her jawline, and down to her neck, finding a particularly sensitive spot just below her ear that made her gasp. Her head tilted back instinctively, giving him better access as her fingers gripped his shoulders, nails digging in slightly as waves of pleasure coursed through her. Every brush of his lips against her heated skin, Every gentle graze of his teeth sent jolts of electricity through her body, making her arch against him in silent demand for more. His hands weren't idle as his mouth worked its magic on her neck. They roamed her back, her sides, her thighs, learning the contours of her body through the increasingly frustrating barrier of her dress. When his fingers found the zipper at her back, he paused, his eyes meeting hers in a silent question, a brief moment of clarity in the haze of desire that had enveloped them. After what felt like an eternity, though it could have been mere minutes, time having lost all meaning in the haze of desire, Brad shifted, his movements deliberate and controlled despite the obvious tension in his body. His hands slid to her thighs, fingers pressing into the soft skin exposed by her hiked-up dress, as he gently flipped their positions with a surprising grace that spoke of hidden strength. Nicole found herself on her back, the cool leather of the couch a stark contrast to the heat of her flushed skin. Her legs draped over the edge of the cushions as Brad hovered over her, his weight supported on his forearms. His shirt was completely off now. When had that happened? Discarded somewhere on the floor, forgotten in their frenzy. Nicole couldn't help but admire the way his body looked in the dim light filtering through the windows, the city glow casting shadows that accentuated the defined muscles of his chest and abdomen. A single bead of sweat traced a tantalizing path down his sternum, and Nicole had the sudden, overwhelming urge to follow it with her tongue. "See something you like," Brad murmured, a hint of playful arrogance in his voice, though his slightly uneven breathing betrayed just how affected he really was. "Just wondering how an architect who spends his days hunched over drawings manages to look like that," Nicole replied, her voice huskier than usual as her fingers traced the contours of his chest, learning the topography of his body with eager exploration. "Do you build model houses by bench pressing them?" Brad laughed, the sound rumbling deep in his chest. "The secret is fear. My gym has windows that face the office of my 80-year-old neighbor, who still does pilates every morning. Nothing motivates like terror." Nicole laughed, the sound transforming into a soft gasp as Brad lowered himself slightly, the increased contact sending sparks of pleasure through her overheated body. His eyes met hers, and for a moment, the intensity in his gaze took her breath away. There was hunger there, a raw desire that made her stomach clench with anticipation, but there was something else too, a warmth, a tenderness that seemed at odds with the urgency of their embrace, but somehow made it all the more powerful. His hand brushed her cheek in a gesture that was surprisingly gentle, given the heat between them, his thumb grazing her jawline with a feather-light touch that made her skin tingle. He leaned in close, his breath warm against her lips. But instead of kissing her again, he paused, his expression turning serious despite the flush on his cheeks and the rapid rise and fall of his chest. "Nicole," he said softly, his voice steady despite the palpable tension between them. "Are you sure about this? About us? We can stop if you want. No pressure." The question caught her off guard, breaking through the fog of desire that had enveloped her. She froze, her breath hitching as her mind raced, suddenly thrust back into rational thought when all she'd wanted was to lose herself in sensation. Was she sure? Her heart was pounding so hard, she was certain he could feel it, her body practically vibrating with need for him. But this was a line she hadn't crossed before. Not with Brad. Not with anyone she cared about this deeply. A small voice in the back of her mind wondered if she was ready. If this would change things between them in ways she couldn't predict. What if it ruined everything? What if it made things weird? What if? But then she looked into his eyes, deep, steady, and filled with an undeniable tenderness that made her chest ache, and the answer became clear, cutting through her spiraling thoughts like a beam of light through fog. This wasn't just physical, wasn't just the culmination of a successful date or the result of too much wine and moonlight. It was him. It was Brad. With his terrible jokes and his thoughtful gestures, and the way he looked at her like she was the most fascinating person he'd ever met. And she wanted him. Not just his body, though God knew she wanted that too. But all of him, in every way possible. Are you really asking me that while you're half naked on top of me? She quipped, trying to mask the depth of her emotion with humor, though her voice trembled slightly. Because mixed signals, much. Brad didn't laugh, his expression remaining serious, despite her attempt at levity. I mean it, Nicole. This matters. You matter. The simple sincerity in his voice touched something deep within her, breaking through the last of her hesitation, throwing caution to the wind, and with it, all the careful boundaries she'd built over the years. She wrapped her legs around his waist in a decisive motion, the action pulling him down until his weight settled more fully against her. The increased contact sent a jolt of pleasure through her body, making her gasp, but she didn't let it distract her from her purpose. I'm sure, she whispered, her voice low but firm, leaving no room for doubt. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. With that declaration hanging in the air between them, she pulled him down into a searing kiss, pouring everything she couldn't quite say yet into the press of her lips against his. Her fingers tangled in his hair, gripping the soft strands as she pressed her body against his, her intentions unmistakably clear. Brad groaned against her lips. A sound of surrender and triumph rolled into one as his last vestiges of control slipped away like water through cupped hands. He kissed her back with renewed intensity, the restraint he'd been exercising, the gentleness, the care giving way to something more primal, more urgent. His hands slid down her sides, fingers tracing the curve of her waist before gripping her hips, pulling her even closer as he settled more firmly between her legs. Nicole could feel the heat of him, the solid weight of his body pressing her into the cushions, and it only made her want him more. Her hands roamed his back, feeling the muscles shift and flex beneath her touch as he moved against her. The friction was delicious, but not enough. Not nearly enough to satisfy the ache building within her. You know, Brad murmured against her neck between heated kisses, his voice rough with desire, when I bought this couch. This wasn't exactly the christening I had in mind. Nicole laughed breathlessly, the sound turning into a soft moan as he found a particularly sensitive spot just below her ear. No. What did you have in mind? Netflix marathons and falling asleep during documentaries about bridges. Something like that, he admitted, his lips curving into a smile against her skin. No, not any. Though I think I prefer this version. I should hope so, Nicole replied, arching against him as his hand found the zipper of her dress, slowly easing it down with tantalizing deliberation. Otherwise, I'd be seriously reconsidering my choices here. The cool air hit her exposed back as the zipper descended, sending a delightful shiver down her spine that had nothing to do with the temperature and everything to do with the way Brad's eyes darkened as he watched her reaction. The dress was loosening around her, the fabric slipping from her shoulders, but before it could reveal more, Nicole made a decision. Take me somewhere more comfortable, she whispered against his lips, her voice trembling with a combination of desire and the slightest edge of vulnerability. Despite her boldness up to this point, there was something intimate about asking for what she wanted, about making her intentions explicit. Now. The command hung between them for a heartbeat before Brad nodded, his expression serious despite the flush on his cheeks and the desire evident in every line of his body. He didn't need to be told twice. With one last heated kiss that seemed to promise all sorts of delicious things to come, he stood in a fluid motion, his hands sliding under her thighs and back as he scooped her into his arms. Nicole let out a small surprised squeak that was decidedly undignified, her arms automatically wrapping around his neck as she clung to him. Her dress was still bunched around her hips, exposing far more leg than was proper, but propriety seemed like a distant, irrelevant concept at this point. Brad carried her with surprising ease, as if she weighed nothing at all, his arms secure and steady beneath her. "You know," she said, trying to disguise her breathlessness with humor, "this is very caveman of you. Very primal. I'm not sure whether to be impressed or scandalized." "Both," Brad suggested, his voice rough with want but his eyes twinkling with humor as he navigated through the apartment. "Definitely both. Though for the record, cavemen didn't generally ask for consent or carry women to beds. They were more dragged by hair to cave types." "Fair point," Nicole conceded, her fingers playing with the hair at the nape of his neck, delighting in the way it made him shiver, despite his obvious strength. "I appreciate the upgrade. Much better aesthetics." Brad's laugh was strained, his control clearly hanging by a thread as he looked down at her, his gaze heated. "You have no idea how long I've wanted this." "Wanted you?" The simple confession, spoken with such raw honesty, made Nicole's heart race even faster, a fluttering in her chest that had nothing to do with physical desire and everything to do with the emotion behind his words. She opened her mouth to respond, to tell him that she'd wanted him to, that she'd been dreaming of this moment since that first kiss on his parents' porch. But the words stuck in her throat, overwhelmed by the intensity of what she was feeling. Instead, she kissed him again, a softer, more tender kiss than the heated exchanges they'd shared on the couch, but no less meaningful. It was an answer in itself, a silent acknowledgement of what was happening between them, not just physically, but emotionally. Nicole's heart raced as he carried her toward the bedroom, each step bringing them closer to something she knew would change everything between them. Her anticipation built with every moment, a delicious tension that coiled tight in her belly like a spring ready to release. As they crossed the threshold into his bedroom, the city lights casting a soft, ethereal glow through the uncovered windows, she felt a curious mixture of nervousness and absolute certainty. Whatever happened next, there would be no going back to how things were before. And surprisingly, that thought didn't scare her at all. It felt right. It felt like exactly where she was supposed to be. The first thing Nicole noticed when she opened her eyes was the faint morning light filtering through the curtains, casting a golden glow across the unfamiliar bedroom. The second was the steady rise and fall of Brad's chest beneath her cheek, his warmth enveloping her like a cocoon of safety and contentment. For a split second, panic flickered in her chest, a disorienting moment of "where am I?" That made her pulse quicken. Where was she? What had happened? But then the events of the night before came rushing back in a flood of vivid, delicious memories. Dinner at Le Jardin, their walk in the park, the heated kisses on his couch, and everything that followed, and her heart immediately settled, the momentary alarm replaced by a warm glow of satisfaction. She let out a soft sigh, her head still resting on his bare chest, her arm draped lazily across his stomach, where her fingers had apparently spent the night tracing the defined lines of his abdomen. His skin was warm and solid beneath her, slightly rougher than she'd expected but perfect in its masculinity. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat was surprisingly soothing, like a metronome keeping time to a melody only they could hear. She didn't move, didn't want to risk waking him, not yet. This quiet moment felt too precious, too perfect to disturb. Instead, she let herself sink into the sensation, her thoughts wandering as her fingers absent-mindedly traced small patterns on his skin, connecting invisible constellations between the light freckles scattered across his chest. His breathing was deep and even, suggesting he was still sound asleep. She could feel the gentle puff of his breath against her hair, could smell the faint traces of his cologne, mingled with something uniquely him, a scent she now associated with safety and desire in equal measure. The sheet was draped haphazardly across their lower bodies, a testament to the restless, passionate night they'd shared, leaving most of his torso exposed to her appreciative gaze. It was strange, she thought, how much everything had changed in such a short time. When she first became Nicole, she'd been so overwhelmed, so unsure of how to navigate her new life. The transition had been jarring, physically, emotionally, in every way imaginable. She'd thought immersing herself in Nicole's world would be impossible, that she'd never feel like herself again, that she'd always feel like an imposter, playing a role she hadn't auditioned for. And at first she was right. It had been difficult. Every day felt like a battle to figure out who she was supposed to be, to balance the memories of Nicholas with the reality of Nicole, to reconcile the person she had been with the person she was now. She remembered her first day at the university after the change, how foreign everything had felt, from the way people looked at her, to the clothes she wore, to the sound of her own voice. She'd spent hours in front of the mirror, practicing facial expressions, gestures, trying to move in a way that felt natural, while simultaneously hiding the panic that constantly threatened to overwhelm her. Every interaction had been a minefield of potential mistakes, every conversation a test she hadn't studied for. But then there was him. Brad. The man who had somehow, over the past few months, become her anchor in a sea of uncertainty. He made her feel safe, grounded, and seen in a way that no one ever had before. With Brad, she didn't have to pretend or perform. She could just be. He seemed to accept her exactly as she was, quirks and all, never pushing her to be something she wasn't. Lying here now, in his arms after the most beautiful, memorable night of her life, she couldn't help but smile, a private expression of contentment that no one else could see. This felt right. He felt right. Not just the physical aspects, though those had certainly exceeded her expectations, but everything about being with him, about letting herself be vulnerable with someone in a way she never had before. Her thoughts drifted to Sarah, her best friend turned sister-in-law to be. If Sarah had her way, which she almost certainly would, given her persistence and uncanny ability to bend the world to her will. Sarah, with her boundless energy and relentless teasing, who never let Nicole take herself too seriously. In her own chaotic, sometimes maddening way, Sarah had been her rock, always there to support her without asking for anything in return. Sarah had been there through the hard days, the awkward moments, and the nights Nicole had doubted herself, doubted that she could ever truly adapt to this new life she'd been thrown into. She remembered one particularly rough day, about 3 months after the change, when she'd locked herself in the bathroom of their shared dorm, tears streaming down her face as she struggled with a wave of dysphoria and disorientation, so intense it had left her gasping for breath. Sarah had sat outside the door for hours, not demanding that she come out, not insisting that she talk, just there, present, occasionally sliding terrible jokes or random observations under the door on slips of paper, until Nicole had finally emerged, red-eyed but smiling despite herself. Sarah had never once made her feel like less, had never treated her like she was strange or broken or wrong. If anything, Sarah had made Nicole feel like she was exactly who she was supposed to be, had accepted her with an ease that seemed almost miraculous in retrospect. And then there were Brad and Sarah's parents, the Hendersons. They'd welcomed her into their family without hesitation, treating her like one of their own from the very beginning. Mr. Henderson with his terrible dad jokes and quiet wisdom, Mrs. Henderson with her warm hugs and perceptive questions that somehow never felt intrusive. Sitting at their dinner table every Friday night, laughing at Mr. Henderson's puns that made everyone else groan. Helping Mrs. Henderson with the dishes while they discussed books or movies or current events. Sharing dessert and stories and small, everyday moments. Nicole had felt something she hadn't realized she'd been missing. Belonging. A sense of home that had nothing to do with physical spaces and everything to do with the people who filled them. For the first time in a long time, lying here in Brad's arms with the morning light painting patterns across their intertwined bodies, she realized she liked who she was. She liked being Nicole. Not just tolerated it, not just accepted it as an immutable fact of her existence, but genuinely, deeply enjoyed it. Maybe, just maybe, this was how things were always meant to be. And as strange as it sounded, she couldn't shake the feeling that something had been missing when she was Nicholas. Something she hadn't even known how to name until now. A fundamental rightness that had eluded her. Just as Nicole was finishing her train of thought, contemplating what it meant to feel at home in oneself, in a way she'd never expected, she felt Brad stir beneath her. His arm, which had been wrapped loosely around her waist, tightened slightly in an unconscious gesture of possession that sent a pleasant shiver down her spine. She heard the low rumble of his voice as he spoke, still groggy from sleep, the vibration of his words traveling through his chest and into her cheek in a surprisingly intimate sensation. "Well," he said, his tone playful even through the morning rasp in his voice, "that happened." Nicole's cheeks flushed instantly, a wave of heat rushing to her face as the implications of his simple statement sank in. Yes, it had definitely happened, multiple times in fact, each more intense than the last, and while she regretted nothing about their night together, there was something about acknowledging it in the harsh light of day that made her suddenly self-conscious. She buried her face in his chest with a groan, hiding her blush against his skin. "Oh my God. Don't start," she mumbled, her voice muffled against his chest. Brad chuckled, the sound deep and warm, reverberating through his ribcage in a way she could feel as much as hear. "What? I'm just saying. It was a pretty memorable night. I'm pretty sure we scandalized at least 3 of my neighbors." Nicole lifted her head to glare at him, though the effect was ruined by the persistent redness in her cheeks, and the way her lips kept threatening to curve into a smile despite her best efforts. "You're impossible. And your neighbors couldn't possibly have heard anything." "I wouldn't be so sure," Brad replied with an exaggerated waggle of his eyebrows. "These walls are thinner than they look. And you, my dear, are not exactly quiet." "I am not loud," Nicole protested, mortification and amusement warring in her expression. "I'm not complaining," Brad assured her, his smirk softening into something more genuine. "Quite the opposite, in fact. It was incredibly hot. And yet, here you are," Brad teased, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he smirked, one arm tucked behind his head to prop himself up slightly, giving her an even better view of his admittedly impressive torso. "Lying on top of me, looking all cute and embarrassed. With your hair all messy, and that adorable little crease between your eyebrows that you get when you're trying not to smile, but totally failing at it." "I'm not embarrassed," Nicole said, though her voice cracked slightly, betraying her. She made a half-hearted attempt to smooth her hair, suddenly aware of what she must look like after a night of enthusiastic activities. "And for the record, you're the one." "Oh, here we go," Brad interrupted, grinning broadly like a cat who'd gotten into the cream and had absolutely no regrets about it. "Let me guess, I'm the one who, what, seduced you? Because if I remember correctly, you were the one who pushed me onto the couch and climbed on top of me like I was your personal jungle gym." Nicole gasped, genuine shock and outrage, albeit the playful kind, widening her eyes as she sat up slightly and smacked his chest with an open palm, the slap creating a satisfying sound, but causing no actual pain. "I did not. Okay, maybe I did. But you... Ugh, I hate you." Brad laughed, the sound rich and genuine as he caught her wrist before she could smack him again, his fingers encircling it with gentle pressure. "Relax, I'm just messing with you. Though for the record, that moment is permanently etched into my memory as possibly the hottest thing that's ever happened to me. I'm going to be thinking about it during boring meetings for years to come." Nicole huffed, trying to maintain her indignation, but finding it increasingly difficult with Brad looking at her like that. His hair adorably mussed, his eyes still soft with sleep, but twinkling with mischief. A day's worth of stubble darkening his jaw in a way that made him look somehow more rugged and appealing than he had the night before. "You're so annoying," she declared, crossing her arms over her chest, belatedly realizing that the sheet had slipped down during her movements, exposing more skin than she'd intended. She quickly tugged it back up, holding it in place with one hand while maintaining her glare, though there was no real heat behind it. "And you love it," Brad said, with complete confidence, his grin softening into something gentler as his eyes met hers, a warmth in his gaze that made her breath catch. His hand reached up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, the casual intimacy of the gesture more affecting than it had any right to be. "Seriously, though, last night was amazing." "You're amazing." Nicole's irritation melted away at his words, her heart doing a little flip in her chest that felt both ridiculous and absolutely perfect. She looked down at him, taking in the full picture he made, his hair messy from sleep, and her enthusiastic fingers. His chest still bare and slightly marked in places where her nails or lips had been particularly eager. His expression open and warm and so genuinely affectionate it made her chest ache in the best possible way. She couldn't help but smile, a real unguarded expression that felt as natural as breathing. "Yeah," she said softly, reaching out to trace the line of his jaw with her fingertips, marveling at the slight roughness of his morning stubble. "It was." After a moment of comfortable silence, the kind that felt natural rather than awkward, Nicole shifted, stretching slightly like a cat waking from a particularly satisfying nap. With a decisiveness that surprised even herself, she swung her legs over the side of the bed, the sheet falling away as she moved. "All right, I'm making you breakfast," she announced, as if this was something they did every morning rather than a first-time occurrence in a relationship that was barely 24 hours old. If one could even call it a relationship yet. The thought sent a small flutter of nerves through her stomach, but she pushed it aside, focusing instead on the practical matter at hand, food. Brad raised an eyebrow, leaning back against the pillows with a lazy confidence that was frankly unfair given how good he looked doing it. The sheet pulled around his waist, leaving his chest bare, his hair tousled in a way that somehow managed to be both messy and attractive, an achievement Nicole had never mastered with her own bedhead. "Oh, so we're doing the whole domestic thing now?" he asked, his tone teasing but with an undertone of genuine pleasure. "Breakfast, in bed. Next thing I know, you'll be leaving a toothbrush here and rearranging my kitchen cabinets." Nicole shot him a look over her shoulder, trying to appear stern but failing miserably as the corners of her mouth twitched upward. "Don't make it weird, Henderson. I'm hungry. You presumably have food. And I happen to make excellent scrambled eggs. This is purely a survival strategy." "I'm just saying," Brad said, smirking with that particular blend of cockiness and charm that she was finding increasingly difficult to resist. His eyes, still soft with the lingering traces of sleep, held a warmth that belied his casual tone. "I could get used to this. Waking up to find a beautiful woman willing to cook for me. It's like I've died and gone to some kind of breakfast heaven." "You're assuming the food will be edible," Nicole countered, though she was secretly pleased by the compliment. "For all you know, my cooking skills are entirely theoretical." "I'm willing to risk it," Brad assured her, his gaze trailing appreciatively over her form as she sat perched on the edge of his bed. "Besides, after last night I think I could eat just about anything and declare it the best meal of my life." Nicole rolled her eyes, fighting the blush that threatened to rise at his obvious reference to their activities the night before. With deliberate casualness, she stood up and stretched, raising her arms above her head in a languid motion that arched her back slightly. She felt his gaze on her instantly, practically burning into her skin, and when she glanced back, She saw him watching her with an intensity that made her skin tingle and her stomach tighten with renewed desire. She was still completely naked from the night before, not having bothered to search for her clothes in the tangle of sheets and discarded garments scattered across his bedroom floor. In the past, she might have felt self-conscious, might have grabbed the sheet and wrapped it around herself before making a dash for her clothes. But there was something about the way Brad looked at her, with open appreciation rather than judgment, with desire rather than evaluation, that made her feel bold, confident in her own skin, in a way she rarely experienced. She could feel the heat of his gaze as it lingered on her curves, tracking the line of her spine, the swell of her hips, the length of her legs. Instead of making her feel exposed or vulnerable, it made her feel powerful, desirable, and more than a little mischievous. "See something you like?" she asked, the question both teasing and genuinely curious. Despite their night together, this level of casual intimacy was new territory for them, and she was still mapping the boundaries. Brad's response was immediate and unequivocal. "Everything," he said simply, his voice rougher than it had been a moment ago. "Absolutely everything." The sincerity in his tone sent a warm flush through Nicole's body, a different kind of heat than the desire that had consumed them the night before. Softer, more tender, but no less powerful for its gentleness. Feeling unexpectedly bold, she walked over to the chair where his shirt was draped, the white button-up he'd worn to dinner now hopelessly wrinkled from its time on the floor. With deliberate slowness, she picked it up, making a show of considering it before slipping it on. She buttoned just enough to cover herself. 3 buttons, strategically placed, while leaving her legs completely bare. The shirt was far too big on her, the sleeves hanging past her fingertips and the hem brushing the tops of her thighs, creating an effect that was somehow both innocent and incredibly provocative. She knew exactly what she was doing when she turned back to him, smirking with newfound confidence as she rolled up the sleeves to her elbows, the movement causing the shirt to shift and reveal just a hint more thigh. It was a classic move, straight out of a romantic comedy, girl wears boy's shirt morning after. But she couldn't deny its effectiveness, especially given the way Brad's eyes darkened as he took in the sight of her. "Keep staring, Henderson, and you're not getting any breakfast," she teased, heading for the bedroom door with a deliberate sway to her hips. "Food doesn't cook itself, and I'm starving after all that. Exercise last night." Brad groaned, running a hand down his face as he watched her walk away, his expression a comical mixture of appreciation and mock suffering. "You're gonna kill me, you know that. Walking around, looking like that in my shirt, it should be illegal. Or at the very least, come with a warning label." "Like what?" Nicole asked, pausing in the doorway to lean against the frame, one leg slightly bent in a pose that showcased the length of her bare legs. "Caution. Woman in men's shirt may cause heart palpitations." "More like danger, extreme risk of spontaneous combustion," Brad countered, his eyes trailing from her tousled hair down to her bare feet and back up again in a slow, appreciative perusal that made her feel both exposed and exhilarated. "I'm not going to be held responsible for my actions if you keep this up." Nicole glanced back over her shoulder, her smile turning playful as she caught the unmistakable desire in his eyes. There was something intoxicating about knowing she had this effect on him, about seeing the open want in his expression. "Maybe," she said, her voice light, but with an undercurrent of promise that hung in the air between them. "But at least you'll die happy." With that parting shot, she disappeared into the hallway, the sway of her hips perhaps a bit more pronounced than strictly necessary. She could hear Brad's low laugh behind her, a warm, rich sound that sent a shiver of anticipation down her spine, followed by the rustle of sheets and the soft pad of bare feet on the floor. Clearly, he wasn't about to let her have all the fun. The sound of his approach made her smile to herself as she made her way toward what she assumed was the kitchen, guided by the basic layout of the apartment she'd observed the night before. There was something both thrilling and comforting about this, The playful teasing. The mutual attraction. The easy way they seemed to fit together. It felt natural, as if they'd been doing this dance for years rather than hours. Nicole couldn't help but wonder what the day would bring. What would happen once they moved beyond the bubble of his apartment and back into the real world with all its complications and expectations. But for now, she was content to enjoy this moment. The morning light. The borrowed shirt. The promise of breakfast. And perhaps a repeat of last night's activities. One step at a time, she thought, hearing Brad's footsteps growing closer behind her. And this particular step felt very much like the right direction. Breakfast had been light and filled with playful banter. The two of them slipping into an easy rhythm that made Nicole feel like they'd been doing this for years, rather than experiencing their first morning together. Brad had insisted on making coffee, claiming it was the one culinary skill he'd perfected through years of sleep-deprived architecture school all-nighters. His coffee machine was clearly high-end, one of those complicated Italian contraptions with more buttons than a spacecraft. But he operated it with the confident precision of someone who prioritized caffeine above all other consumables. The secret, he'd explained while measuring beans with scientific exactness, is in the grind. Too coarse and you get watery disappointment. Too fine and it's basically coffee-flavored sludge. Are we still talking about coffee? Nicole had teased, perched on a bar stool at his kitchen island, her legs swinging freely beneath her, still clad only in his button-up shirt. Brad had shot her a look that was half amusement, half heat. Mind out of the gutter, Henderson. This is serious business. Nicole had laughed, enjoying the casual domesticity of the moment. Henderson, I think you've got that bats. Not if Sarah has her way, Brad had replied with a wink that made Nicole's stomach do a ridiculous little flip. While Brad had handled the coffee, Nicole had taken charge of the actual food preparation, rummaging through his surprisingly well-stocked refrigerator to find eggs, cheese, and an assortment of vegetables that looked fresh enough to suggest he'd gone shopping recently. She'd whipped up a quick frittata, moving around his kitchen with growing confidence as she found utensils and spices, occasionally asking where things were kept, but mostly figuring it out on her own. Brad had even attempted to help with the toast, a task so simple it seemed impossible to mess up. Yet he'd somehow managed to burn a piece so thoroughly that the smoke detector had nearly gone off, which Nicole had teased him mercilessly about for the next 15 minutes. I'm genuinely impressed, she'd said, fanning away smoke with a dish towel, while Brad stood looking sheepishly at the charred remains of what had once been bread. I didn't think it was possible to reduce toast to actual carbon. You could probably sell this to a science lab for study. Very funny, Brad had grumbled, though his eyes were crinkled with amusement. I got distracted. By what? Nicole had asked, cracking eggs into a bowl with practiced ease. Brad's gaze had traveled slowly down her body and back up again, his appreciation evident in the heat of his stare. Take a wild guess. The comment had earned him a playful swat with the dish towel, but it had also sent a pleasant warmth spreading through Nicole's body that had nothing to do with the stovetop she was standing over. But every smile, laugh, and lingering touch throughout their breakfast preparations only solidified something she'd been feeling all morning. She didn't want this day to end. There was something special happening between them, something that felt both exciting and comfortable, new yet somehow familiar, like finding a perfect-fitting glove you didn't remember buying. They'd eaten at the small bistro table in the corner of Brad's kitchen, the morning sun streaming through the windows, creating pools of gold on the polished concrete floor. The frittata had turned out delicious, fluffy, and flavorful with just the right amount of cheese, and even Brad's second attempt at toast had been successful. Though he'd watched it with the intensity of a bomb disposal expert the entire time, it was in the toaster. As they finished eating, Brad leaned back in his chair, his piercing blue eyes meeting hers across the small table. He looked unfairly good for someone who'd gotten very little sleep, his hair still damp from the quick shower he'd taken while she'd started cooking. He'd thrown on jeans and a simple gray t-shirt that hugged his shoulders in a way that made Nicole momentarily lose her train of thought. "So," he began, absently tracing the rim of his coffee mug with one finger, "what do you think about coming to the family dinner with me tonight?" Nicole blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift in conversation. She'd been so wrapped up in the pleasant bubble of their morning together that she'd completely forgotten about the standing Friday night dinner at the Henderson household. A tradition she rarely missed, but hadn't even considered in her current state of distraction. "Tonight, Brad, I don't have anything clean to wear. I wasn't exactly planning on staying over." Her cheeks flushed slightly at the implication, though after everything they'd done the night before, blushing over a simple statement of fact seemed almost comically prudish. Brad took a deliberate sip of his coffee, looking at her over the rim of his mug with an expression that was both casual and deeply focused. He shrugged like her objection was a minor inconvenience, rather than a practical impossibility. "Then I'll take you shopping." Nicole's eyebrows shot up so fast they nearly disappeared into her hairline. Shopping? Just like that? The idea was both absurd and strangely appealing, spending the day together, extending this bubble of intimacy they'd created. He smirked, leaning forward on his elbows in a way that made the muscles in his forearms flex distractingly. "Yeah, just like that. I'm not exactly going to let you show up in yesterday's dress, no matter how good you look in it." His eyes gleamed with appreciation at the memory. "And I'm definitely not letting you go back to your dorm to change and risk Sarah interrogating you for hours about where you've been all night." Besides, his voice dropped half an octave, turning into that low, intimate register that seemed to bypass her ears entirely and travel directly to her core. "I don't want it to be away from you." The simple admission, delivered with such straightforward honesty, made Nicole's heart stutter in her chest. It was the kind of line that should have sounded cheesy or calculated, but from Brad, with his direct gaze and the slight vulnerability behind his confidence, it felt genuine and surprisingly affecting. Nicole tilted her head, recovering her composure enough to offer a slow, teasing smile that spread across her lips with deliberate sensuality. "Oh, you don't, huh? Is that why you're taking me shopping? To keep me close?" She leaned forward slightly, mirroring his posture, the movement causing his shirt to gape slightly at the collar. "It wouldn't have anything to do with wanting to see me try on clothes, would it?" Brad leaned back, his grin widening into something wolfish that made her stomach tighten pleasantly. "Exactly. You're unto me. My dastardly plan to spend more time with you, while also potentially seeing you in a fitting room, has been completely exposed. Fitting rooms have very strict one-person policies, you know," Nicole pointed out, trying to sound stern despite the smile tugging at her lips. "I'm very good at looking innocent and rule-abiding," Brad countered, his expression suggesting he was anything but. "It's the architect thing. People trust us with their structural safety." Nicole laughed, shaking her head at his ridiculous logic. "All right, fine. But I'm borrowing something to wear until then. I'm not walking into a store in this dress." She gestured down at herself, still wearing only his button-up shirt. "I've already done the walk of shame once in college. It loses its charm after the first time." "Walk of shame?" Brad repeated, looking genuinely offended on her behalf. "There's nothing shameful about what happened last night. If anything, it's a walk of triumph. A victory lap." "Tell that to the judgmental barista at the campus coffee shop," Nicole replied dryly. "Last time a girl came in wearing party clothes at 10 a.m. She literally slow clapped." Brad winced sympathetically. "Okay, fair point. Alternative attire. It is." After clearing the breakfast dishes, a task they tackled together with the same easy coordination they'd displayed while cooking, Brad led Nicole back to the bedroom to find her something suitable to wear for their shopping expedition. He rummaged through his closet with focused determination, finally tossing her a navy blue hoodie, emblazoned with his university's logo, and a pair of heather gray track pants with a drawstring waist. Nicole held them up, laughing at how comically oversized they were. The hoodie looked like it would reach mid-thigh on her, and the pants would probably need to be rolled up multiple times to avoid becoming a tripping hazard. "I'm going to look ridiculous in these. Like a kid playing dress up in her dad's clothes." "You'll look adorable," Brad insisted, pulling on his own shirt, a simple button-down in a light blue that brought out his eyes. He paired it with dark jeans and casual loafers, looking effortlessly put together in a way that made Nicole both appreciative and slightly envious. "And besides, it's only until we get to the store. Then you can find something that actually fits those curves of yours." His gaze traveled appreciatively over her body, still mostly exposed beneath his borrowed shirt. "Eyes up here, Henderson," Nicole said, snapping her fingers playfully. "Or we'll never make it out of this apartment." Brad's slow smile suggested he wouldn't mind that outcome at all, but he made a show of focusing intently on her face. "What curves? I don't see any curves. I am a perfect gentleman with absolutely no awareness of your physical form whatsoever." Nicole rolled her eyes but slipped into the clothes anyway, stepping into the bathroom for a modicum of privacy that felt almost silly given their night together. The track pants were indeed far too long, so she rolled them up at the ankles, creating thick cuffs that looked deliberately casual rather than desperately adjusted. The hoodie swallowed her whole as predicted, the sleeves hanging past her fingertips and the hem reaching mid-thigh, making her look like she'd been caught in some bizarre shrinking accident. She paired the outfit with her heels from the night before, which were the only footwear she had available, creating a comically mismatched ensemble that looked like the result of a fashion designer having a fever dream. Formal black stilettos beneath rolled-up sweatpants and an oversized university hoodie. Attempting to salvage some dignity, she finger-combed her hair and splashed water on her face, wishing for a toothbrush, but making do with a dab of Brad's toothpaste applied with her finger. She examined her reflection critically. She looked like exactly what she was, a woman wearing her lover's clothes after an unexpected sleepover. But there was also a glow to her complexion, a brightness in her eyes that had nothing to do with makeup and everything to do with how she felt. And that, at least, was something no borrowed clothes could diminish. When she walked back into the bedroom, Brad glanced up from where he was checking his phone and did a double take, his expression morphing from casual attention to delighted amusement. He made a show of looking her up and down, from the rolled cuffs of the sweatpants to the oversized hoodie to the incongruous heels. "You're really pulling off the runway meets lazy day look," he said, his tone serious but his eyes dancing with suppressed laughter. "Very avant-garde. Very contradictory. The fashion world isn't ready for this level of innovation." "Keep it up, and I'll wear this to dinner tonight," Nicole threatened, though she couldn't help smiling at her own ridiculous appearance. "I'm sure your mother would love to see me in your clothes." "Sarah would have an absolute field day. On second thought, you look terrible, and we need to get you new clothes immediately," Brad amended with mock seriousness. "It's a fashion emergency of the highest order." Nicole smirked, grabbing his keys off the counter with deliberate casualness. "Let's go before I change my mind. Or before your neighbors see me and call security, wondering why a homeless person in stilettos is wandering around the building." "They'd never," Brad assured her, placing a hand dramatically over his heart. "They'd assume you're an eccentric celebrity incognito. This building has a very strict, don't ask, don't tell policy about bizarre fashion choices." "How convenient," Nicole replied dryly, heading for the door with as much dignity as one could muster while drowning in someone else's clothes. "I'll be sure to prepare my autograph just in case." Brad followed her, catching up in 2 long strides, and snaking an arm around her waist from behind, pulling her back against his chest for a moment. "For what it's worth," he murmured, his lips close to her ear in a way that sent pleasant shivers down her spine, I think you look incredible in my clothes." The simple statement, delivered in that low, intimate tone, made Nicole's breath catch. There was something both possessive and appreciative in his words, a combination that should have irritated her independent streak, but instead sent a warm flush through her body. "Careful," she warned, turning in his arms to face him, her expression teasing despite the fluttering in her chest. "Keep talking like that, and we really won't make it to the store." Brad's slow smile suggested he wouldn't consider that a bad outcome at all, but he released her with obvious reluctance, his hand lingering on her waist for a moment longer than strictly necessary. "Rain check." "Definitely," Nicole confirmed, reaching up to press a quick kiss to his lips before pulling away. "But first, clothing that actually fits. I have standards to maintain, you know." "High ones," Brad agreed solemnly, following her to the door. "Which is why you're with me. Your humility is truly your most attractive quality," Nicole said, with exaggerated sweetness, waiting for him to lock the apartment behind them. "One of many," Brad corrected with a wink, taking her hand as they headed toward the elevator. "Just wait until you see me shop. My gift selection skills are legendary. Prepare to be amazed." Nicole laughed, the sound echoing slightly in the empty hallway as she allowed herself to be led toward the elevator. Her ridiculous outfit and borrowed clothes temporarily forgotten in the simple pleasure of his company and the promise of the day ahead. The boutique Brad took her to was small but chic, nestled between a high-end coffee shop and an artisanal bakery on a tree-lined street in the upscale shopping district. The storefront featured a minimalist display with mannequins dressed in elegant, understated outfits that managed to look both casual and sophisticated simultaneously. Inside, soft lighting illuminated pristine white walls and polished wooden floors, creating an atmosphere of refined simplicity. "How did you even know about this place?" Nicole asked as they entered, a small bell chiming delicately to announce their arrival. "This doesn't exactly seem like your usual shopping habitat." Brad shrugged, looking only slightly out of place among the carefully curated displays. "My sister drags me here sometimes when she needs a male opinion, which usually means she wants someone to carry her bags and tell her she looks amazing in everything." "Ah, the universal sibling shopping experience." Nicole nodded sagely. "Does she at least buy you coffee for your troubles?" "She considers it her sacred duty to keep me fashion adjacent," Brad replied, with a dramatic sigh. "Says it prevents me from becoming one of those architects who only wears black turtlenecks and talks about negative space during dinner." A stylish saleswoman, with an impeccable bob and statement earrings, approached them, her professional smile widening into something more genuine when she recognized Brad. "Mr. Henderson, lovely to see you again." "No, Sarah, today." "Not today, Elise," Brad confirmed with an easy smile. "This is Nicole. She's in need of a complete outfit. We had unexpected extension to our evening." Nicole felt her cheeks warm at the implication, but Elise merely nodded with professional discretion, giving Nicole an appraising look that somehow managed to be both thorough and not at all judgmental. Despite Nicole's ridiculous ensemble of oversized sweatpants, university hoodie, and formal heels. "Of course," she said smoothly. "Looking for something casual, formal, or somewhere in between?" "Somewhere in between," Nicole replied. "Something appropriate for a family dinner, but not too stuffy." "I know just the thing," Elise assured her, gesturing for Nicole to follow her deeper into the boutique. "Our new collection just arrived yesterday. Classic pieces with modern touches, perfect for dinner with potential in-laws." Nicole shot Brad a look that clearly communicated, "Did you tell her we're that serious?" But he merely raised his hands in mock innocence, his expression all too pleased with himself. As Elise led her through the store, pointing out various options, Nicole immediately started browsing with growing excitement. The clothes were beautiful, well made, stylish without being trendy, the kind of pieces that could transition easily from casual to dressy with the right accessories. She began grabbing a few essentials, a pair of high-waisted leggings in a soft, stretchy material that felt like a second skin, a silky tank top in a deep emerald color that reminded her of her dress from the night before, and a lightweight jumper in a creamy cashmere that practically begged to be touched. "These would look lovely on you," Elise suggested, holding up a pair of ankle boots with a modest heel that would be infinitely more practical than her stilettos. "The leather is butter soft, and they're surprisingly comfortable even for all-day wear." Nicole added them to her growing pile, along with a small crossbody bag that would be perfect for keeping essentials close without being cumbersome. As she browsed, she found herself wandering toward the lingerie section, where delicate sets in various hues were displayed with tasteful elegance. One set in particular caught her eye, a matching bra and panty in a soft blush color with intricate lace detailing. It was sheer in places, opaque in others, and looked both comfortable and undeniably seductive. She hesitated for only a moment before adding it to her selections, pointedly avoiding Brad's knowing smirk as he noticed what she was examining. The set was a luxury she might not normally indulge in, but something about the events of the past 24 hours made her feel adventurous, willing to embrace small indulgences. "Find everything you need?" Brad asked, appearing at her elbow as she finished gathering her selections. His eyes lingered on the lingerie set with undisguised appreciation. "I think so," Nicole replied, trying to sound casual despite the heat rising to her cheeks. "Though this is starting to feel like a Pretty Woman moment, minus the whole, you know." "The whole you're not actually a sex worker and I'm not Richard Gere thing." "Gwentai? Ganteo?" Brad suggested helpfully, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Yeah, that's a pretty significant minus. I was going to say minus the obscene budget and 80s soundtrack. But your version works too," Nicole retorted, playfully bumping his shoulder with hers. After paying, Brad insisting on covering the cost despite Nicole's protests, "Consider it an investment in our mutual happiness," he'd argued, which was hard to refute. Nicole headed toward the changing rooms with her arms full of shopping bags. The boutique's fitting area was at the back of the store, offering privacy in the form of spacious individual rooms with actual doors, rather than just curtains, each equipped with flattering lighting and a full-length mirror. She glanced back over her shoulder at Brad, who had settled himself on a small upholstered bench near the fitting rooms, scrolling through his phone with the patient air of someone who had extensive experience waiting for women to try on clothes. Her gaze lingered on him for a moment, taking in his relaxed posture, the way his shirt pulled slightly across his shoulders, the focused expression on his face as he read something on his screen. There was something about seeing him in this mundane setting, doing something as ordinary as waiting while she tried on clothes, that made her heart do a funny little flip in her chest. A playful idea began forming in her mind, bold and slightly mischievous. She bit her lip, considering it for a moment before deciding, why not? After all they'd shared the night before, this would hardly be crossing a line. If anything, it was merely continuing the playful, intimate dynamic they'd established. Once inside the changing room, Nicole carefully hung her new purchases on the provided hooks, laying out the outfit she planned to wear for the rest of the day: the leggings, tank top, and jumper, along with the new boots. But before reaching for those practical items, she took the lingerie set from its delicate tissue wrapping and held it up, appreciating the craftsmanship and design. With a decisive nod to herself in the mirror, she slipped out of Brad's borrowed clothes and into the new lingerie, adjusting the straps of the bra and smoothing down the fabric of the panties. The set fit perfectly, the soft blush color complementing her skin tone, and the delicate lace creating interesting patterns of shadow and light. She looked at herself in the mirror, a sly smile tugging at her lips as she admired the effect. The lingerie made her feel feminine and confident, powerful in her own sensuality, in a way that was both new and thrilling. Reaching for her phone, which she'd placed on the small shelf next to the mirror, she sent Brad a quick text. "I need your opinion. Come to the changing rooms." She waited, her heart racing with a mixture of nervousness and excitement, hearing the ping of his phone outside followed by the sound of movement. A few moments later, she heard Brad's voice, low and amused, just outside the fitting room door. "Nicole, what are you?" He stopped mid-sentence as she opened the door, just enough to reach out, grab his wrist, and pull him inside, closing it quickly behind him. Brad froze, his words dying on his lips as he took in the sight of her standing there, dressed in nothing but the sheer lingerie, her hair slightly tousled from changing, and her eyes bright with mischief. "This," he began, his voice dropping to a husky whisper as his gaze traveled appreciatively over her form, "is definitely not what I was expecting when you texted." Nicole leaned against the wall of the fitting room, one hand on her hip, in a pose that was deliberately provocative, her lips curving into a smile that was equal parts seductive and playful. "Disappointed? Are you kidding?" Brad breathed, his eyes darkening with desire as he took a step closer, careful to keep his voice low, despite the relative privacy of the enclosed space. You are, wow. Eloquent," Nicole teased, though the intensity of his gaze sent a thrill through her that was anything but humorous. "I was hoping for a more detailed critique. The color, the fit, the overall aesthetic impact." "The color is perfect," Brad replied, playing along with her game, though his voice had a strained quality that betrayed his affected casualness. "The fit is..." He gestured vaguely with one hand, seemingly at a loss for proper architectural terminology that could adequately describe how the lingerie hugged her curves. "And the aesthetic impact is somewhere between making my heart stop and making me forget every word in the English language." Nicole laughed softly, the sound warm and intimate in the confined space of the fitting room. "Thank you," she said softly, her voice dropping to a more serious register, a genuine note slipping through her playful facade. Brad's brow furrowed slightly in confusion, his eyes still slightly glazed but attempting to focus. "For what?" "For this," she said, stepping closer until she was directly in front of him, close enough to feel the heat radiating from his body. She ran a finger slowly down his chest, tracing the buttons of his shirt with deliberate tactility. "For being you. For making me feel like this is where I'm supposed to be." The words came out more earnest than she'd intended, revealing a depth of emotion that surprised even herself. But they were true, being with Brad, whether in the throes of passion or in quiet moments of connection, felt right in a way she couldn't quite articulate, but knew with bone-deep certainty. Brad's breath hitched as she dragged his head down for a kiss, her fingers tangling in his hair as she drew him closer. What started as a gentle press of lips quickly deepened, their mutual desire flaring to life like a match dropped in gasoline. Brad's hands found her waist, his touch warm through the delicate fabric of her lingerie as he pulled her closer, closing the last remaining space between them. By the time they arrived at Brad's parents' house, Nicole was glowing, her cheeks flushed and her smile soft, carrying the lingering effects of their day together. The shopping trip had evolved into an impromptu tour of Brad's favorite spots in the city, complete with lunch at a tiny hole-in-the-wall restaurant that served the best pastrami sandwich known to mankind, according to Brad, and Nicole had to admit it lived up to the hype. Their afternoon had been filled with easy conversation, casual touches, and the heady sense of connection that comes from discovering someone in an entirely new context. She felt light, confident, and completely at ease in her new outfit, the emerald tank top paired with the cashmere jumper and leggings, the ankle boots proving to be as comfortable as promised. Her hair was freshly styled, thanks to a quick visit to a salon Brad had insisted on. "My treat. Consider it a selfish investment since I'll be looking at you all evening." And she'd applied a minimal amount of makeup to freshen up her appearance. The overall effect was polished but not overdone, exactly appropriate for a family dinner. Brad, for his part, looked equally smug and satisfied, with the slightly disheveled appearance of a man who'd had an exceptionally good day. He'd changed into fresh clothes after a brief return to his apartment. But there was something in his relaxed posture and the permanent half-smile playing around his lips that suggested his thoughts were frequently drifting back to their activities in the boutique's fitting room. Boutique's fitting room. His hand rested at the small of her back as they walked up to the front door, the casual possessiveness of the gesture sending a pleasant shiver up Nicole's spine. "Ready for the Inquisition?" Brad murmured, his breath warm against her ear as they approached the familiar porch where everything had started with that first kiss. "Do I have a choice?" Nicole replied, shooting him a sidelong glance. "I'm pretty sure Sarah has been plotting her interrogation strategy since you texted to say we were coming together." Brad's lips quirked upward. "She's probably prepared a PowerPoint presentation with detailed theories about our whereabouts for the past 24 hours. Complete with visual aids and a Q&A session." Nicole agreed with a groan. "Maybe we should have our story straight before we go in. What exactly are we telling your family about us?" Brad paused at the bottom of the porch steps, turning to face her with an unexpectedly serious expression. "What do you want to tell them?" he asked, his eyes searching hers. "I'm not interested in hiding anything, but I'll follow your lead on this." Nicole felt a warmth spread through her chest at his consideration. "I'm not interested in hiding either," she said softly. "But maybe we keep some of the more colorful details to ourselves." Brad's expression brightened into a wicked grin. "You mean like how you practically attacked me on my couch? Or the incident in the fitting room that nearly got us banned from Elisa's boutique forever?" Nicole smacked his arm lightly, trying to look stern despite the laugh bubbling up in her throat. "Exactly like that. I was thinking more along the lines of, we had a lovely dinner and decided to give this relationship thing a try. Me. Relationship thing, huh?" Brad repeated, his expression softening into something warm and genuine. "I like the sound of that." Before Nicole could respond, before she could analyze the sudden flutter in her chest at the way he was looking at her, the front door swung open with dramatic flair, revealing Sarah standing in the doorway with her arms crossed and a devilish grin plastered across her face. She was dressed casually in jeans and an oversized sweater, her hair pulled back in a messy bun, but her eyes were sharp and gleaming with the predatory focus of someone who sensed prime gossip material. "Well, well, well," Sarah drawled, her eyes darting between them with theatrical suspicion. "Look who finally decided to show up. 20 minutes late, I might add, which is practically unheard of for Mr. Punctuality over here." She jerked her thumb toward Brad, then turned her scrutiny fully on Nicole. "You're looking a little extra radiant tonight, Nicole. Care to share why?" "New moisturizer. Unexpected lottery win. Wine? Or perhaps," she wiggled her eyebrows suggestively, "a certain architectural influence in your life." Nicole opened her mouth to respond with what she hoped would be a witty deflection, but Sarah's grin widened as she raised a hand, cutting her off before she could speak. "Wait, don't answer that. I don't think I want to know. Some things should remain sacred between a brother and my best friend, and the details of whatever put that particular sparkle in your eyes definitely falls into that category." Brad groaned, shaking his head in a display of long-suffering sibling tolerance. "Nice to see you too, Sarah. Your talent for making everything awkward within 10 seconds of our arrival is truly impressive. Have you considered going professional with it? There's probably a niche market for people who need uncomfortable silence at parties." Sarah preened, clearly taking his exasperation as a compliment. I work hard to maintain my skills. It takes dedication and natural talent to achieve this level of boundary-crossing curiosity. She smirked, stepping aside to let them in with an exaggerated bow. Oh, it's always nice to see you, bro. Especially when you bring such interesting company. And by interesting, I mean suspiciously well-dressed and glowy for someone who was supposedly just going on a first date last night. We went shopping today, Nicole explained, trying to sound casual as she stepped into the familiar warmth of the Henderson household. The scent of something delicious, roast chicken perhaps, with rosemary and lemon, wafted from the kitchen. My dress from last night wasn't exactly appropriate for family dinner. Uh-huh. Sarah nodded, her expression making it clear she was filling in all sorts of details in her head. And why, exactly? Didn't you have time to go back to your own closet for clothes? Could it possibly be because you never made it back to your dorm last night? Sarah. Brad warned, his tone carrying a hint of genuine protectiveness beneath the exasperation. Sarah raised her hands in mock surrender. Fine, fine. I'll stop for now. Her eyes gleamed with mischief as she added, but just know that I reserve the right to thoroughly interrogate both of you individually later. Preferably after Mom's had enough wine to start telling embarrassing childhood stories about Brad. Nicole shot Sarah a look that was half amusement, half warning, but the warmth in her chest didn't fade despite her friend's relentless teasing. If anything, it grew stronger, spreading through her like sunlight. Because despite Sarah's good-natured ribbing, despite the whirlwind of emotions she'd been through today, one thing was crystal clear to Nicole. She was exactly where she was supposed to be. The Henderson home had always felt welcoming, but tonight it felt like something more, like a piece of a puzzle clicking into place, a chord resolving to its natural conclusion. As they moved further into the house, Brad's hand finding hers with easy familiarity, Nicole caught the sound of Mr. Henderson's booming laugh from the kitchen, followed by Mrs. Henderson's gentle admonishment about setting the table properly. Dear, company's arriving. So, Sarah asked in a stage whisper as they hung their coats in the entryway, does this mean I finally get to start planning the wedding? Because I've had a Pinterest board ready for months. The color scheme is emerald and gold, which will look amazing with your complexion, Nicole. She glanced meaningfully at Nicole's emerald tank top, visible beneath her open jumper. I see you're already on board with the palette. Months, Brad repeated, looking both amused and slightly alarmed. You've been planning our wedding for months. We just had our first official date yesterday. Sarah waved her hand dismissively. Please. I knew you two were endgame. The second I saw Nicole roll her eyes at your terrible architecture pun at the first Friday dinner she attended. Only someone who's going to love you forever would tolerate your sense of humor, bro. I'm standing right here, Brad protested, though he seemed more amused than offended. And I'm aware of that, Sarah replied cheerfully. Consider this advance notice. I'm gunning for maid of honor, and I expect a very flattering dress that doesn't make my butt look big. Nicole couldn't help but laugh, the sound bubbling up from a place of genuine happiness. You're impossible, she told Sarah. But there was no heat in her words, only affection. And you're getting way ahead of yourself. Am I, though? Sarah challenged, her eyes darting meaningfully to where Brad's thumb was absently stroking the back of Nicole's hand, a gesture so natural he probably wasn't even aware he was doing it. Because from where I'm standing, you two look pretty cozy. Like, already picked out names for your future children cozy? Sarah, both Nicole and Brad exclaimed in unison, their matching expressions of horror only making Sarah laugh harder. Just saying, she sing-songed, backing toward the kitchen with hands raised in mock innocence. Now come on. Mom's been cooking all day, and Dad's been practicing his latest dad jokes, which I've already heard 3 times. It's your turn to suffer through the punchlines. As Sarah disappeared around the corner, Brad turned to Nicole with a rueful smile. I should probably apologize for her, but she's Sarah. Nicole finished for him, squeezing his hand. And we wouldn't have her any other way. Speak for yourself, Brad muttered, though his eyes were warm with affection for his sister. I've looked into sibling exchanges. Japan has a very efficient program. Nicole laughed, leaning into him slightly. She's right about one thing, though. What's that? Your architecture puns really are terrible. Brad clutched his chest in mock offense. I'll have you know my puns are very well structured. See, Nicole groaned, rolling her eyes even as a smile tugged at her lips. Terrible. Brad grinned down at her, unrepentant. And yet, here you are. And yet, here I am. Nicole agreed softly, the simple truth of those words settling around them like a comfortable blanket. For a moment, they just stood there in the entryway, the sounds of the Henderson family dinner, preparations creating a familiar backdrop to this new, tender moment between them. Then Brad leaned down, pressing a gentle kiss to her lips. Quick but full of promise, a reminder of everything they'd shared, and everything still to come. Come on, he said, tugging her gently toward the kitchen where his family waited. Let's go face the music. And by music I mean my mother's knowing looks, and my father's terrible jokes. Lead the way, Nicole replied, straightening her shoulders with exaggerated bravery. I'm ready for anything. And as they walked hand in hand toward the warm heart of the Henderson home, Nicole realized that she meant it. Whatever came next, Sarah's teasing, Mrs. Henderson's perceptive questions, the natural progression of this new relationship, she was ready. More than ready. She was exactly where she wanted to be. Nicole and Brad stepped into the familiar warmth of the Henderson home, crossing the threshold from the cooling evening air into an atmosphere rich with delicious smells and the unmistakable energy of family. The house smelled like roasted chicken and fresh baked bread, with undertones of garlic, rosemary, and something sweet, perhaps apple pie. A comforting medley of scents that instantly put Nicole at ease, despite her lingering nervousness about facing Brad's family after their decidedly intimate 24 hours together. The entryway opened up into a spacious, lived-in living room with comfortable furniture, arranged for conversation rather than show. Family photos dotted the walls and surfaces. Brad and Sarah at various ages, family vacations, milestone celebrations, creating a visual timeline of shared history that Nicole had come to know well over her months of Friday dinners. A fire crackled softly in the hearth, despite the mild weather outside, casting a warm glow over the room and amplifying the cozy ambience. Sarah, of course, was still grinning, like she knew every secret Nicole was trying to keep, her eyes sparkling with barely contained mischief as she watched them shed their outerwear. Nicole brushed it off with practiced nonchalance, determined not to give Sarah the satisfaction of seeing her flustered. Tonight wasn't about Sarah's relentless teasing, though that was clearly going to be a significant feature of the evening. It was about being with Brad's family. A family that had made her feel so welcome over the last few months, even before there was anything romantic between her and Brad. So, Sarah whispered, as Brad hung up their coats in the closet, on a scale of 1 to I need to burn these sheets, how was last night? Sarah, Nicole hissed, her composure cracking slightly as heat rushed to her cheeks. Could you at least wait until we've said hello to your parents before starting the interrogation? Sarah's grin widened, reminding Nicole distinctly of the Cheshire Cat. I'm just collecting preliminary data. The full inquisition will commence after dinner, possibly involving wine, and those chocolates Mom hides in the pantry that she thinks no one knows about. You're terrible, Nicole muttered, though there was no real heat in her words. And yet you love me, Sarah replied cheerfully. Almost as much as you clearly love my. Before Sarah could finish what was undoubtedly going to be a mortifying observation, Brad returned to Nicole's side, slipping an arm casually around her waist in a gesture that felt both protective and possessive. "Whatever she's saying, it's probably a lie," he said, eyeing his sister with good-natured suspicion. "I was merely observing that Nicole seems to have developed certain feelings for a member of our family," Sarah replied innocently, batting her eyelashes for dramatic effect. "Yes, your mother's cooking has stolen my heart completely," Nicole deadpanned. "I only tolerate the rest of you for access to her apple pie." As they walked into the living room, still engaged in their good-natured bickering, Mrs. Henderson appeared from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a floral dish towel. She was a petite woman with warm eyes, and the same smile Brad had inherited, though hers was more often deployed than his more reserved version. Her face lit up with genuine pleasure when she saw Nicole, her expression shifting from polite welcome to delighted surprise. "Nicole, I didn't know you were joining us tonight. It's such a nice surprise," she exclaimed, her gaze flickering briefly, perceptively, between Nicole and her son, before settling back on Nicole with a warmth that suggested she was drawing certain conclusions, but had enough tact not to voice them immediately. Nicole smiled warmly in return, feeling a surge of affection for the woman who had welcomed her into their family traditions without hesitation. "Brad kind of sprung it on me last minute," she explained, shooting him a playful side-eye. "But I'm happy to be here. I hope it's not an imposition." "An imposition? Nonsense," Mrs. Henderson said, with a dismissive wave of her hand. "You're always welcome here, you know that. In fact," she added with a knowing twinkle in her eye that reminded Nicole strongly of Sarah, "I think I set an extra place at the table without even realizing it." "Mother's intuition, perhaps. Or more likely, Brad texted you this afternoon," Sarah interjected dryly, earning a reproving look from her mother and a sheepish shrug from Brad. "Well, you're always welcome," Mrs. Henderson reiterated, pulling Nicole in for a quick hug that smelled of vanilla extract and the faintest hint of the perfume she always wore. "Dinner's almost ready. Why don't you two make yourselves comfortable? Robert," she called over her shoulder toward what Nicole assumed was Mr. Henderson's location in another room, "Nicole's here for dinner." Brad leaned down to murmur in Nicole's ear as his mother bustled back toward the kitchen, his breath warm against her skin and sending a shiver down her spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. "Told you they'd be happy to see you?" he said, his voice low enough for only her to hear. "Mom's been asking when I was going to make a move for weeks now." Nicole rolled her eyes playfully, but couldn't stop the smile that spread across her face at this confirmation that she wasn't the only one who'd been harboring feelings. "So your entire family has been conspiring against us. I feel manipulated." "Not manipulated," Brad corrected, guiding her toward the living room with a hand at the small of her back. "Just gently nudged toward the inevitable conclusion." "And what conclusion is that?" Nicole asked, unable to resist the opening despite knowing they were veering into potentially serious territory for such a casual setting. Brad's eyes met hers, warm and full of something that made her heart skip a beat. "That some things are just meant to be." The moment was interrupted by a booming voice from the direction of the kitchen. "Nicole, there's my favorite Friday dinner guest," Mr. Henderson declared as he emerged, a glass of what appeared to be scotch in one hand and an oven mitt inexplicably on the other. He was a tall man with the same strong jawline as Brad, but with Sarah's mischievous eyes. Dressed in what Nicole had come to recognize as his standard-at-home uniform of comfortable slacks and a button-down with the sleeves rolled up. "I was starting to think Brad had scared you off with his terrible architecture jokes." "They are pretty awful," Nicole agreed with a solemn nod. "But I've developed a tolerance over time. Like building up an immunity to a mild poison." "Mild poison," Brad repeated, looking comically offended. "My jokes are artfully constructed, thank you very much. I put a lot of thought into making sure they're structurally sound." "See?" Nicole gestured toward him, as if presenting evidence to a jury. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like he can't help himself. Mr. Henderson laughed, a rich, full sound that filled the room. He gets that from his mother's side of the family. The Wilsons have a long, proud history of terrible puns. It's practically genetic at this point. When everyone finally gathered around the table 10 minutes later, Mrs. Henderson having shooed everyone out of the kitchen when they attempted to help, insisting she had a system that would only be disrupted by well-meaning interference, the atmosphere was lively and light. The dining room, like the rest of the house, was warm and inviting, with a large wooden table that had clearly hosted countless family meals over the years. Candles flickered in the center, casting a gentle glow over the abundant platters of food that Mrs. Henderson had prepared. Mr. Henderson was already halfway through a story about his latest golf game by the time they'd all settled into their seats, complete with exaggerated gestures and sound effects that had Sarah rolling her eyes, and Mrs. Henderson laughing softly as she passed dishes around the table. He wielded his fork like a golf club as he described a particularly challenging shot, nearly sending a roll flying across the table in his enthusiasm. And then, he continued, oblivious to his wife's fond exasperation, Johnson says to me, Robert, if you make this putt, I'll eat my hat. Well, I line up the shot, take a deep breath, and swish. He made a sweeping gesture with his fork. Straight in, not even touching the sides. You should have seen his face. Did he actually eat his hat? Brad asked, serving himself a generous portion of roasted potatoes. Of course not, Mr. Henderson replied, looking disappointed at the literal interpretation of the idiom. But he did buy the first round at the clubhouse, which, given his usual tight-fistedness, was almost as shocking. Nicole sat between Brad and Sarah, feeling a little like she'd stepped into the middle of a sitcom. The kind with warm lighting and witty dialogue, where problems were resolved in 22 minutes, and everyone learned a valuable lesson by the end credits. The familiarity of the scene was comforting, though the context had shifted dramatically since her last Friday dinner. Now, instead of being just Brad's sister's friend, she was something else. Something more, though they hadn't exactly defined it yet. Sarah wasted no time leaning over to whisper teasing comments in Nicole's ear as Mrs. Henderson served the roast chicken, mostly about how glowy she looked and how she was clearly in a good mood. Seriously, whatever beauty regimen you've started, I need the details, she murmured with exaggerated innocence. Or is it more of a who than a what that's responsible for that radiant complexion? Nicole tried her best to ignore her, focusing intently on buttering a roll as if it required her complete concentration, but the blush creeping up her neck gave her away. Brad, noticing her discomfort, smoothly changed the subject by asking his father about a renovation project he'd been consulting on, earning a grateful look from Nicole and a knowing smirk from Sarah. So, Nicole, Mr. Henderson said a few minutes later, turning his attention to her after finishing his explanation of structural supports that Nicole had only half followed. How's school going? How? Brad told us you've been working on some big projects. Nicole swallowed her bite of perfectly seasoned chicken, grateful for the shift to neutral territory. It's going well, she said, setting her fork down and dabbing her lips with her napkin. Busy, but I like it. I've been working on a research paper lately about economic sustainability models in developing markets, so that's been taking up most of my time. Sounds serious, Mr. Henderson said, nodding with what appeared to be genuine interest. His eyebrows rose slightly as he added, with the poorly disguised curiosity of a father testing the waters, "You're not letting Brad distract you too much, are you?" Nicole laughed, catching the subtle implication behind the innocent question. She glanced at Brad, who gave her an innocent shrug that didn't fool her for a second. "I do my best to stay focused," she replied diplomatically. "But he's persistent." "Persistent," Brad repeated, raising an eyebrow in mock offense. That's a polite way of saying annoying. Exactly, Nicole teased, earning a laugh from around the table. He has this habit of texting me interesting architecture facts at 2 in the morning when I'm trying to study. Did you know? She turned to Mrs. Henderson with exaggerated seriousness. That the Leaning Tower of Pisa leans because of inadequate foundation on one side. I do, because your son felt it was crucial information to share at 2:17 a.m. last Tuesday. Mrs. Henderson laughed, shooting her son a fond but reproving look. Brad, are you keeping this poor girl up at all hours with your architectural trivia? She loves it, Brad insisted, his knee brushing against Nicole's under the table, in what she suspected was a deliberate move. She responded with 3 whole sentences and only one threat to block my number. Such enthusiasm, Sarah commented dryly. Clearly, a blossoming romance for the ages. It's the Henderson charm, Mr. Henderson declared, raising his glass in a mock toast. We wear them down over time with sheer persistence. Works like a charm. Took me 3 years to convince your mother to marry me. It was 5 months, Robert, Mrs. Henderson corrected with fond exasperation. And you proposed after knowing me for 6 weeks, which was entirely too soon. When you know, Mr. Henderson replied, with a wink at Brad that made Nicole's cheeks heat up again. No point wasting time once you found the right person. The conversation flowed easily from there, moving from school to work to the latest neighborhood gossip. Mrs. Henderson shared a story about the new neighbors who had moved in down the street. They have a dog the size of a small horse, I swear, and it's terrified of squirrels. While Mr. Henderson provided updates on his ongoing feud with the Homeowners Association over the height of his hedges. Regulation is 8 feet. Mine are 8 feet and 2 inches. It's practically a constitutional crisis. Throughout dinner, Nicole was acutely aware of Brad beside her, the casual way his hand would occasionally rest on her knee under the table. The warmth of his arm when it brushed against hers as he reached for the salt. The way he seemed to find excuses to touch her in small, seemingly innocent ways that nevertheless sent little sparks of electricity through her. Each point of contact was a reminder of their newly established intimacy, a secret shared between them amidst the family dinner conversation. She caught him looking at her more than once, a soft expression on his face that made her heart do a complicated gymnastics routine in her chest. It wasn't just desire, though that was certainly present, but something deeper, warmer, more tender. It was a look that made her feel seen, in a way she'd never experienced before. As if he was actually seeing her, not just looking at her. As Sarah launched into a dramatic retelling of a disaster in her marketing class that had everyone laughing, Nicole felt a profound sense of contentment wash over her. She felt completely at home, like she belonged here. Not as a guest, but as an integral part of the tableau. It was a feeling she hadn't realized she'd been searching for until she found it with Brad and his family. This sense of belonging, of being accepted and embraced exactly as she was. And as Brad's hand found hers under the table, his fingers interlacing with hers, in a gesture that felt both protective and possessive, Nicole couldn't help but smile to herself. Whatever this thing between them was, this new, fragile, exciting connection, it felt right. It felt like the beginning of something significant, something worth exploring, something worth fighting for. The realization should have terrified her, given how quickly everything had developed, but instead it filled her with a quiet certainty. Some things, as Mr. Henderson had so succinctly put it, you just know. And sitting here, surrounded by the warmth of the Henderson family, her hand in Brad's and her heart fuller than she could remember, it being in a very long time, Nicole knew. When dinner was finished and the table was cleared, a process that involved much good-natured bickering about whose turn it was to rinse versus dry. With Nicole insisting on helping despite Mrs. Henderson's protests that guests shouldn't have to clean, everyone migrated to the living room like a well-choreographed dance. The transition from dining room to living room seemed to be a practiced ritual, each family member automatically assuming their preferred spots. Mr. Henderson settled into his worn leather recliner that had clearly molded to his form over years of use, while Mrs. Henderson bustled about adjusting throw pillows and retrieving coasters for the coffee table with the efficiency of someone who had performed these motions thousands of times. The living room was the heart of the Henderson home, with comfortable, slightly mismatched furniture, arranged to encourage conversation rather than focused on a television, though a modestly sized flat screen occupied one wall. Family photos adorned most surfaces, charting the growth of Brad and Sarah, from gap-toothed children to accomplished adults, alongside mementos from family vacations, and what appeared to be Mrs. Henderson's collection of decorative birds. The overall effect was one of lived-in comfort rather than calculated design, a space where function and memory trumped aesthetic perfection. Mrs. Henderson poured coffee from an elegant silver pot into delicate cups that looked like they might be family heirlooms, offering cream and sugar to those who wanted it with the practiced hospitality of a consummate hostess. The rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingled with the lingering scents from dinner, creating a multisensory cocoon of domestic contentment. Meanwhile, Sarah and Mr. Henderson engaged in what was clearly a familiar battle, arguing with theatrical enthusiasm over which movie they should put on as background entertainment for the evening. Their debate had the well-worn quality of a recurring family joke, each of them taking increasingly absurd positions to amuse rather than convince. "Dad, for the last time, we are not watching The Great Escape again," Sarah declared, her hands on her hips in mock outrage. "I can recite the dialogue verbatim at this point. I sometimes have nightmares where Steve McQueen is chasing me on a motorcycle, demanding I explain the historical inaccuracies of the tunnel system." "It's a classic," Mr. Henderson protested, clutching the remote to his chest like a precious artifact. "Besides, if we go with your suggestion, we'll end up watching some reality show about people with questionable life choices competing for money while wearing bikinis." "First of all, that's a gross mischaracterization of my television preferences," Sarah countered, lunging for the remote which Mr. Henderson held above his head with the advantage of his superior height. "And second, I was going to suggest that new mystery series Mom's been wanting to watch, which just shows how little attention you pay to my actual tastes. The one with the detective who's allergic to his own badge." Mr. Henderson asked skeptically, still keeping the remote out of Sarah's reach despite her increasingly creative attempts to claim it. "Sounds medically improbable." Nicole found herself sitting next to Brad on the couch, a plush, deep-seated affair with enough cushions to practically swallow smaller visitors. Brad's arm was draped casually over the backrest behind her, not quite touching but close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from him. It was a small gesture, neither overly possessive nor overtly romantic, but it made her feel connected to him in a way that felt both new and comfortingly familiar. Like they were in their own little bubble, even amidst the cheerful chaos of the Henderson household, connected by an invisible thread of shared experience and growing emotion. The position was intimate without being inappropriate for a family setting, a subtle claim of connection that didn't escape Mrs. Henderson's notice. Nicole caught her smiling softly to herself as she distributed coffee cups, though she made no comment. Even Sarah, in the midst of her remote control battle, shot them a knowing glance and a quick eyebrow wiggle that made Nicole roll her eyes but smile nonetheless. "You okay?" Brad asked softly, leaning closer so only she could hear, his breath warm against her ear and sending a small shiver down her spine despite the innocent nature of the question. There was genuine concern in his voice, an awareness that the day had been a whirlwind of new experiences and emotions that might be overwhelming. Nicole turned to him, her eyes meeting his, those blue eyes that seemed to see right through her defenses, that had looked at her with such heat and tenderness in equal measure over the past 24 hours. She found herself momentarily lost in them, in the flecks of darker blue near the pupil that she'd never noticed before today. "Yeah," she replied, her voice equally quiet, creating a private moment between them despite being surrounded by his family. "I'm more than okay. Your family's amazing." The words were simple but sincere, carrying the weight of genuine appreciation. The Hendersons had welcomed her without reservation from the very first Friday dinner she'd attended, making her feel like an integral part of their circle rather than an outsider looking in. Brad smiled, the expression warming his features and crinkling the corners of his eyes in that way she'd come to find irresistibly endearing. "They love you, you know," he said, his voice still pitched for her ears alone. "Sarah never shuts up about you. Even before this." He made a small gesture between them, encompassing whatever it was they were becoming. "Every time I talked to her, it was Nicole this and Nicole that, until I thought I was going to go crazy, hearing about how amazing you were without actually seeing you myself." The admission carried a hint of vulnerability, a suggestion that his interest had been sparked long before their kiss on the porch. That perhaps he'd been nursing feelings for her based partly on Sarah's enthusiastic championing of her friend. The thought sent a warm glow spreading through Nicole's chest, the idea that he had been thinking about her, wondering about her, even as she'd been trying not to notice how attractive she found her best friend's brother. Nicole laughed quietly, the sound soft and intimate, as she glanced over at Sarah, who was now mock wrestling with Mr. Henderson over the TV remote. Having escalated from simple reaching to what appeared to be an elaborate martial arts-inspired attempt to knock it from his hand. Mrs. Henderson was watching them with fond exasperation, offering absolutely no assistance to either combatant as she sipped her coffee with the serenity of someone who had witnessed this particular battle many times before. "She's one of a kind," Nicole said, watching as Sarah executed a dramatic spin move that nearly knocked over a side table, saved only by Mrs. Henderson's quick reflexes with her free hand. "I've never met anyone like her. From day one, she just decided we were going to be friends and bulldozed over any objections I might have had. Not that I had many," she added with a small smile, remembering how Sarah had plopped down next to her in their shared economics class. Declared Nicole's notebook impressively color-coded, and promptly invited her to coffee as if they'd known each other for years. "She is," Brad agreed, his gaze following Nicole's to rest on his sister with obvious affection despite the exasperation that colored his tone. "A hurricane in human form. Always has been. Even as a kid. Mom says her first word was more," which pretty much set the tone for her entire personality. His eyes shifted back to Nicole, his expression softening as he looked at her with a warmth that made her stomach do a ridiculous little flip. "But I think you fit in pretty well." The simple statement carried more weight than its casual delivery suggested. It wasn't just about fitting in with Sarah or even with the Henderson family as a whole. It was about fitting into his life, about belonging in a way that transcended friendship or casual dating. It was about potential, about future, about possibility. Nicole's chest tightened at his words, warmth spreading through her like honey, sweet and golden and slow. She didn't know how to respond, couldn't find words adequate to express the complex swirl of emotions his simple observation had triggered in her. So instead, she just smiled and leaned into him slightly, closing the small gap between them, so that her shoulder pressed against his side and rested her hand on his thigh in a gesture of quiet intimacy. The touch was bold in its simplicity, not provocative, but definitely crossing the line from friendly to something more. She felt Brad's slight intake of breath, saw the flicker of surprise and pleasure that crossed his features before he settled into the contact. His arm finally dropping from the back of the couch to rest properly around her shoulders, pulling her just a fraction closer. From across the room, Sarah let out a triumphant ha. As she finally wrested the remote from her father's grasp, her victory dance cut short as she caught sight of Nicole and Brad's position on the couch. Her eyes widened slightly, a grin spreading across her face that suggested Nicole would be in for extensive questioning later. But surprisingly, she kept any comments to herself, merely shooting Nicole a thumbs up behind Brad's line of sight. Mrs. Henderson, returning from the kitchen with a plate of homemade cookies that she set on the coffee table, also noticed the subtle shift in their posture. Her eyes softened, a small, satisfied smile playing at her lips as she made eye contact with Nicole. There was no surprise in her expression, only a warm approval that made Nicole feel both seen and accepted. "Cookies, dears," she offered, extending the plate toward them with an innocence belied by the knowing twinkle in her eyes. "They're Brad's favorite chocolate chip with a hint of cinnamon. He used to beg for them every Friday when he was little." "Mom," Brad groaned, the complaint half-hearted at best. "Do you have to start with the childhood stories already? At least wait until we've been dating officially for more than 24 hours. The casual acknowledgement of their relationship status, of the fact that they were, indeed, dating, sent a pleasant flutter through Nicole's stomach. It was the first time either of them had put a label on what was happening between them in front of others, and hearing Brad say it so naturally, as if it was an established fact rather than a new development, filled Nicole with a quiet joy she hadn't anticipated. 24 hours is more than enough time," Mrs. Henderson replied serenely, completely unrepentant. "Besides, Nicole should know what she's getting into. The Henderson men are incredibly stubborn once they set their minds on something. Robert proposed to me after 6 weeks, you know," she added to Nicole. "Wouldn't take no for an answer. Followed me around with that ring for months, until I finally said yes, just to get him to stop asking in increasingly public venues." "Best decision you ever made," Mr. Henderson called from his recliner, having apparently accepted his remote control defeat with good grace. "And for the record, it was only public because you kept rejecting me in private. I had to up my game." "I was playing hard to get," Mrs. Henderson replied, with a wink at Nicole that suggested this was another long-standing family joke, a strategy that clearly worked. "So, what you're saying," Nicole said, accepting a cookie with a grateful smile, "is that stubbornness is a genetic trait in this family?" "Absolutely," Mrs. Henderson confirmed, along with a tendency to ramble about obscure topics that interest no one else, an inability to fold fitted sheets properly, and excellent taste in partners. She added with a meaningful look at Brad that made him duck his head slightly, though Nicole didn't miss the pleased smile that tugged at his lips. As the family settled into what appeared to be the next phase of their Friday night ritual, Sarah having finally selected a mystery series that seemed to involve a grumpy detective and several atmospheric shots of rainy landscapes, Nicole found herself relaxing further into Brad's embrace, the warmth and acceptance of the Henderson family wrapping around her like a comfortable blanket. It was strange, she thought, how naturally she seemed to fit here, how easy it was to slip into this role, not just as Brad's date or Sarah's friend, but as the integral part of this family unit, as if there had been a Nicole-shaped space waiting for her all along. And as Brad's fingers traced small, absent-minded patterns on her shoulder, as the quiet conversation and occasional laughter flowed around them, Nicole couldn't help but feel that maybe, just maybe, she had found where she belonged. When the evening finally wound down, the mystery series having been watched with varying degrees of attention, the cookies reduced to crumbs, and Mr. Henderson nodding off in his recliner, despite his insistence that he was just resting his eyes, Brad offered to drive Nicole back to her dorm. The suggestion came casually as they helped Mrs. Henderson collect coffee cups and dessert plates, but Nicole caught the slight hesitation in his voice, the careful way he watched her expression as he spoke. "I can drop you off whenever you're ready," he said, stacking saucers with practiced efficiency. "It's on my way back to the apartment." Nicole paused, a half-empty coffee cup in her hand, suddenly uncertain. The logical next step would be returning to her dorm room, to her own space, her own belongings, her normal routine. That would be the sensible choice after such an emotionally charged 24 hours. But the thought of saying goodbye to Brad, of ending this bubble they'd created together, sent an unexpected pang through her chest. "Do you want to stay at my place again?" he asked, seemingly reading her hesitation. His voice was careful, pitched low so his mother couldn't overhear from the kitchen, the tone deliberate, like he didn't want to pressure her or assume too much. "No expectations," he added quickly. "Just, I'm not really ready for today to end." The simple admission, delivered with such straightforward honesty, made Nicole's heart do a complicated little flip in her chest. She chewed her lip, considering the options before her. Part of her wanted to go back to her dorm, to process everything, and let the emotions of the day settle. To have some space to think about what all of this meant, the passion of last night, the easy intimacy of the morning, the shopping trip, the family dinner. It was a lot to absorb in such a short time, and the rational part of her brain suggested some distance might be wise. But the other part of her, the part that had felt so safe and connected with Brad all day, the part that had delighted in every casual touch and shared glance, didn't want to leave him. She didn't want to go back to her empty dorm room with its institutional furniture and fluorescent lighting, and feel like something was missing. She didn't want to lie in her narrow twin bed and wish she was back in his apartment, wrapped in his arms. "You don't have to decide right now," Brad said, misinterpreting her silence as reluctance. "I can still drop you off if that's what you want." "No pressure, Nicole." "Seriously?" His consideration only made the decision easier. "Yeah," she said finally, her voice soft as she met his eyes across the dining room table. "I'd like that. To stay, I mean." The smile that spread across Brad's face was small but genuine, lighting his eyes in a way that made her stomach flutter pleasantly. He reached out to take her hand, his fingers entwining with hers and squeezing gently in a gesture that somehow managed to be both reassuring and thrilling simultaneously. "Good? Good," Nicole repeated teasingly, finding her footing again as the decision was made. "That's all you've got? Not fantastic or splendid or the best news I've heard all day?" "I'm playing it cool," Brad replied, with a mock-serious expression. "Don't want to come across as too eager. I have a reputation to maintain." "As what?" "The world's most restrained architect." "Exactly that. We're known for our stoicism and emotional distance. It's in the handbook they give us with our degrees." Their quiet banter was interrupted by Sarah appearing in the doorway, arms crossed and expression knowing as she surveyed the scene before her. The clasped hands, the lingering eye contact, the conspiratorial whispers. "Please tell me you two aren't planning to sneak off without saying goodbye," she said, her tone light but her eyes sharp with curiosity. "Mom's breaking out the photo albums, and I promised her at least 30 minutes of embarrassing Brad with baby pictures before anyone leaves." "Photo albums?" Brad groaned, releasing Nicole's hand to run his through his hair in a gesture of exaggerated dismay. "Sarah, no. Not tonight. Nicole doesn't need to see pictures of me in the bathtub wearing Mom's sun hat." "Nicole absolutely does need to see those pictures," Sarah countered with a wicked grin. "They're essential viewing for anyone considering entering into a relationship with a Henderson. Full disclosure, and all that." "We're actually heading out," Brad said firmly, though his lips twitched with poorly suppressed amusement at his sister's antics. "Nicole's had a long day, and she's staying at your place again, isn't she?" Sarah finished for him, her eyebrows waggling suggestively. "Don't think I didn't notice the new outfit and the lack of overnight bag. You two aren't exactly subtle." Nicole felt heat rise to her cheeks but refused to be embarrassed. "Has anyone ever told you that your observational skills are borderline invasive?" she asked Sarah, trying to sound stern despite the smile tugging at her lip. "Frequently," Sarah replied cheerfully, completely unrepentant. Usually right before they thank me for my excellent advice and/or matchmaking abilities. Speaking of which, she added, her expression turning more serious, I'm happy for you guys. Really. Even if I am contractually obligated as a sister to give Brad hell about it. The sincere sentiment caught Nicole off guard, especially coming from Sarah, who typically masked genuine emotion with humor and deflection. Thanks, Sarah, she said softly, meaning it. That means a lot. Don't get sappy on me, Sarah warned, though her eyes were warm. I've got a reputation to maintain too, you know. Now, go say goodbye to my parents before they think you're trying to escape. Mom will be heartbroken if she doesn't get to send you off with enough leftovers to feed you for a week. By the time they got back to Brad's apartment, after lengthy goodbyes that included Mrs. Henderson indeed packing them a veritable feast of leftovers, Mr. Henderson insisting on showing Brad a new golf club he'd purchased, despite it being nearly 11 at night, Nicole was exhausted but content. The day had been a whirlwind of new experiences and emotions, a roller coaster that had left her pleasantly drained but satisfied, like the good kind of tired that comes after accomplishing something significant. God, that feels good, she groaned, flexing her toes against the hardwood floor. Those boots may be cute, but comfortable is a strong overstatement. Long day, Brad teased, locking the door behind them and setting the container of leftovers on the entryway table. His eyes followed the line of her body as she stretched, his appreciation evident in his gaze, though his tone remained light. You have no idea, Nicole said, flopping onto the couch with dramatic exhaustion, one arm flung over her eyes like a Victorian lady having a fainting spell. Your family is exhausting. Amazing, but exhausting. I think I answered more questions tonight than during my last final exam. Your dad grilled me about economic theory for 20 minutes, and I'm pretty sure your mom was conducting some kind of stealth personality assessment, disguised as casual conversation about my favorite books. Brad chuckled, moving to sit down next to her and pulling her feet onto his lap in a gesture that felt surprisingly natural for how new their physical relationship was. They're thorough, I'll give them that. But you held your own, though. I think my dad officially likes you more than me now. He never asks me about fiscal policy at dinner. That's because he knows you'd zone out after 30 seconds and start drawing floor plans on your napkin, Nicole pointed out, wiggling her toes appreciatively as Brad's thumbs pressed gently into her arches, working out the tension from a day spent in heels. Oh God, that feels amazing. Don't stop, or I might have to marry you just for your foot-rubbing skills. Is that all it takes? Brad asked, his voice light but with an undercurrent that made Nicole's heart skip a beat. I should have led with the foot rub yesterday, instead of dinner at a fancy restaurant. Nicole smirked, leaning her head back against the couch cushions and closing her eyes in bliss as Brad's fingers worked magic on her sore feet. Well, I am pretty likable. Easy to please. A foot rub, some good food, not making me watch golf documentaries like your dad tried to convince everyone to do tonight? That you are, Brad agreed, his fingers moving from her foot to her ankle, massaging gently through the material of her leggings. His touch was relaxing rather than provocative, offering comfort rather than initiating anything more intense. Likeable is definitely the word, along with beautiful, intelligent, funny, and surprisingly good at pretending to be interested in my dad's golf stories. It's a gift, Nicole replied with a small laugh, though the compliments sent a warm glow spreading through her chest. Years of practice, nodding and looking, engaged while professors drone on about supply and demand curves. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the only sound the soft hum of the heater kicking on as the evening air cooled outside. Nicole felt her eyes growing heavy, the events of the day catching up with her, as Brad's gentle massage lulled her toward sleep. But she didn't want to go to bed just yet. didn't want to miss even a minute of this simple, quiet intimacy that felt so precious and new. "Penny for your thoughts," Brad said softly, his voice breaking the silence. "You've got that little crease between your eyebrows again. The one that means you're thinking too hard about something." Nicole opened her eyes, finding Brad watching her with a mixture of affection and curiosity. "I was just thinking about how strange life is," she admitted, her voice slightly husky with approaching sleep. 24 hours ago, I was getting ready for our date, completely nervous and wondering if that kiss on the porch was just a fluke. And now, mind you, and now, Brad prompted gently when she trailed off, his expression open and attentive. "And now I'm here," Nicole finished simply, gesturing vaguely to encompass the apartment, the couch, the two of them together. "With you. And it feels right. Like this is where I'm supposed to be." The admission felt vulnerable, more revealing than she'd intended, but the drowsy comfort of the moment made honesty easier somehow. Brad's expression softened, his eyes warm as they held hers. "I know exactly what you mean," he said, his voice low and sincere. "It does feel right. You feel right." The simple statement, delivered with such straightforward certainty, made Nicole's chest tighten with emotion. They'd known each other for months, of course, had built a foundation of friendship and mutual interest before last night's date had shifted everything between them. But this felt like the beginning of something significant, something substantial and real. It felt like the start of something she wanted to explore fully, to nurture and develop with the care it deserved. Brad seemed to sense the weight of the moment, the depth of feeling that neither of them was quite ready to name explicitly, but both clearly felt. He leaned over, brushing a strand of hair out of her face with a gentleness that made her heart ache in the best possible way. "Come on," he said softly, his fingers lingering against her cheek for a moment. "Let's get some sleep. We've got all the time in the world to figure the rest out." The promise implicit in his words of time, of future, of continuation, settled around Nicole like a warm blanket, comforting and secure. She let him pull her to her feet, allowed herself to be led toward the bedroom with a drowsy compliance born of complete trust. And as they walked to the bedroom, his hand warm and solid in hers, she couldn't help but smile to herself. For the first time in a long time, perhaps for the first time ever, everything felt exactly as it should be. Not perfect, not without questions or uncertainties, but right. Fundamentally, bone-deep right, in a way that made all other concerns seem trivial by comparison. Whatever came next, the conversations they still needed to have, the logistics they'd need to figure out, the integration of their separate lives into something shared, she felt ready to face it. With Brad beside her, his hand in hers and that look in his eyes that made her feel both seen and cherished, Nicole felt a confidence she hadn't expected, a certainty that they would navigate whatever came next together. And for tonight, that was more than enough.